I do.
What is up, everyone?
You're like black. I can't see you.
No?
Is your thing closed? Your camera?
No.
Really? It's like you don't see you. I thought you had this closed or something.
No.
See, it's like that. See how I look? That's how you look. Oh, you see him? Oh, that's crazy. I wonder why I don't see
Yeah,
that.
I'm looking at my channel and I see myself just fine.
That's crazy.
See, now, yeah, they are blacked out now.
That's weird.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't see you.
I can't have another night of technical difficulties. Last night, Sugar got off to a rough start last night. Nobody could hear either one. Yeah, no one could hear either myself or Nate. Then my voice was like the Terminator voice the whole night.
So I did notice that. I was driving.
Everybody in the chat kept asking me to say something like Arnold Schwarzenegger and Terminator.
It was like a huge echo.
Yeah. So what's up, everybody? How we doing tonight?
There you are. I see you.
So yeah, Leo's on here right now. I'm sure we're gonna have a few pull up at some point.
Yeah, that's a trip. I wonder why on StreamYard I can't see you. That's weird. Huh.
That's funny. So you're not seeing me at all right now?
On StreamYard, no, but I see you on YouTube.
You have you know what? That's the same thing when I'm on with Nate on that VDO thing.
The OBS?
I can never see him in the studio. I have to actually put it on the actual channel, the YouTube channel, and watch it from there. So it's kind of delayed when I do it.
That's weird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
your audio is clear today, so that's good. Yeah, I heard you yesterday. You sounded like you were echoing. Yeah.
Yeah, it was bad. It was bad. And we couldn't figure it out. So we started the show. We had to restart it. We had to just kill the feed and then restart it again.
Oh, really?
Oh, dude, it was a disaster.
But why did you guys use the OBS? Why didn't you guys use our StreamYard and have Nate join
because he's got it all set up there, and it's just he's got it, on here. So
what happened with Henry Ruggs? What's he talking about? He said, "What's y'all opinion on Henry Ruggs?" You mean like what happened years ago, or did something new happen? Weezy?
I haven't heard of anything new, so it must be in relation to that.
If you mean like what happened years ago, man, it's sad. It's sad on so many levels.
Yep.
It's sad for the person that it happened to, that they lost their life.
And the dog.
It's sad for Ruggs, and the dog. Yeah. It's sad for Ruggs because he was so young, to have ruined his career, messed up something that could have been really big for him, off a stupid decision to get in the car the way he did, Yeah.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, it's sad all the way around. Yeah.
Audio keeps cutting in and out. What the hell is going on?
I don't know, man. Come go out and then come back in. What up, Chris? What's going on, everybody? What's going on, fam? Welcome. Raider Paul in the house. What up, big dog? What's going on, brother? With the Raiders. Raider Chris in the house. Silver Smoke Raider. What's going on, big dog? How you doing? Chris for Raiders. Silver Smoke. What's going on? Wheezy Productions. What's going on? Yes, Jeff was late. Actually, he was here before me. He just started late. We were just talking. Sam, what up, Sam? What's going on, brother? How you doing? How's it going? Pigs. What's going on? Technology be like that sometimes. Yeah, man, it's crazy. And then sometimes the Wi-Fi, the strength, sometimes it'd be tripping.
Yeah, and that's
now I'm choppy. See, that's weird. Yeah,
just wondering who's on inside the house right now. I think everybody is.
Yeah,
but so I'm sure most of you by now have heard what just happened in Philadelphia. a small plane had just actually taken off from Philadelphia Airport, and then immediately pretty much crashed. 6 people were on board. They're believed to have all perished. I mean, it went directly into a neighborhood from what it looks like and what they're reporting. The latest news I've seen on it, it was a pediatric patient and one escort on board when the plane crashed. It was like one of those angel flights where they usually the plane or the pilots donate their time to fly the patients from location, like from hospital to hospital. I don't know where it was going. They didn't say yet, but that's unfortunate.
Yep, it is. It is. It is. It is. Mm-hmm.
It's too bad.
What's up, man? There's Nate right there. How come he's not it? Nate, what are you doing, bro? Are you out there gangbanging in Whittier? What you doing today? Mm-hmm.
He's walking around with his starter jacket on.
He said, as for Ruggs, he will get a shot at redemption eventually. I don't know what kind of redemption. I don't know if he'll be allowed to come back to the league after what happened, bro. Honestly.
Yeah.
It's a really awful situation, but hopefully it helps guys. You know what? You would think it'd help people make better choices, but look at what happened to Snowden's ass. Remember how his car was like hanging on the edge and shit? Yeah. Like some.
I mean, he's lucky. He's lucky he got his car stuck where he did. I mean, he could have.
Yeah, it could have been worse, bro. Yeah.
Yeah.
I like that analogy because I understand it. He's like, it sounds like I listen to my baby mama off and on. Oh, that's funny. But yeah, man, you know what's funny, Jeff? We were just talking about earlier about me being in the military. It's such a young person thing too that tends to happen more. So I'm not saying it doesn't happen to older people, but when you're young, you really don't think you're gonna get caught or that there's no way, you know?
You think you're invincible.
Yeah, we used to always get alcohol incidents when I was in the Navy. Our ship went, the captain challenged us that if we made it to like 30 days, he would give us like 2 days off, free leave or something like that, bro. I kid you not, the most we ever did, Jeff, was 2 days, 48 hours without an alcohol-related incident, bro.
Really?
That's how fucking crazy it was. Yeah. Mm-hmm. You're talking about a bunch of young kids.
Well,
in the military, and you imagine these dudes with money, you know? No.
Yeah, they got money because they got nothing to spend it on. I mean, everything they do is paid for.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know, you're on that ship. Everything you do on that ship, for the most part, is.
That's why I always said they should have let us drink at 18 on base. Because a lot of the times you would get in trouble because you would go out, right? And you have to be 21 over, so you'd find ways to get alcohol. But most of those incidents occurred off base. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the other thing too. When it's off base, now the local PD's involved.
Yeah,
whereas
on
base,
and we had it the way the NFL did. We had it set up where we would get a free cab ride. You literally would tell the cab driver you're in the military, take you to the base, and then they would reimburse them. Yeah. Chris wants to link in already. Yeah. He said, now y'all sound good. I had to leave and come back. Maybe it was you, Silver Smoke. Sign Roman Reigns. Yeah. That's funny. It's crazy because I know people always we joked around the other day, right, about measurables and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But like these dudes are the epitome of measurables, right? The size, how big they are. I look at The Rock, Dwayne Johnson, how big he is, right?
Oh yeah.
But that didn't equate to success in the NFL. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, he also wasn't that big when he was, the size of him.
No, obviously he got a lot bigger because his position.
You ever watch that TV show?
Which one?
Young Rock.
Oh yeah, I watched that show.
I like it. I think it's funny.
Dude, I love The Rock. I love Dwayne Johnson.
Even the guys that they've got playing him at the young ages and everything, they look just like him.
Yeah. I like when they were flashback into the 80s and the clothes he was wearing.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, I had that outfit. Like, oh man, that shit was hilarious. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Jack Kenna in the house. What's going on, Jack?
What's up, Jack?
Yeah. same as JJ when he was with us and Robinson. JJ, Josh Jacobs did get in trouble one time. He did get pulled over for DUI, but nothing happened. Yeah. Mm-hmm. You know what else is crazy? And I don't know if you have HBO Max, but I've been watching.
Yeah, I do.
The Aaron Hernandez additional story they've added, right?
I haven't watched that one yet.
So when you watch that, you'll see how a lot of these kids get away with so much shit when they're in high school and when they're in college because they play football.
Oh yeah.
So as they get older, that shit about how I'm gonna get in trouble, it's not in there because people always covered shit up for them.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Got swept under the rug when they were in the
yeah. Mm-hmm. Like there was dudes on there that saying that if a lot of the shit would have came out that he did in Florida, he might not have never made it to the fucking NFL. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh, probably not.
Yeah, which is crazy. I mean,
plus, a lot of that stuff gets put on the QT. So, when teams are supposed to be doing their due diligence and you know really vetting these guys before they commit to them.
Yeah.
If the information's not out there, you know, it's tougher now to get away with shit than it was, you know, say 20 years ago.
Oh yeah, now it's a lot tougher with social
now
media.
Everybody and their brother
records you.
Got one of these on them, so they just take it, you know, video and everything.
People would be like, oh, yeah.
Could you imagine if something like, you know, the Rodney King incident, basically, I hope it doesn't bring up bad memories for people, but, you know, that was one camera that caught all that. If that was happening now,
dude's crazy.
Cameras everywhere. That you would have like 30 different people with different angles and different views of what exactly happened. You know, back then it just happened to be one guy in an apartment, saw the cops, got his big ass camera on his shoulder, and filmed the whole thing.
The old school ones, yeah.
Yeah, with the pistol grip on the front, holding it like this, and standing there like this for 45 minutes filming it.
What up, Chris?
You talking about the old camcorder? What it is, Nation? What is it?
How you doing, brother? How you doing,
Chris?
Those things weigh about 150 pounds. I remember those things.
You got your own channel now, Chris? You been going live?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. I went live a couple times, but you know, I'm gonna try some more.
Yeah, anytime I go on during the week too.
What made you want to try it?
Huh?
So what made you want to start coming on?
I like the way you guys talk, and I want to talk too because you guys make sense. You know, I watch you guys from the beginning. Mm-hmm. So I'm gonna try it out myself. I love the Raiders, like anybody else do in this chat.
Good man.
It's funny because people will ask me like, "Oh, wow, what are you doing in your in the off season? Like, you guys still?" I'm like, "But you could talk Raiders all the time."
Oh yeah.
When you're with people who love the team as much as you do, you know.
I mean, I've only been at this since, you know, the beginning of this current season that just finished.
Yeah.
So you've been here for a few years doing this. Is there any point at all where you guys kind of slow down a little bit more than usual?
What do you mean?
Like, I mean, is there any time that it, you know, like obviously the news slows down about the team?
Right.
Like, do you guys still keep the same schedules for?
No. See what happens. I think the longer you'll do it, you'll probably slow down on your own. If you notice, me and Rundown forgot about Tuesday. We had a show because it's off season.
That's right.
He hit me up like, bro, I totally forgot. I was like, man, I'm driving. I didn't realize it till you said it right now. So I will adjust to every other week, maybe, especially in like February after Super Bowl because free agency don't start till March.
Yeah.
For us, it's been a little more active because we've been in fucking coaching hell. You know? Yeah. We lost McDaniels and then we're AP. Then when last off season we were like, do you keep AP or should we go get Harbaugh? And then there was that whole division, right? Or who are you gonna get? And then same thing this off season. You know, they fired AP and then they fired fucking Coupon Tom. So it was like, oh shit, who are we gonna do? So when it comes to news and your channel, I think that kind of stays maintained, but I mean, you'll adjust the longer you do it. Like, it's kind of slow out there. You know what I mean? Yeah.
See, that's why I want to start now. Why it's slow, so I can put together my productions and get everything set up. It's slow right now, so you know, season starts. So I want to get started before the draft, so that's why I started doing it now. Then plus Jeff made me do it, so
It also depends on the kind of show you want to have. Like, if you just want to do lives and shoot the shit, like go live whenever, do your thing. But then there's people that do their own individual videos to report news. You know what I mean? Like breaking news, this, and that. Or
I want to do a live like this right here. I want to do a forum. People come in and talk to me. Like I said, they don't have to show their face. They just want. I just want to hear the Raiders.
Yeah.
You know, so that's what I want to do. So hopefully, I get that started.
That's cool, man. I'm glad. It's a grind, bro. You just keep going. I mean, it all depends on what your goal is. When I started, it was just about just talking with people. I didn't care about subs,
all day,
hours, all that stuff. Yeah.
I'm never retired, so I have nothing to do.
I know a lot of guys. I've noticed lately switched to doing kind of other content on the side, like
yeah.
The Techno Bowl thing. You know, Nate with LV Rated 10. He's got the LV Rated 10 gaming channel. Make sure you guys check that out too. LV Rated 10.
Yeah, I gotta join him. I got my Xbox out finally, so I gotta connect it, and then he showed me where to get a cheap video card.
Oh, there you go.
We can battle it out. USC versus Notre Dame. Yeah.
So he just started that channel up within the last week or so. So he's trying to get some traction there. You know, kind of do something on the off season. Yeah. I was thinking about getting involved in the Tecmo Bowl thing too because it looks cool. Plus, it'd be nostalgic.
You know what's funny? I went to Vegas a couple weeks ago to watch that soccer game, and we went to an old retro arcade called Ready Player One, something like that. And we went and we played those games, bro. I kid you not. After 10 minutes, I was getting bored. I was like, "Fuck, we used to play this shit for hours, but it's so whack."
Hours.
Well, you know, it's too. You're playing the old school games now, and you know, if you're playing anything newer style games, I mean, you can't even compare graphics wise. I mean,
graphic wise,
back then you thought it was the greatest thing on earth. You know,
throw in the bar, just the way you choose the receivers, like it's like. And back then, I get it was the shit. I love those games. I grew up on Tecmo Bowl.
Yeah,
but yeah, you're right. When you play shit like Madden, NCAA, and then you throw in Tecmo Bowl, like fuck.
Yeah, you're going back to little squares on the screen moving around.
Yeah. Oh my god, then I was the Raiders.
Yeah, just play Bo Jackson. You win every game.
Yeah, with that one, that was the original one. Yeah,
super Tecmo. Yeah.
If you got really good at it, you could run Bo Jackson all the way to the 1 yard line, turn him around, run back down the field, turn him around, and run him back to the end zone.
I actually did that before the whole YouTube video stuff. Like I used to do that as a kid. Like I would do that with Bo Jackson, just to have fun with the game. Like
my best friend and I, when we were growing up, when Tecmo Bowl came out, we were both Raider fans. We would actually do a full season playing all the different teams and do like we had it all written down on a notepad. It was like pages and pages of keeping track of everything. The one rule we had when we played that was that neither one of us could ever play as the Raiders. Because that's what it was. You know, it was like, I want to play as the Raiders. No. So we agreed.
But even when you did the season thing, because remember, it just clicked the team. There wasn't like a schedule or whatever. You just played each team till they all got eliminated. And then, but it got harder as you went on, though. Like, I remember playing that damn Redskin team, and they were like fucking fast as fuck. Like, what the hell?
Well, they had Darryl Green out there. I mean, that was the speed on him was insane.
Yeah, those were fun games, man.
You drop back the pass and you get sacked as soon as you drop back. Like, Jesus.
And still, nothing was better than when you took road trips with your family. And do you ever have that high tech green football game where it was just the little bleeps running back and forth on a little LED screen?
The Tiger. The Tiger was it Tiger?
Was it Joe Montana one?
No, it was just it was about the size of
like a little bleep, right? And you just you move the receiver to like where the
red line would move up, down, down.
I did have that. Yeah, damn.
I had that too.
We were just sitting in the backseat of the car playing that, and then your dad yelling at you, "Turn that thing off," because it makes all the beeping and the whistle.
Beep 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 beep.
Beep.
Yeah.
I do remember that fucking game. Damn. Yeah. You remember the old magnetic one?
Somewhere floating around.
You would have the little dudes. You would turn it on, and they would just move like.
Oh, the electric football.
Yeah, and then you would line them up and then turn it on.
I never had a person. My friend had it.
I had one of those too.
It's just a big vibrating cable.
Little things you turn on, they vibrate.
Yeah. And then you had the quarterback with the movable arm. You flip the football till it hits one of your guys.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. They gave me 2 default teams. Since I lived in LA, they gave me the Rams and Detroit.
Mm-hmm.
He had the football one, and I had the hockey with the with the levers and everything.
Oh, I didn't have one. I had one of those little table soccer ones. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So somebody mentioned something, and I think it's a good question. So why is it taking so long to pick an OC? Your opinion, Bobby Slovic, Mike LaFleur, or Bevel? And I think I'm glad that it's taking long, though, because that means you're making sure they're going to get the right guy for what they want to do. I know when we met last time, Jeff, it was supposed to be Bevel, right? When we were talking with Gravy. Yeah. It was supposed to be Bevel. And I didn't know if I liked that choice right away. I thought we could have went with LaFleur or Bobby. Or I was even open to fucking Lane Kiffin, bro. No, I'm not going to lie. To Lane or even fucking Chip. People deserve second chances. I mean, even Pete didn't succeed his first time around.
No.
You remember Pete Carroll's first time around.
I mentioned he didn't do too bad in New England, to be honest with you.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it wasn't like his record was like 1-15 back then. I mean, he had decent, win-loss record, But
yeah,
I am glad that they are taking their time on this because, you got it. This is the one you got to get right more than anything.
We've been saying that for a while. This is the most important one.
Offensive coordinator is going to be the biggest hire at this point.
Especially we don't have a true quarterback right now.
Especially with the garbage we have in the quarterback room.
We don't have a quarterback or a running back or like offensive line. You got to make sure you get it right. In this case, we don't get a good quarterback. You got a play call to make sure he works.
Before we started this show up, actually, I was watching it and I heard Leo pop into the studio. So there's a let's see if I can still find him. There's a YouTube channel that I've been watching lately. It's called the Titans Coliseum podcast. I don't know, that guy Lawrence Firestone. He's the bald, redheaded, bearded guy that does a lot. I've seen him do a lot of like TikToks and shit like that. I follow him on Facebook too, and they put this up. So they're running live right now on their show talking. They got some guy that's huge into playing Madden online on his YouTube channel.
Oh, okay.
So I jumped in there with them, in the chat, and I just typed in the chat, the Raiders, and they posted that up on their screen, and then they started talking about Ward and Sanders. I said, I hope you guys take Sanders so we don't have to draft them. They posted that up on their screen.
You know what, man? I'm getting tired of your Sanders slander.
But then, hang on, it gets better. So then I said, too bad you guys can't pick 2 quarterbacks with your pick and take both of them. That way that nobody has to worry about drafting them. You guys can have them both. And they put that up on the screen too. I was like, damn. I'm like, okay.
I was going to ask you why you're so opposed to even Cam. Cam being the bigger arm. But then I see the background you put, and then it makes sense. You're not ready for the new NFL.
Jack, you hear what he's picking on me.
You still like quarterbacks like O'Connell?
I do. I
see what I'm there?
I still want to give him a chance. Fucking Nate, did you see what he fucking put? Where is it? I just lost it. Did I click?
I don't know if I ever fuck up with Jeff, he's gonna give me chances.
The History Channel. What the hell? Yeah, we're going back in time, way back in time.
Back because all the shit we were talking about.
By the way,
about all the games and shit.
By the way, I just watched this. I'm not gonna say the guy's name. I just watched this YouTube video. This Kansas City guy, and he was talking about Pete Carroll hire, and he was like, seemed like kind of nervous.
Who said this? Who was it?
I'm not gonna say his name over Vegas channel. I just saw YouTube. I just flipped.
Oh, okay. I thought it was somebody like an athlete or something. Okay.
No. He's a content creator, Kansas City.
Okay.
Content creator. I'm not gonna give no play.
But he seemed like nervous.
Seemed like he was talking like, well, we had Reed and Mahomes, and they had what's his name, Bolts, the Chargers, and which kind of people. They're all offensive coaches. The Raiders get a defensive coach.
Right.
I don't think he's gonna do well. The way he sounded, so like he's kind of nervous. Like, what are you worried about?
They should be. Because now we've got a legit coach with a positive history behind him. You know? We haven't been much of a threat in the last few years.
No, we haven't been a threat at all.
But it makes sense why people are hesitant, because if you look at the, I guess, newer, younger fans, it's more offense, right?
Yeah.
If you look at the Chiefs, look at how much they do or whatever, right? Or the Chargers. Look at that offense. We need to match that offense. A lot of us are like, no, the way you don't match them. You're not going to match Mahomes. There's no other Mahomes, right? There's only one.
You beat them.
The only way you can beat him is by getting a defense to stop his ass, right? And I think that's how maybe we grew up watching football. When there was like an elite offense, then a defense would come out and they would knock it out, right? Remember the Niners? And then there was that nasty ass Giants defense that came out and would just smash the shit out of the 49ers and their West Coast offense, right? Because they were physical. And I think we've seen that as like a pattern, but the younger, maybe newer fans or maybe other people, they just want to match that offensive explosion because it's the new NFL. Yeah. So it makes sense to me why someone would. But I like how Jeff was saying though with Pete, is like we finally. I don't know if you guys watched the Captain's Jack show the other day when Rundown's dad was on there, but he said we finally have.
No, I missed that.
Room. Yeah, that was on. Oh, I want to see that.
Yeah, he kept saying we finally have a grown up in the room. And I was like, damn, like, I get it. And it makes sense, though.
Well,
like, yeah.
No, the NFL constantly involves. They said it's a passing league. Before it was a running league. Now it's a passing league. You know, and the way Barkley ran his last year is going back to a running league. So, you know, it changes periodically.
Yeah.
And besides, Mahomes didn't have
even the Chiefs have changed their offense. You know, that they run more with, you know, when Pacheco was healthy, and then they have their other running back. Yeah.
But Mahomes didn't have a good year last year, like one of his best years. He has one of his worst years ever.
Yeah.
Chargers only won them games was their defense.
Yeah. You look at what the Chargers did. Herbert didn't have as big as numbers as he normally does, right? His numbers were down because they were running the ball more. Yeah.
Well, and with KC's situation, their offense was a little bit more lacking this year, but it was the defense that kept them in games. It's the defense that won them a lot of those games.
And who was the coordinator?
I mean, Mahomes. Well, you know what I mean. You know,
no, I know what you're saying.
Mahomes shit, you know, but it was their defense that made that difference this year. You know, past seasons that they've won to the Super Bowl, it's always been Mahomes and the offense. You know, it wasn't that this year, that's for sure.
Yeah.
I just pray to God that the Eagles can just beat their ass next week. The good thing is the ref that's been pretty much the ref for, you know, a good chunk of the KC games isn't getting the Super Bowl this year, so he won't be there. That Clay Martins or whatever it is, Cliff Martin, whatever the hell his name is. He's not there. He's not there for that.
Who?
The referee that's been like the super controversial ones.
Can we? Okay, I get it. Us as Raider fans, we love picking on that referee shit, and we'll take the videos and all that bullshit. The Bills lost that fucking game, y'all. They had the chance to win, and they fucked up.
No, I'm not saying anything about that. I'm just saying the ref that's cost them, and that's been the one that most people Sorry, let me reword that. The ref that's been there, or ref in most of their games when there's been controversies or suspectable calls, he's not getting the Super Bowl this year.
Oh yeah. I'm pretty sure he wasn't
not reffing in that going around. Yeah, he hasn't ref since I think the division play or the wild card. He hasn't had a game since then.
Madden. That's been a big thing too now. Players taking their Madden ratings personal. Have you guys seen those videos?
Oh yeah.
Like when the Madden ratings come out and then they tell them what EA rated them or ranked them. And they get all fucking mad. Yeah.
Players get all twisted out of shape. What do you mean?
Yeah.
And he's a 99. Yeah, I like, dude, just a game. Come on, relax. It's funny.
Oh man.
So you guys watching Senior Bowl tomorrow?
No, I wanted to, but I probably won't. My daughter's coming into town. She's back in San Diego.
Oh, okay.
So I'm gonna probably head on down there and see her. She was up northern Cali for school, so she's moving back. So I kind of want to go see her. I might go down there, but I mean, I saw a lot of the training. I didn't even realize it was on ESPN. So Rundown told me. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I've been watching a lot of the videos.
I was watching
the interviews.
They said they said the defense are just taking over the game. The line. The defense.
Yeah. Oh man, there was one dude on there. Yeah, he kept getting in. Yeah.
They it's taking over. The quarterbacks can't do anything.
Damn, Arnie's very optimistic. Our floor is 6 wins and our ceiling is 9, bro. I think our fucking ceiling is 6.
I don't know. Come on now. Credit.
No, I mean, think about it. Right now, where we are with this roster. Once we make additions, maybe I'll change. I mean, I even said it the other day. Once the season starts, I'm gonna say we're gonna go what, Jeff? 15-2.
So I'm gonna take Jeff's side on this.
Yeah.
We talked about this the other day.
What's that?
Those games that Minshew started.
If
AOC would have started, we probably could have won those games.
Maybe, but we don't know that though.
Think about it, because Minshew turned the ball over way too many times. Got sacked. I'm not sacked, but turnover.
Chris, but let's not act like AOC didn't do the same in that Tampa Bay game.
Oh, that was a throwing game. Now you missed the key word. I said could have. I didn't say
could have. No, I get what you're saying. Yeah.
No, but
I mean, either quarterback aside, what would have made us or probably would have won us more games if we had a fucking actual running back that could run an actual run game.
We had a running back. We had Zamir White.
Yeah. Okay.
Mr. I run straight and don't go any other way.
1.9 yards a carry. That's it wasn't negative. He had positive yards. He had 1.9 yards.
You know what? You're right. You're being very positive.
It's 100 yards every 100 carries. Yeah.
I remember when I heard that 1.9 yards, I was like, what? Oh, no. No fucking way.
I mean, Josh Higgins should fall for 2 yards to get hit.
That same game wasn't our running game total like over 2 yards.
One game,
I think the entire running backs were like under 3 yards that game.
12 yards in the first half.
Jesus.
One game.
Yeah.
That's a blaring weak point. Is the running back
so bad? Yeah.
Man,
I mean, I could even handle going through with the offensive line that's there now for another season if you had someone that can actually knows how to run. You know, that's the problem.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he put McCormick in there and he running crazy, then he gets hurt. Abdul, he gets naked the first. It's a damn shame that Abdul, a third down back, gets 100 yards in one game, first of the year at the end of the season.
And what game was that?
That was against was it Tampa Bay? No, what Tampa Bay?
No.
New Orleans.
Maybe New Orleans. He goes New Orleans.
I think it was New Orleans. He got 100 yards rushing. First rating in the season, 100 yards. Hey,
oh shit, Jeff, you have a question, bro. Jeff.
Yeah.
Does your New England Raider booster do any off-season events or just during the season?
We do off-season stuff. We've actually got a billiards tournament coming up in March. We do that. That's our big fundraiser. We do that.
Is that a billiards tournament?
Yeah, pool tournament. We do a fundraiser for the Tomorrow Fund that helps kids with cancer and helps defer the cost for the parents. So we do that every year. On average, we raise between $700 to $1,000 for that.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, that's cool.
We're still trying to do a Providence Bruins game as a group.
When is that fundraiser?
Yeah, I got that. Let me.
I'll donate money, even though I can't participate in the pool tournament. But
where are we?
Unless you guys play virtually.
I know, Dawn. You don't have to yell it to me. I got it right in front of me. Yeah, it's Sunday, March 23rd at 12 p.m. at Bo's Billiards.
Sunday what?
March 23rd.
Sunday, March 23rd.
Yeah, I like the way Jeff says March. That's why I had him say it again. He did that the other day. What word was it that I kept telling you to say? I forgot.
Nope, not doing it.
Oh, what up, Jack?
Hey, what's up, gentlemen?
Yeah,
How you fellas doing?
Hey,
you
Jack.
still smoke cigarettes, Jack? Damn.
You didn't know that?
No, man, it's a rare thing nowadays. See people.
Well, I'm an old guy, man.
Been around too long.
It was acceptable back in the day.
Right?
Been around too long to quit.
Smoking used to be cool.
It used to be cool, you know what? And then it gets you addicted. I never forget, like going to like A's games and stuff.
Yeah.
And sitting in the Coliseum, and the people in front of me are smoking cigarettes. As a kid, I'm like, get them to move and stuff. Yeah, now it's a pack a day, every day.
I go into Shakey's and they would ask you smoking or non-smoking section.
Yeah,
right?
You go to the restaurant.
They used to have that stuff.
Yeah.
Smoking section, non-smoking section. We'll go to the smoking section because there's less of a line to get there. So we'll go smoke.
What's up, Jack? How you doing?
It's finally great to catch you boys on a live, man.
Yeah,
I love talking with you guys. Behind the scenes. It's always good shit.
Yeah, the other day, him and I were talking like two high school girls.
On the phone too, right? Damn, who does that?
On the phone, and then we hopped in Cat channel for like an hour, and then we hopped on another channel afterwards. And Leo, it's always great, dude, to talk about Notre Dame.
Oh yeah, man.
I mean, it's gonna be interesting for the Bengals. They took the defensive coordinator, of Notre Dame, so.
Yeah, but I think Freeman will do a good job finding a replacement.
I think he'll find a replacement. I think they found a replacement. I have to look him up. I don't know much about the guy.
I think I would have been more worried if we lost Freeman.
Right?
Mm-hmm. I would have been. I think for us, it's who's going to be our quarterback. It seems to be like every year, right?
They have They have two young kids right now. I really don't know these kids, so I'm gonna have to watch them. Grow and play and see. What turns out. They've had. Like every year, it's been a different quarterback for Notre Dame. Yeah. So,
yeah, we need.
But that defense is like,
yeah, that's the one thing that's gotten better and stayed consistent with Marcus. There's that defense. I've
even seen some mock drafts, like with Watts going in the third. I'm like, what? That kid's like a first round draft pick.
Nah, I don't know. That's a little. I mean, I think it's probably us being fans. I used to say
at the bottom end of the draft, I can see it. But they're also that their corner that got hurt.
Oh yeah, when Morrison got hurt, that was bad.
Yeah,
he was a top corner before he got hurt.
Those days. You can smoke anywhere back in the day. Shoot, everywhere.
It's so Cal Sal. It kind of just come back from hunting down Bigfoot.
You know what? I'm sitting in my backyard right now. Okay, yes, it is California, right? But it's still cold. So I just got the jacket for Christmas. It's super warm. So that's why I'm wearing it. Because I'm outside having a smoke. I don't smoke in my house.
Clarify it, Jack.
There you go,
Northern California. It's a whole nother state.
Yep, northern.
Well, I've been in Southern California, and it's like, what? 36 degrees. I woke up this morning like 8 o'clock. I'm like,
we're in like the 50s, 60s right now in Southern Cali. Yeah.
Well, I was at 36 because I'm in this flat ass land desert. So yeah.
I see.
Jeff, I got to give you a shout out, dude. I love your background pick, dude. You got my boy on there, dude. I tried to put my.
He would.
You got Otto on there. He's got Upshaw on there. He's got our coach out there. I put my Raider jersey for Otto on, and I'm like going, damn, it makes me look hella fat. At least with this jacket, it's like everyone knows it's jacket versus just a jersey.
You said clearance aisle QBs.
So I got some questions. This is what I love, dude. I just love Raiders chat, dude. All day, every day, you guys were talking about it. Just chop it up, Raider stuff. Things you can do, things you don't want to do. If each and every one of you, when Jeff and I were talking, this is what we did the whole time. Just ask questions back and forth. So what do you guys think, with, going back, we got a Seattle, Pete Carroll coach, and thank God we got Patrick Graham, back. We got Leonard back. We got our special teams coach back. I mean, I'm excited that we're bringing all these guys back.
Thank God.
Yeah.
But, again, offensive coordinator, I agree. I was watching the show, and they should take their time because we need to find the right person for the right thing. But we know Pete Carroll. He likes to run heavy. So for you and the nation, put it in the chat. And I don't know why, Jeff, I can't see the chat or I can't hop into the chat, and read what they're saying. So I apologize to everyone in chat. I salute all of you.
So you're doing it off
if I don't respond, again, gentlemen, I just can't see it. But what do you guys think about Nick Chubb? I mean, he's like a Marshawn guy, right? He's a big boy.
He is, but coming off another injury like that,
I'm not on board with him.
Yeah, because the injury scares me. Because if he continues that much,
I think there's too much talent in the draft to just think that we can get a free agent and we'll be cool. You know what I mean?
I think we need a lot of stuff, but I just think he kind of fits the bill. Like if maybe in the draft, like that kid from North Carolina.
Yeah.
He's a big body back, so
he's a big one.
I know a lot of people are talking Scattaboo, but
I like Scattaboo though because of his toughness.
Too.
But I don't know how long he'll last the way he runs.
Yeah.
He would definitely have to get bigger.
He plays hard. He plays hard every down. Hard.
Yeah.
Hard. I mean, those kind of players like they especially running back don't last that long.
Someone said it in one of our shows the other day. He reminds you of Peyton Hillis from Cleveland.
Chris did.
That's what I knew. Someone brought it up
because of how hard he runs. He can only last a year or two, and then he'll be gone. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Shit, I don't care if you run hard, you play hard, you get us wins. The running back's always going to turn over a lot, right?
Yeah, but
that's why they don't get the big contracts normally.
I think he's going to move up too. I think he's going to his draft stock's going to rise.
Yeah, it did the way he played in the playoffs, the way he finished, even that last game. We're gonna put it all on the line. If Texas didn't have that 21-point lead to go in the get-go, Arizona State would have probably pulled that shit off. But I like Scattaboo, but I think there's so many other I like that kid from Kansas, Neil. I like him. He's a good running back. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with him.
I like Genty, but I just would not like taking him where we're at.
No, not at number 6. You got to trade back. You got about 15, 16, somewhere in there.
I think I told the guys earlier.
There's a kid that played in the
Boise.
No. There's a kid that played in last night's game.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. Number 31.
Yeah.
The Shrine Bowl?
Yeah, that kid played his ass off last night. He had a hell of a game.
Okay. Yeah,
he ended up being the MVP last night.
Yeah. So I mean, there's a lot.
I think that's the other part too. Like we got to get past the measurables all the time and see if they can actually play ball. Because there's just
the Al Davis way.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Even Al was stuck on speed. Come on now. Hayward Bay had no business being picked where he was.
Crabtree, man. I was mad about that.
Right.
And then we end up getting Crabtree later on. Like, what the hell?
Robert Gallery. Let's go back even further.
It's the pee-pee pants.
Or even Jamarcus Russell, for that matter.
No, but Jamarcus was a consensus number 1, bro. That was like everyone. He's going number 1. He's going number 1.
Yeah, no one.
It's not like they reached
that kind of a bum, though.
He just ended up being a bust for us. Yeah,
he did. I agree.
He's one.
You never, the character. It's like I guess again we were talking about with Spy Check, Tom Brady, Pete. There's no excuses, right? Rule number 2 with Pete. There's no excuses, no nothing. You got to come out here, be early to the meetings. You can't sit there and be a lazy fucker. Well, I don't know if this is a show you can curse or not, but
go for it.
Why was that not enforced last season? Like when I saw our coach last season, I thought he would be like that. So what's the difference? Because he's not as old as Pete, they're gonna listen to him?
No, because
or because the players or what's the difference?
Here it is, Leo. Here's Leo. Those players treated AP like he was their friend. Because
like a
lot of times you didn't hear him say, "Hey, the coach said." They know it's an AP said. They didn't treat him like a coach. They treat him like a friend.
Okay.
There's an article. You
lose that coach respect. Respect as a coach.
There's an article I read. It was either yesterday or Wednesday, and they said one of the big differences between AP and someone like Pete Carroll is the maturity level.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
AP is still in that immaturity type level because he's still considered an equal to his players and not superior to his players like he should be.
Mm-hmm.
The coach should always be looked up to. The coach should not be looked parallel to what you are as a player. because number one, you're not going to get the respect you think you're getting. Players are going to come in that want to play for Pete Carroll, that want to be there because of him, because of his past history, and they respect him as a coach and as a person. So having that more mature head coach makes all the difference in the world. That's why I was so excited and happy that he was the ultimate decision that we went with.
Right.
And I'm going to add on to that, Jeff. I saw a stat, which is pretty crazy. Like, when, AP took over as the intern, we had a healthy team. 31.8% of our players on this team were on IR. So that means, if you guys who don't know this, that means you're missing at least 4 games. 1/3 of our starters were on IR. That's pretty hard to do when you got an improved division with the great coaching that we have within the division, and they all made the playoffs. So, I mean, that makes it super tough. I mean, you look at our defense, it's like that's a stalwart of like our whole team. And the majority of those guys, at one time or another, they're not playing together.
Yep. Yeah. I think Pete Carroll is doing exactly what I thought he would do, and he's addressing the defense first because that is definitely the strength of our team. No two ways about it. The strength going into the second half of the season in 2023 and pretty much most of 2024 season was our defense. The defense was the bright lone spot on our team, minus
the only thing we have.
So, I mean, I can see why he's putting the emphasis on the defense and making sure that they get, Patrick Graham back here. Because I'll tell you right now, if Patrick Graham went to another team, some of these free agents would have probably tried following him there.
Oh, yeah. I think Morgan would have.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought most of the guys would leave with them, especially the DBs,
Yeah.
And that's why I think that kid Johnson from Michigan is his pick. That's right up his alley. That's the type of kid that he wants. He's
You're talking about the DB, right?
Yeah, he's Johnson. A secondary guy because that's what he played too.
The corner,
and he knows what that means to him. Look what it did in Seattle.
Yeah,
with that secondary he had.
Well, that draft we took Tyree, the Seahawks took a corner. That dude's really fucking good. What was his name? I
know who you're talking about, Leo. Yeah.
Yeah.
He was a top corner in draft.
Yeah. The guy from Morgan?
No.
You're not talking about Cooper Gene. That was
Illinois,
his draft.
I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, look at the Legion of Boom, right? Which I said that to Jeff. As soon as we got Pete them all, I call it the Legions of Doom. Hopefully we can get there. And I said that to you too, Leo. And you saw that. I'm like, I thought it'd be a cool name. It's like, if they can get there. If they don't get there, well, then I don't want to call them that because they didn't earn the right.
There you go, Space Beast. Thank you, Witherspoon.
Hey, Space Beast. Salute, brother. Again, guys, I can't see the chat, so I salute to all of you.
I've been on through the phone. It's stuff you can't see anything when you're doing it. When you're on the show like this.
Yeah, it's weird because on the Wild Wild West shows, like when I come through I have a hard time through Instagram getting on. Through email I can get on Instagram. On the Wild Wild West show I can see all the chat. So everyone out there, it's like salute on that too. So I think there's 3 players. There's 3 players in my mind. Tell me if you guys agree, disagree. Tell me what you would do different. So I believe the wide receiver from Arizona. I'm not in any order because again, the same thing that Jeff and I talked about. No order. The wide receiver from Arizona. Graham, the defensive tackle from Michigan, or what Jeff just said, the quarterback from Michigan. I see that if we don't get a quarterback in the draft, I see those are the 3 guys that we're going to choose from if whoever's available. What do you guys think?
I think if Graham is there, we're fucking idiots not to take him.
Yeah.
If Graham is still there at 6, bro, we got lucked out like we did when Bauer fought to us. Like, for real.
Even
if my boy Sanders is still there, I would still fucking take Graham.
Oh, you would take him over Sanders?
That's how big of an impact I think Graham would make on a team. You add someone like Graham,
I would take Sanders just because the need at quarterback and the cost of the quarterback. So Leo, it's like, Jeff and I had this conversation the other night. It's like, his comp is Christian Wilkerson. And we talked about the 83 Raiders, defensive line, which is the best defensive line in the Raiders history.
Man, you guys
when guys like, Lyle Zato is a backup. He's not a starter. He's a backup. And he's like a hallmark for this team. You think about it, you got Howie Long, Greg Townsend, Bill Pickell, Sean Jones, and then you're bringing in Lyle Zato to fill the spot either way. With Graham, and then again Tyree, which again I didn't want Tyree. I wanted Carter. I think Carter would have been a better pick.
Everybody did.
Yeah, I think everybody did, but it goes back to the fit in Vegas. It wouldn't. I don't know how it would have worked. In Philly, he had his boys from Georgia. They were already there.
So I think they're more scared.
There, yeah.
I think they were scared. I think the Vegas, the Raiders were scared of his antics he had in college and all that stuff, and they already had the.
It wasn't just the Raiders because he was supposed to be 1 or 2. Remember?
Yeah,
he wasn't supposed to fall.
Yeah, he was supposed to be the top.
He was supposed to be 1 or 2. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So Leo, I'm going to ask you guys this question because you just posed a good question. Since you would say, I love Graham. He's my number 2 guy. Like he's the number 1 guy I got. Like if you're not doing a quarterback. So Chris and Jeff, if Sador's there at number 6, and the other guys I just mentioned are there, who are you guys taking?
I guarantee you, Jeff.
I tell you what, if Shadur's there at 6, I guarantee you they're gonna take Shadur Sanders if he's there at 6.
But who would you want though?
Who would I want?
Yeah,
I want to do Carter, man. That's what I want.
No, not Carter. I'm talking this year's draft.
Yeah.
He's saying Abdul Carter.
Abdul Carter from Penn State. Okay.
Yeah. I'm taking him.
Leo, he did get 1.5 sacks against our Notre Dame team.
Bro, that dude he was nasty, bro. He's fucking good.
Yeah, I'll take him. If he's there, I'll take him.
Right. But I agree with Chris. If he is there, the team will probably take Shador.
Yeah.
If what about you, Jeff? Unavailable and Sanders is there, I want to know who's the highest rated field goal kicker because that's who I draft instead.
Yeah, I saw that. You said you pick kicker.
I want a guy that's making a meeting.
The hate just oozes out of your beard, Jeff.
It is.
Well, Jeff was right. We did take one. We took.
I'm sorry, but there's something about Sanders that just screams, "I'm not the guy for you guys."
I don't know how you can say that when yesterday you said you haven't really watched him. I can't even explain
why. I really can't. I've just got a bad feeling about it. You know when you got a feeling in your gut that you just know if we do this, it's not going to be the right. It's not going to be a good move for me if I walk over there and do whatever it is I need to do.
That feeling you have is the feeling I have when people tell me AOC can take over next year.
So basically, anytime I talk.
No. But I get that feeling. That's what I'm saying.
No, I know you.
It's not because I hate the dude, but I get this feeling like it's going to be the same shit.
Yeah, again, it's not that I hate Sanders or Ward. There's just something that's just not clicking right. I don't know what it is. I mean, first of all, why didn't he play in that game yesterday? He was there, never practiced, never suited up to play in the game. He was selected to go and play in that game, and he didn't. He's not on the roster for this game this weekend. So
why Jeff.
Is he not out there? Does he not want to expose himself for maybe how bad he really is, and it's been hidden while he was in Colorado, based on the talent around him?
So.
Now he's going out there with this top-tier talent.
He was there for his brother.
Well, it's like those quarterbacks, top-end players don't do the combine. When like you're a top 1, top 2 pick, you don't go to the combine because all you can do is like retract from your stock.
Yeah, hurt yourself. Yeah.
Well, somebody posted in here already that on the PFF he's ranked like 43rd.
Well, let's not go with PFF though, because PFF ranked your boy Parham pretty high at one point or another.
Yeah, they sure did.
So let's not rely on PFF for everything.
Yeah. But I'm telling you, if he's there at 6 and we pass on him, I guarantee he falls out of the top 10. Ward, I don't think
the Jets are still behind us though.
Yeah.
Well, then he's going to fall to them.
Yeah,
Ward's going in the first few picks. That's a guarantee. If Tennessee's got who's got the number 1 pick? Tennessee. They're probably going to take him. If they don't, I'll be shocked. They'll take Ward.
It's Tennessee, the Browns.
And the other 2 teams that need a quarterback, the Giants and the Browns, they'd be stupid not to take him if they want a quarterback that bad. Unless they're really going to try and hold out, for something in the second round, or they trade back into the late part of the first round and get like Dart. Because Dart, I think, is going to fall into the first round very easily now.
I agree, Jeff. He's moving up. After the Senior Bowl practices, he's moving up.
I would not be surprised if he moves ahead of Shador and well into the top 10. That's just my feeling. I think he's more of a... The thing is, he's got more to prove right now. So he's going to play his ass off tomorrow in that game. He's going to probably have a really good combine, and then he's going to probably definitely have a pro day. His stock's rising already.
Here's kind of a shocker probably for everybody. We listen to these NFL analysts and so forth. Let's roll it back a little bit, all right? Before the season started this year, the quarterback, the quarterback from Georgia, the quarterback, Ewers. I mean, those guys were like the tops going into the season. But you know what? They had bad seasons, all right? It wasn't solid.
They were talking about Carson Beck at the beginning of the season. That Carson Beck gonna be like the top draft pick. Ewers, they're gonna be in the top draft pick. But since Carson Beck going back, then Ewers, I don't know.
I think all these guys are developmental, quarterbacks. We need somebody like just to bridge it. But I think it's not as bad as like what we're reading and we're listening to, because Chris, I agree. Beck was like my number 1 guy when the season started for college.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Because
but you got to look what he had around him. That offensive line for Georgia was good. You got Brock Bowers, you got Ladd. You got some good players around him.
I mean, Stetson Bennett looked good in that offense.
Yeah.
That's why I'd be careful with those SEC quarterbacks like that. Because a lot of it is what they have around them. Right? No.
Well, even like Milroe. I mean, shoot, when Jeff and I were talking, I changed my tune. We had this little debate. I had Milroe above Dart. Jeff and I were talking about that. I did have Milroe.
Oh, please tell me, what made you change your tune? I want to hear this.
Just watching the Senior Bowl stuff and the whole thing with Milroe, he's got the supreme talent of Baltimore's quarterback, but he can't read the goddamn field. So I'm thinking for my mindset, if he can learn how to read the field, then you got a top end quarterback that can do everything, like a James Daniels and Baltimore's quarterback. But I also misread something. Like I thought Dart was 5'9" and not 6'2".
No, the short one's Dylan Gabriel. Dylan Gabriel's a short one.
Yeah. See, Milroe is a great athlete. He's a athlete that can throw the ball. Yeah. But what he does is like if he looks at one read and he knows he's open, he takes off running. That's his downfall. He don't know that 1, 2, 3. He's like,
Chris, you're right. You can't read it.
You know what's funny? You bring up Jaden Daniels though, because as much as everybody's like, "Oh, we should have took him," more than half these motherfuckers were saying he's too small for the NFL and he wouldn't last.
Too skinny.
Jaden Daniels, isn't he like 6'4", 6'5"?
No, he's too skinny. He was too small.
He was small. He was like 215 pounds or something like that.
He was not gonna last, right?
Yeah.
Remember that was the knock. And I think my point with that saying is nobody fucking knows. We can measure somebody being big and tall, but they fucking can't throw the ball. They can't read on plays, right? Somebody has an arm. Like who was it? Dylan Gabriel today? They made the thing about how fast he threw the ball. I forget how many miles per hour it is now. And I'm like, okay, that's cool. If we're having a contest about who can throw the ball that fast. But the thing is, can you play fucking quarterback? Can you lead a fucking team? That's everything that I think gets left out when you look at measurables. That's my thing with Mineral.
Look at Jamarcus Russell. That dude was 6'5" and still can throw a goddamn ball.
Oh, he was like 240. He's like almost 250 pounds.
That's who could have played tight end, remember?
Well, yeah, and it's like, probably after the season, even, working out, he's probably like 265 because he's sitting around eating Cheetos and shit and, and not working out and getting fat.
He came to camp and went at 280 when he first came to camp.
What's funny? I was talking to this guy from Louisiana at the airport one day. Big LSU fan. And he saw me as a Raider fan. He goes, "Hey, I got to talk to you." I was like, "Oh, what's up?" So we start talking about Jamarcus Russell. He goes, "If Al Davis and the Raiders would have paid attention to the Louisiana news, you would have known all those bad things about Russell. Because even in Louisiana, he was known as someone who was addicted to the codeine and shit like that. That he already had those lazy tendencies. But it was just that LSU did everything they could to cover that up because he had that fucking arm. All he had to do was throw that shit deep to those receivers."
That's all. Well,
remember when he came out, it's like he got on his knees like on the 20-yard line.
Yeah.
And threw it to the end zone. So Al Davis is sold.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And I think that's why we got to get past physical measurables and shit like that and dig more deep into shit like that when they're going to pick the QB.
And you know what? That's what I like about Spy Tech.
Yeah, it's like Spy Tech with Tom. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I like that.
It's kind of unreal. It's like with Tom Brady. I don't know about you guys, but after the Tuck rule, Tuck F it all. Charles Woodson, his old teammate from Michigan, saying that's bullshit. Then McDaniel coming in saying it was a fumble. I didn't want anything to do with Tom Brady, but I'm now really happy that he's a part of the program, man. He's a part of the process. Because Mark has no kids, right?
Nope.
He's got no kids. So it's like, when his mom, he's what, 70? Yeah, his mom's got to be like 90 plus?
92, I think.
Isn't there like a partnership group or something? I remember reading some shit like that. There's like,
I hear it's a lot about inheritance tax. So if you can spread it on and you're not paying that heavy tax, and then, he's kind of like the Raiders right now. He's like the bridge. He's got to give it to somebody, right? Or like turn it over to someone who can control it. He's got no one. So if you get a mind like a Tom Brady, the GOAT, and I hate to say it, probably the best quarterback that's ever played the game in football, which he is, to give it a football mind to continue what he has no children to continue with.
And it's still to remain hopeful that because Tom was that player, that it translates to him being able to identify talent as well. We're hoping he can because of who he is.
Well, at least we know he'll probably turn that into a quarterback. But
yeah, we got to see how that comes out for us. Yeah. Well,
but what's the crazy thing about Tom?
Pumping up Sanders, and then half the nation is like, hell nah. But Tom Brady's telling us, hell yeah. Which one is it? Do we believe Brady?
Sanders has done well with, Colorado, but I don't know about him because, kids in college look at the coaches different. And I read an article on this. Like the kids in college are like, they'll read all the stuff. But once you get to the pros and you become a certain level, then you start tuning certain shit out. So I don't know if Deion can translate to the NFL because he's not going to have the same thing. If you're a kid like all of us right now, it's Deion Sanders, man, one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL ever. Yeah, I want to go play for that guy. But as a grown-ass man and you're looking for that paycheck and getting that next contract, I'm not looking at Deion the same way because you know what? I look at Deion when he was at the Niners and the Cowboys. He's switching. Those were the rivals, you know what I mean? Back then, it was like the Steelers and the Raiders back in the 70s, the Niners and Cowboys in the 90s. And he's changing from one rival to the other based on the paycheck. That's what these grown-ass men are doing. I want to feed my family. I want generational money. I don't know if they're going to listen to him the same way.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, the fact of the matter is that it's Sanders' fault at 6, whereas more likely will take him. That's just the way. Since Tom Brady likes him, Mark Davis loves him.
Tom Brady loves him. He works out with them.
Well, no, He was paid to do that, so that's different.
Oh, he was paid to do that?
Yeah.
So Dion paid him?
Yeah. He was paid to do that. But he still liked his performance. So, you know, it is what it is. I'm just hoping the Raiders don't do anything stupid in the draft. You know, that old, like, why did they pick him, you know, again, like every year we've been going through? Except last year, but, you know.
Well, last year, Chris, you know, the one that I was blown away with, and I'm like, why are you doing this? Was DJ Glaze. I mean, he had a 6th round projection, and we got him in a 3rd round.
Yeah, it worked out.
It worked out. I mean, it did, but it was like that was the one that blew me away.
Yeah, I didn't expect that neither. I like, what? But yeah, it worked out.
I just put a poll up on my channel asking what QB should we draft? S. Sanders, C. Ward, J. Dodd, or J. Milrow. So let's see what. Give it a little while, see what happens. There's only 4 votes right now, so.
I want that guy from Long Beach City College.
Chris, I don't know who that is, bro. Who is it?
Nobody does.
Nobody.
I just want to mess that poll up. Let's see. Oof.
No, sign man, you got that backwards. Jerry Jones is like Davis. Davis was there way before Jerry Jones. Jerry Jones is getting all his cues on what he's doing based on what Al Davis did for many years as a Raider owner.
Jerry Jones is starting to look like, you know, Biden right now. Like, did you see that interview? He was like, they showed it on an NFL Network, and they're like, the thing was like, what? It's like they didn't understand, like, you know, translate it, and you know, the panel couldn't translate it from NFL players.
Are you talking about the one when they asked him who's going to take over the team eventually, and he's something to that effect? And he goes,
I don't remember the question because I came in on it like at the tail end of it, but it was just like, what?
He goes, I bought the team for me. He goes, this is my team. He goes, this is basically, it's like his toy, the Dallas Cowboys.
You talking about Jerry?
Yeah.
I saw him. Yeah.
That's pretty much what he's trying to tell you is this is my toy. You can't have it. No one else is going to play with it. It's going to be me and me only.
If you bought a team, Jeff, would you let other motherfuckers run it for you? Or be like, nah, bitch, this is my team.
No, I'll leave it to somebody when I'm dead.
50-50.
Until
I'd want my opinion. I'd want my stuff too. You know, like I'm looking at these players going, who I'd want. I mean, that would be hella fun, wouldn't it? That'd be the best point ever.
Between Jerry and the Rooney family, right? The Rooney family.
You guys talk about Madden tonight, right? In the Tecmo Bowl, how much fun that is. Like, if this is your team and like you see somebody that you really love, I'd want some input. Wouldn't you guys?
That's like Leo said the other day. He goes, you know, all these Madden owners coming out and saying, I want this, I want that. It's not that easy. You can't just turn on Madden and grab this guy.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You know, it's
when they were
true.
saying trade for this guy or trade for that guy.
Yeah,
fuck it. If we're going to do all that, give me Joe Burrow. Fuck it. Like shit.
I think it was a few weeks ago, Arnie asked a question in one of the shows I was on. He goes, if you could pick any wide receiver and any quarterback from this past draft, you know, the one that we got Bowers in, pick a quarterback and pick a wide receiver, who would you want to pair up?
Oh, it's easy.
Who?
Jaden Daniels at quarterback.
Yeah.
And Malik from New York. You know, you're going to pair like
Malik Neighbors.
I mean, they're the best too. I mean, like, shoot, Neighbors is like, for the Giants, I think he at 1,300 yards.
Yeah.
And he was like the one that got left out in, you know, the rookie of the year voting, but he really should have been in there. Yeah, you know, they put in Denver's quarterback and Bo over him, which I didn't get.
Yeah. Yeah, he was neck and neck with Bowers on a rookie receiving thing, so he was
Dak
right
has
there
won
with
a
him.
playoff game. Dak actually beat Brady the year he retired. Yeah.
Chris, who would you pick? A quarterback and a wide receiver from this past draft?
I definitely take Jaden Daniels.
Yeah.
Receivers, the only one came out really good was Neighbors. That's about it.
Yep.
I will do the same.
We agree, Chris.
Yeah. I would
I would get Daniels and keep ours.
I went a completely.
We said receiver, not tight end.
He's a fucking receiver.
But he's everything. You know what I mean?
I did go with Jaden Daniels, but I picked Marvin Harrison Jr.
Oh, he was good. I like him.
I just think because of who he had for a quarterback in Arizona is what really
don't be
hurt
blaming
him.
Kyler. Kyler can ball.
Could you imagine him though playing on that DC on that Washington team? If he would have had that talent of a wide receiver.
You look at what Jaden did with Scary Terry, and then you give him some fucking weapons.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
You know, so if I had to build a team from scratch and I was given 2 players, a wide receiver and a quarterback, that's the 2 I would take. Because I think
rookies, yeah, but if we're talking about overall, like if you could pick any 2,
no rookies.
Just any 2 quarterback and a receiver to start a team.
Right now, based on current rosters, my wide receiver would probably be I'd have to go with Jefferson.
Yeah.
Quarterback. I gotta go with Josh. I gotta go with Josh Allen.
Josh Allen, yeah.
He's got the size and the power and the throw. He can throw a deeper ball than Mahomes can.
But the question is, any quarterback, any wide receiver?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Then I gotta say it. I'd go Patrick Mahomes. I mean, goddamn that. You know what? Being on the Wild Wild West show, that dude fucking every single week, last minute tiptoe from the first game against Baltimore to every single game. He's been behind every single week. He just finds a way to do it.
Yeah.
And if I had to pick a wide receiver right now, it's like, you know, going back when they had, what's his name from Kansas City, then went to Miami. Now it's Jamar Chase. So Patrick Mahomes and Jamar Chase would be my call on that.
Mine would have been
funny. You say
mine would have been Josh Allen. I was going to say it. Josh Allen and Jamar Chase. That would be my 2. Yeah.
Well, this is what the chat said so far. So Leonard Marley says Daniels and Neighbors. Eric Hervey says Mahomes.
Hey, don't skip what Signman said, man, just because it says Sanders.
Oh, I missed that one. Daniels and Neighbors will be nasty. I think they're talking. Yeah.
There you
go. So Mahomes and Mike Evans. I didn't even think of Mike Evans is a good one.
Mm-hmm.
I take Kyler Murray on the Raiders. No, thank you. We already got 5-foot wide receivers. We don't need a 5-foot quarterback.
He's better than our 6-foot quarterback.
The lollipop,
right?
You already got the lollipop.
Burrow with Justin Jefferson. That's a good mix. Jetta and Burrow.
Lamar and CeeDee. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, I just saw that one. Lamar and CeeDee Lamb.
Allen and Chase.
Yeah, see? I have Allen and Chase.
I would go with Burrow and Chase.
We're on the same team.
But you can see the connection they have, and it stems from college. You know what I mean? Like you could see the connection those 2 have. Yeah.
Well, didn't Jefferson come from LSU also?
He did.
Yeah.
So he would still have the connection with him too, you would think.
Yeah. No, I like Jetta. I do like Jetta. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, that's an interesting thing. Like, you know, with Jackson Dart, which I didn't know this. No, Jackson Dart and, you know, JPJ. It's like, I didn't know they played in high school together.
Yeah. High school ball.
Yeah. I thought that was kind of cool, though. I mean, shoot. I think that's where, you know, I kind of like when I heard that, I'm like, oh, yeah, you get your center. He's like, I tried to recruit him from Oregon all the time to, you know, transfer pool, come over to my school. You know, those guys are boys.
Didn't go to Oregon. Was it because of all the dudes they have? Probably. He would have been behind Gabriel in them.
I don't know. It's like, you know, when you're a kid, you just apply to whatever college you're going to apply to, and you know who you get in, and then you choose whatever team you want. And my kids are right now in college, so you know, you apply to schools. Like, what schools will take you? What school do you fit your best interest? You're going to go there.
Yeah, but now with NIL, it's different. You can transfer the portal.
I know, right? Yeah. Leo, we just lost one of our offensive linemen.
I saw that. I was like, damn it.
But that just tells you how deep we are, man. That's awesome.
Yeah, but Notre Dame will never be
the fact that they play high school football together. I mean, that's that's not enough to make me want to draft
Dart
him.
was a USC guy. He hates Oregon. No wonder you love him. Now it makes sense, Nate.
Oh, you know that?
Yeah, Dart played at
That's
USC.
the whole reason he's on Dart in the first place, because he's
God,
a USC guy.
Yeah, and Caleb Williams took his spot, so he left.
Yeah, that's why he got the hell out of USC.
Yeah.
Wow, that's funny.
Hey, Leo, I do have a personal question since we're on the live together. Out of all the college teams, since we're Notre Dame fans,
yeah,
and our coach Pete Carroll, who's got a national championship from USC, I can't stand USC.
Yes.
Out of any of them,
right.
Come on now, I'm a USC fan.
What about it?
Oh man, I'm sorry. Well, then you understand. Then Kristen, you
Oh,
understand. Then you're probably a
Nate all
good
the
rival
time.
Notre Dame.
I sent Nate a video earlier telling him about cheating Pete about the bush push.
So they do that now.
I'm gonna say he might be your coach, but I will never forget.
Look at this guy's question. He goes, Saints fan, why did you give us Derek Carr? We didn't give him to you. You guys took him.
You guys
took him.
Hey, Josh. Market. The funny part, there's Raider fans out there yelling for him to come back.
Yeah,
right here.
That lately.
See?
Oh man, I heard.
That's me. That's me.
Oh man.
You know what? He got a raw deal. You know, I'll talked about Derek Carr for a sec. Yeah, he got a raw deal from McDaniels. You know, McDaniels, like, you know, when he was Tom Brady, he would call a play, and then Tom Brady would, like, you know, audible off of it. So what was Derek Carr's best thing? He can read a defense. He can audible. And then, you know, McDaniels comes up to him, which, you know, Captain Jack, if you're watching, I'm just going to call him McFired. Nothing else. But he's all, don't change the play.
Yeah.
I'm like, why would you not, while your quarterback that read a defense and then change the play to something better, and then you can him? Yes, I would love to have Derek Carr come back. Because, you know,
Rutgers been dummy off at that Seattle game. You saw in his face when he changed that play to Josh Jacobs and he ran for that touchdown. When they showed McDowell, he didn't look all happy. You're like, you know,
the Seattle game when he audible to the run?
Yeah. You can tell he was kind of pissed off about that because he didn't call that play. So, like,
I don't know. I mean, I liked him. Don't get me wrong. He was one of my favorite players, but
you got to look. You got to remember Carr.
It didn't show in New Orleans.
You got to remember Carr, man. Carr was putting on some numbers a while back. He was averaging 30-some points a game. It's that he never had a top 10 defense. He had a bottom dwelling defense. We scored 31 points. Yeah, but defense gave up 35. So,
and then on the offense, and Chris, you know, to tack on, either we had a really good offensive line with no weapons, like our best weapon was Crabtree.
Yeah.
Crabtree was good, though, with us.
Yeah, he was.
Well, that's what I'm saying. He was our best weapon.
Had Waller. He had Waller.
But Crabtree was kind of like, you know, like Myers. You know, with us now. He's a good number two. He's not a number one. Not Michael Mayers. I'm talking Myers. He's a good number two, but not a number one. And then it's like, you know, it's like either we had a good offensive line with not a lot of weapons, or we had some weapons, but not a good offensive line.
I don't know, man. He had a running game. He had a line. The weapons were weapons. It was Crabtree, Cooper, and Waller. Renfro.
Okay, yeah, okay. Weapons. I'll take that back. The Renfro was good in the early days. Yeah, I do like Renfro.
And Amari was good before he started becoming a baby.
Yeah,
well, that, you know, but he dropped a lot of stuff.
Remember Amari's rookie year? That was fucking his go-to deep guy. Yeah.
But that's when, you know, what Chris was just saying, that's when we didn't have a defense.
Yeah. I don't know if I don't think we averaged 30 points, Chris. That seems a lot, bro.
No, it was that was averaging close to 30 points a game. We was getting.
I don't know if we averaged that. I would say we definitely scored more than 20.
No,
I don't know about 30.
No, it was 30.
But you know, we're talking bridge quarterbacks, right? Right, guys. So we're talking bridge.
For an average of 8 games, 8, 9 games, they average 30 points a game. For 8, 9 games.
So if the Saints were to cut Carr, or Sam Darnold, or Kirk Cousins.
No,
you know, no, I mean, none of that stuff like makes sense to me except for maybe Carr. Or you know what? I wouldn't even mind this if you can trade to the Rams. You know, that quarterback
I would do.
That we're talking a 37-year-old quarterback there
Oh, I see you chose violence today, Holmes.
This is like the worst year for quarterbacks, you know, the draft wise, free agent wise, and none of the free agents are like really that great. Honestly, I was hoping for me personally, I was hoping for Deshaun Watson until he fucking tore his leg again.
Oh God, no! Even if you hadn't, I wouldn't want Deshaun Watson.
I thought Deshaun. I just think he was when you go to Cleveland, you go to die, right?
I mean, even Baker took them to the playoffs.
Yeah.
Well, when you're getting all those massages, you sit out for a year, getting suspended, and then you come back, and it's like you're playing for Cleveland. So
no, Jack, no more Carr.
Hey, SoCal, salute, brother. Hey, Jeff, I'm glad you're putting that up there because again, I can't see the chat, fellas. So thank you.
No, on 6 is a Miami. He's a Hurricane fan, so that's why he said FND. It's all about the U. See you week 1.
Is that what that means?
Because Notre Dame plays Miami, the U, week 1 next season for the college.
Yeah, Leo, you see the schedule I sent you?
Yeah, I saw it. Yeah. Design Diddy Watson. Hey, what's his name is in that Watson thing now, right? The kicker for the Ravens?
Oh, the Ravens, yeah, like 6 massages.
Yeah, sure.
Oh my God, these guys are normal people, man. They want massages like everybody want massages. Come on.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know
You
about
better
the
get the same
I don't know about the
That's all
I don't know about the happy endings.
That's a massage on the third leg.
No happy endings here. You pay extra happy ending.
That's crazy,
okay,
man.
fine. I'll pay.
Yeah, I saw that come out the other day. I was like, this guy.
So
right, I gotta get going. What's up, Jack?
No, I was gonna say, like, let's have a little fun and, like, you know, because, you know, now that Patrick Graham's back, Leonard is back at our defensive, you know, line coach.
Yeah,
Max is like, you know, Max has kind of like zipped it since then, and meeting Pete Carroll, he sees there's going to be some consistency, which is wants. So I see him being the first one to be an extended, like, you know, change his contract around since no guaranteed money.
Wait, before that happened, did you want to get rid of Max? Were you on that train or were you on keep Max?
Oh, hell's no, dude. We made the mistake and get rid of Mac.
Okay. All right. So I want to make sure.
I'm not on that train.
Okay. Yeah.
But I was going to ask, like, you know, for you guys, we got a lot of free agents on the defensive line. If you had to put in order just the top 3 that you would want back, just the top 3. Not saying we can't sign the other ones, but just the top 3, based on what their salaries are going to be, who would you want back?
Kuntz, Adams.
Adam Butler?
Yeah. Adam Butler. I'm sad to say Adam.
I had to think about that for a second. What Adams?
No, not Devontae Adams. Adam Butler.
Oh my God, we forgot about Tay.
Look, Chris is still back in week 2.
Just on the D line, Jack? Just on the D line?
No.
Leo,
I'm just saying.
You were leaving?
I brought that up because Max which, you know, we kind of heard some grumbling with Max. He wants consistency, like. So, but now we got that consistency back, you know. So, you know, Max is now kind of, you know, he's kind of zipped his lips.
I know that, but what 3 you mean? Like, you mean 3 defense?
Free agents, just free agents.
Oh, okay. I thought with D-line or defense.
Yeah, because you said
D-line. No, I'm
That's
sorry. No, free agents as a whole on our defense, because we got a lot of free agents.
Yeah, 28.
Honestly, I'm not even worried that there's so many because all of them shouldn't stay. The main one to me would be on the end. You either keep Kuntz or Chase on. You don't have to keep both. If one walks, I'll be cool with it.
All right, then I'm going to ask you a question, Leo.
Spillane is the other one you got to keep. Spillane. You got to keep Spillane. He's the I guess the brains back there, right? And then the other one where I have a tough decision is in the secondary because I like Hobbs, but then he's also always hurt. Yeah. But then I also really like the way Morrig played at the end of the year. I love the way Morrig was playing. Like, if I could see him getting even better than what we saw him at the end, like, I would fucking love to keep Morrig. Yeah.
Yeah, Morey's going to get a big pay raise. From what I've read, he's about like 12 to 15 million this year. And Chris, for you, Kuntz is about 18.75 million. So for that spot, I would I kind of want to resign Chason versus Kuntz. Because Kuntz had one good year of Chason's going to cost a lot less.
But hear this. Kuntz can't get that big contract because you know why he didn't play last year. He has to get a lower contract. You got to get what they call a the 1 year prove it deal.
Unless another team offers it to him, but
unless another team offers a big contract. But other than that, they're ready to resign. They say it's a 1 year. But a lot of teams see it too. He didn't play last year, so they don't know what he got. He only played.
Yeah, but then I'm sure there's some teams out there that saw the upside that we saw.
Well, we had those 8 sacks and 9 games, to finish the season.
Yeah,
but I think I'm getting to a point where I need to see it more than just 8 or 9 games. Even like last year, that's why everybody thought Zamir White was it, right? Because we saw it for the last half.
The last 4 games, the very last 4 games, when everybody's hurt.
I'm at the mindset that I need to see it for more than a year before I start wanting to.
4 to 9 games not going. 4 to 9 games not going to tell you everything because he might just break off that game, but you got to play the whole year.
Mm-hmm.
To get that.
So Chris, if you can keep 3, just keep 3. Who are the 3?
Oh, okay.
Overall,
defense. Not okay. I thought you were on D-line.
Yep. Not D-line. What's up, Zach?
I'll keep Kuntz because I want to see if he can accomplish the same thing. I will keep Spillane, and I will keep Morey. Okay, like I said, I'm with you on this. I like Hobbs, but he stays hurt. He don't stay on the field at all. I'm gonna pay this man all his money if he can't play football.
Yeah, that's my thing.
So I'm with that. I wish he could stay healthy because he plays like a man possessed a lot of times. So we'll see.
Yeah, it's a tough position that Hobbs plays in. You got to think, being that slot guy, you're always going up there making tackles and stuff. And he's only 200 pounds?
Yeah.
He plays like a mini linebacker.
He does play like a mini linebacker. So my 3 right now, number 1 is Spillane. Just because he's had 140 tackles per season, and he's improved every year as being someone to cover.
Yeah.
He's like the number 2 guy, captain wise, behind Max. So I see him in leadership role and what he's done on the field. He's number 1. Number 2 is Morrig. He just keeps improving and improving. Only had 1 down year under Gus Bradley, and that was the first year.
Everybody had a down year against Gus Bradley. Defense. He ain't the only one. But let me ask this question. Because you asked for the top 3. Let me ask you the top 3 people on the team that you would be the first one to kick out the door. Get out of here.
Oh, that's a good one. Chris, I like that question. You got me thinking, dude.
Chris, I only get to pick 3.
Okay, Leo, I like you.
Yeah, you go first, Leo. A booger-eating person is my number 1.
Who?
Minshew?
Yeah, booger-eating, right?
Yeah. Oh, damn, there's some Diablo out there. He's got to go. Diablo. Robinson? Some people are saying Robinson's got to go. Snowden? Yeah, look at some Diablo people right there. Oh, I'm with Pigs. That's why I said how many people. Running back. All of them. Get the fuck out of here.
As a whole group, we're going to do a group meeting.
Yeah, bro. Jeff said Zamir. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Hey, Jeff. I don't know what you're doing behind the scenes, but he's got 1 more year on his rookie contract, so he'll stay.
Cody Whitehair?
Oh, right there. Sam Tanaka, dude. Mm-hmm. Right there. That's your number 1. And then Pete, too.
Here's another one. Too. Andre James.
Well, shit, I guess I should have made 5 to 15 because it's so
I just wonder what Andre James's contract is this year, as a backup. You know what I mean?
Clean out the quarterback room, except for Carter Bradley. I still have faith in Carter Bradley.
they keep Carter Bradley. UDF.
Parham. Jeff hates Parham. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I think Jeff's on the toilet.
Who were the? Oh man, I'm trying to think. Even on the receiving core, like I'm just tired of seeing you here because you don't do anything.
Well, we didn't see the receiver core.
That's why. That's all.
We,
we need a new receiving core room.
I can't name two receivers besides Bowers and Tucker.
Yeah, right.
And my Jacoby Myers, of course.
And you know what? I'm not even mad at Tucker because he was put in a role he shouldn't be in. He's not a number 2 receiver.
He's not number 2 or 1. No.
Right? Yeah.
I think he still had like 547 yards, for what it was.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But he's not being.
And he's not an X receiver. You can't put a small guy like that at X, and that's what we're missing.
That's what we're doing. He's too small.
That's why I think the loss of Tay hurt so much because we lost that number 1. You lost that number 1, and Kobe Myers. He did good. He did his thing. I like Kobe. I like him.
Kobe got to stay.
Yeah.
There's some rumors saying that he wants to leave the Raiders. I was hearing some rumors like, huh?
What?
I don't like rumors.
I've never heard that one.
Being that way. He's always been like the leader person on that offensive unit. Yeah.
Yeah, he's a quiet guy. You never hear anything from him.
Yeah,
Nothing.
you never hear anything.
Just does his job.
Mm-hmm. Who'd you say wants to leave? What was the rumor?
Jacoby. Oh, you're back?
That was rumors. He wants out.
Back.
Hey,
there must be someone in like a chat, might be a troll. I don't know.
Yeah. I watch a lot. What I do watch a lot of other content creators for other teams and see what they got to say. So that's why I saw that one guy.
You know what? I'm glad you watch other teams, and I do the same thing, and not just to like hate on them or whatever, because I will talk shit. But it's how they see our players. Because we're Raider fans, so we see them at a whole other level than other people do. But when you hear other teams talking about wanting to get guys, like I've seen other teams talk about wanting to get Morrig to come to their team, because he's going to test free agency because of the type of safety he's turned into. Like shit like that. I like to see when other teams do want our players. Jacoby Myers is another one. Like, could you imagine him in Kansas City?
No.
Woo! No. Like if they had a receiver like Kobe at Kansas City, oh man, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm sure they were like, no, you're not going to Kansas City.
I know he's not going. But I'm saying though, like just to hear other teams talk about certain players from our team, like that, yeah. Because we're Raider fans. We glorify fucking everybody. Yeah.
We do.
We're
emotional. We're emotional.
The other day we were talking about running backs, and people were saying Justin Fargas was one of the top ones.
Oh, Fargas.
Like hit
third round pick.
Like I love my team, but Justin Fargas was not one of the best ones.
You know what? What I heard? It's like talking about Lane Kiffin coming back to the Raiders. I'm like, oh my god, that'd be like bringing Jamarcus Russell back. Absolutely no way, Jose.
I'm not opposed to it.
OC. It's okay.
Oh my god, that was like the worst. Some of the worst years.
Yeah, but a lot of that had to do with Al also, though.
Yeah.
Well, if you didn't like Justin Fargas, then how can you like Lane Kiffin? It's like that.
I'm not saying I like him, but I wouldn't mind
Fargas more than Lane Kiffin. I thought Kiffin was
what Lane Kiffin
horrible.
has done since he left, and seeing like, okay, he's learned. You give him another shot. I'm cool with that.
As an OC, yeah, I'm cool with that.
Yeah,
too.
As an OC, exactly.
Not a head coach. Yeah. OC, yeah.
No. I don't want him back at all.
Yeah, him or even Chip Kelly. I would not be opposed to that shit.
Okay, well, Chip Kelly, Notre Dame, like, okay, but still, I don't know. I don't remember. So you can tell me this, Leo. I don't remember this. I don't remember. Was Chip Kelly calling his plays at Notre Dame?
You mean Brian Kelly?
It's Brian Kelly. Never mind.
We had Brian Kelly. He's the one at LSU. Yeah. Chip Kelly was the one from Oregon. Then he came to the NFL.
Yeah,
he bombed it with the 49ers, and then he went back to college. Yeah.
Wasn't it Philadelphia Eagles he was at?
Yeah, it was at the He dismantled the Eagles. Remember?
He killed that team.
Yeah, he traded fucking McCoy to the Buffalo Bills for a linebacker.
Yeah.
So what do you guys think of this? I got a different topic. It's like, what do you think of McCarthy coming in and calling plays for the Raiders, and then grooming him? Because I kind of liked him as being actually a head coach of the Raiders, and let him Pete run his course. And that guy, he's got the pedigree too. He did it with Green Bay. He did it with Dallas. He's 58 years old, and you groom him, and then like turn the keys over.
I had him as my number 2 behind Pete Carroll for head coaches options. Like if we didn't get Pete Carroll, that's who I would have thought we would have.
He was my number 2 too. Ben Johnson was number 1 for me.
Yeah, McCarthy said he ain't going nowhere though. Mm-hmm.
McCarthy ain't going nowhere right now because he even turned down the Saints job.
No, he said he's going to take the year off.
He ain't coaching.
He's busting Pete. He's going to take the year off. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What do you think, Chris?
So who's the Saints head coach now? They find somebody?
They don't have one.
They're the only team right now that hasn't picked one yet.
Okay, I thought so. I didn't see anything else. So
he's still in the running for that one, possibly. That's if he wants to.
To be honest with you, Jack, I mean, I didn't really want Ben Johnson. Really. I mean, I was happy about it. Okay, great. But really, like, do we need another first-year head coach? We just had one.
He knows me so well.
It's like, come on now. We need some experience. McCarthy been great. Okay. Pete Carroll, I thought was like, okay, that's a good rebuild.
Yeah.
But Ben Johnson, like, no, we don't. Because I made a video about that. I don't know. I know that we don't know what Ben Johnson going to be. Is he going to be another McDummy? The players don't respect him, or he could be another Bill Walsh,
or he could be another
Bill Walsh.
Right?
We don't know. Yeah. And right now we're tired. The Raider Nation, I know you agree with me. We're tired of waiting. We're getting impatient with this. So like, come on, we can't do this again.
Like I get what you're saying, but I think I would have been more excited if we hired Ben Johnson than if we hired McCarthy. I would have been like, oh, all right, I guess.
Yeah, I'll give you that. I'll definitely give you that.
You know,
if you go that way, if you go that route, yeah.
Well, you go that route, but again, Jeff and I agree. It's like, McCarthy would have been my number 2. Just even though Pete, man, when I get to be his age, and I'm an old man, if I could be in shape like him, that's fantastic,
right?
But it just kind of puts us in the same dilemma. It adds an extra dimension that we need to have. Like, okay, who's going to be your replacement? Right now, I kind of see it as Patrick Graham.
To me, that's wild, though. He hasn't even been here a month, and we're already talking about his replacement.
Well, no, but I'm just saying. But it's like none of
the man was talking about his replacement before he was even hired.
Well, just think of this. We're tired. Like when John Gruden was hired, he got the 10-year contract, right? We want stability. What Max says, we want long term, like Andy Reid. Something long term. And the Raiders haven't had that, and that's what the nation kind of wants, and we want that stability and long term.
And makes it 3 years as our head coach because we're doing good. That is a huge success for us because we had that.
Agreed.
Totally.
So I'm cool with a 3-year deal, and if he can fucking build something in 3 years, cool. If he's healthy enough to stay the 4th, 5th year, stay on, Pete. Fucking, I almost said fight on. Fuck that shit.
See, the USC coming at you.
That's why I said stay on. Like, fuck that. I mean, and I know we're Notre Dame fans. I can't stand it, dude. I hate USC, but I recognize what he.
I respect Notre Dame
and what he did in Seattle. So
I respect Notre Dame. I hate him. I respect him.
And seeing Pete in the conferences and how lively, and even the way Marshawn talks about him. Like, this dude is like the youngest 73-year-old I've ever seen.
Yeah. Did you see the interview of him with Rob?
What about Marshawn? Like when Pete Carroll was doing it, like you hear Raiders.
Oh, that was hilarious.
That was
great.
Nowhere. Say, calm down, Mark.
Cool. Who did an interview with Rob? With Gronkowski?
No, Mike Robb, the former fullback for the Seattle.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And Marshawn was explaining to him what it was like. First thing in the morning, Pete Carroll shows up and he's all like, "Hey,
Yeah.
End of the day,
yeah, that shit was.
He's
funny.
The same guy that you saw first thing in the morning. He's like, "Hey, all right, I'm gonna go home now." It's like he's like,
"What are you on? What are you on?
Yeah, he goes, what the hell are you on?" He goes, "You're on something."
Oh, that shit was funny. Yeah.
He goes, "Don't you see I'm trying to fucking sleep in here? Leave me alone."
Yeah. But you see the other players talk about him that way. Like I saw Sherman talking about how this was a good move for the Raiders. Right?
Yep, I saw that too, Leo.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
They love him. He's a player.
Even Keyshawn was saying it. He didn't play with him at USC, but he was around USC during that time frame.
Yeah,
and he just says that Pete just builds that culture.
There was a guy on Hondo's show today, I think it was. I don't have to give him the guy's name. He was talking about Pete that he knew him from since his early days. He's the same person. He hasn't changed. He gets to know you as a person. He gets to know your family. He gets to know all that stuff. So he's a personal guy. He's in touch with people, not just your. He talks to you like you're a person, not a player.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know.
All right, Jeff. I got to get going, fellas.
All right.
Y'all have a good night.
Hey, Leo, man. It was good to be on the first time with you, bro.
Yes, sir. Love it.
Talk to you behind the scenes again.
Hey, Leo, don't forget to subscribe to my station, Leo.
I did already. I subscribed.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Yeah, I got you.
Radio station now?
I was a DJ back in the day, so I don't know.
CB radio station.
Let's be a DJ on the radio.
Hey, Chris, when I see you in another chat, man, post your link. I can't touch anything in the chat.
Okay.
Can't see it.
All right, I'll do that. It's just that Chris from the Raiders, same as my name, so it's easy.
So yeah, we're not shutting down. We're gonna keep this going for a little bit longer. Let me flip flop. Let me see. Can I do? What happens if we do this? Yeah, there we go.
Look better.
Yeah. I'll put my face down in the wording for the chat, and anybody looking at it off their phone. Let's see, where are we here? So, I mean, it was a busy week for us. That's for damn sure.
It was a good week. It was a good week for us, I think, because they hired somebody else today too in the front office. Cooper.
Yeah, I saw that too.
It was Pete Carroll's right-hand man in Seattle.
Yeah, when he was in Seattle. Yeah, I'm not familiar with that guy at all.
I don't know anything about him, but you know what? I like the hiring that they're doing, because I was talking to Turf last night. I said, you know what? The Raiders are finally getting stuff done now instead of waiting till the last minute and had to pick at the bottom of the barrel. You know, get these guys in now. Don't wait. Like who's left? Oh, let's get this guy. No, get the right guys in now. And they start working.
Yeah,
on
Matt Capurro. He was hired for the front office. He's been with Pete Carroll for over 15 years. They say this was a great. This was a great front office hire for the Raiders. I don't know what he does. It doesn't say. Like, what's his actual title?
What they say he did? He did. I don't know. Oh, he like player organization, something like he does. Like sets up the OTAs and things like that, and the program, the schedules. He sets all that up. So he do all the scheduling and when the team meetings are, what time they are. He does all the dirty work that the coach has to do.
That just shows you how much Raider fans are Raider fans. We're looking at guys setting up schedules, OTAs, all that. That's something that's different about Raider Nation versus any other team. Right there, we're going in nitty gritties.
That little bit counts. That little bit counts. Every little bit counts.
Everything counts from the top to the bottom.
We failed for so many years, man. Okay, it could be that one small piece that might make it work for us. You never know. So,
like in the same position, nobody. I've never known that position before, but I'm hearing it now, which I love.
Oh, there you go.
You don't get demonetized before you get monetized.
And I'm kind of curious, were you guys just jumping up and down when Patrick Graham got hired? Came back. After we offered him a contract,
jumping up and down. But I mean, I was excited for the defense that he's back. Hell yeah!
I was relieved. Like I said,
I was relieved too, Chris. Man, it's like I feel like we have a good chance now of like re-signing a lot of our players that we have that are free agents on defense. I feel like wherever Patrick Graham was going to go.
Yeah,
half those guys are going to go too.
Yeah, I said that too. Plus his continuity. All the defensive players know his schemes. They know if we got a new one in, they got to change the schemes. They got to learn new things. So as Pete Carroll said, I want continuity. I want to keep the best guys in the building. It's exactly what he did.
He said, I want a mix of the old guys and the new guys.
Yeah. Unless we got to bring back Paul Gunther.
Oh my God, Chris, dude, that's like. That's like bringing back Jamarcus Russell.
Well, he only weighs 410 pounds now. He can come back. He can be all you. Hey, he can play O line. He's big enough now. He can take Parham's place.
Yeah, Parham's kind of like a mixed bag. You know, it's like when Parham came out, like, you know, he was a tight end, and he's like almost like 0% body fat, just got bigger and bigger and bigger. So as a third-round draft pick, he's pretty good. But he just can't. I can't. Parham, but he can't hang with, like, you know, Chandler Jones. You know what I mean? It's like a guy is like 325, you know, 6'4". He just can't hang with that.
You want Chris Jones?
Yeah, you just can't hang with that in the middle.
Chris Jones, anytime they play Raiders, Chris Jones say, "Oh, Parham's my bitch." Excuse my language. Because he just push them all over
when
the
he
place.
go up against them.
He puts them all over the place. Him and James. It's like,
tell you, I get sick to my stomach when I watch him out there playing. It just, it's painful. It really is.
I think he'd be a good backup.
Yeah.
I mean, the first year when he came out, you know, I watched the game with Cujo 916 when he used to do his show out here in Sacramento. And we saw that Chargers game, and, like, he just got blew up in the middle. And, you know, he was a center, you know, tight end to center. Then we moved him to left guard, now right guard. I think he's a guy, like, you know, he'd be a great backup if you need him because, you know, white hair sucks. And,
that's,
you know,
that's Betsy boy.
And Turnstile, you know, from the, you know, the Saints, you know, what's his name? I'm drawing a mental blank. Sorry. Help me out, guys.
Who's that?
Pete. Oh, Pete. That guy was a turnstile, man. Both of them. Horrible.
Yeah, Pete, yeah.
I mean, we look at, like, you know, Meredith. Like, Meredith came in there, and that was like our best offensive line we had the whole season. We need a lot of work. We need guys. Okay, you look at the Eagles, right? Eagles probably have the best offensive line in the NFL. Why? Because they can either they can run the power, and they can run the zone blocking scheme.
Mm-hmm.
This Raiders team, you're either a power blocking scheme or a zone blocking scheme. Gatsby was zone. We have a mismatch of players. We need guys that can do both, not one or the other.
See, that's the problem. Because when the Raiders started the season, they want to run zone. Okay, fine. But then all of a sudden switch to power. But you don't have the line to do a power run. All these guys are small. James and Palmer, small. They can run. They got good feet. They can run the zone. But you can't run power. Because you can't run the zone with a running back who don't know how to cut. That's why we couldn't run the ball. Because Samir is a straight up and down runner. He's
a power scheme, right?
Yeah. If you're gonna run the zone blocking, McCormick and Abdul would be good at that because they can cut. Zamir White is not a cutter. He's great in power running. But he could do that.
I said it before. I think Zamir White's ankles they don't work. He doesn't pivot. He can't make those cuts.
He doesn't cut.
Yeah. Well, you know, also let's take it one step further with Zamir. He's not really even a power running back. All he is a running outside running back because he has no vision. Like, you know, we saw all the games. He doesn't know how to make the cuts. Like Josh Jacobs, the first guy misses, like Marcus Allen, right? He's powerful. Well, you know, Zamir is like that Georgia Cowboy, just huge, but he can't read the offensive line. But when we ran him outside the last 4 games, he's fast and he's big. He did great.
Well,
but you run him inside, he can't even do that.
Yeah, he's great. If you get to the second level, he's pretty hard to tackle. But getting to the second level is his problem.
Yeah, I mean, I liked Sincere. He started 3 games, and each game, obviously, from the first game going forward, he got better each game after that first game, you know, until he got hurt, unfortunately. So I closed the poll. So this is what the poll finished at. So the question was, what QB should we draft? Jackson Dart, Sanders, Milroe, or Ward? First place was Dart at 42%. Sanders was second with 31%. Milroe was third with 21%, and Cam Ward was fifth with 5%. And that was on 19 votes.
Why is it?
So Jackson Dart won that one.
Why is Ward so low on that? 5%.
I don't know. Well, probably because we don't have even a shot at getting him, because he's going to be the first quarterback off the board. There's a chance that Sanders is going to fall to us at number 6, which I pray to the gods it doesn't, but it's going to look more and more like that, unfortunately. But I don't know what we're going to do in that aspect.
There's a lot of running backs. There's a lot of receivers in this year's draft, so they got a lot to pick from.
I mean, if we look at it right now based on who we think we're going to draft in the first round, if we go strictly based on the coaches that are on the roster right now or on staff, it makes me feel it's going to be definitely a defensive pick.
That's what I said.
Because you don't know what the offense is going to do yet, because we don't have an offensive coordinator just yet.
Right.
But if you go based on the current coaching staff and with Pete Carroll's mindset and what he's done in the past, I see him going defense, and I see him, if he doesn't get a shot at Graham or Carter, if that kid Johnson is there from Michigan, that's who I definitely see him taking, because that's a pick right up his alley. It's a position that he takes as like a highly valued position, especially in our division with our 3 quarterbacks we got to play against.
Because Pete Carroll do like those big DBs. And
that's what we need going up against the guys we got to go up against in our division.
Right.
And then eventually, obviously that same guy is going to be going up against the Sean Jeffersons and the Chases, these other players that are on these other teams that we may come across at some point.
You know what DB I think is a Pete Carroll Pete Carroll will like, he should like? That guy Malo, what his name is?
Palomalo?
Yeah, he's a big boy. And Pete Carroll like those big DBs. So
Palomalo, I want him back. That can walk in my mind if we get Palomalo back.
Well, he's restricted, so someone had to make an offer and we have to match it. So.
If he's restricted, he's coming back then.
He's a restricted free agent.
But this is time to get him to like a 2 to 3 year deal then.
Yeah, because he's like a Pete Carroll D-back. Because remember Chandler? Whew, my God, he used to kill people at the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, I agree, Mark. I've been wanting us to take Jalen Carter. But
Mark, I'm right there with you, bro.
I'm kind of getting sold on the Mason Graham thing now.
Dude, I'm sold on Mason Graham.
Yeah,
I'm sold.
I wouldn't mind him if we can get him, but
But Jeff and Chris, what you guys said, you look at Pete Carroll. You remember the Legion of Boom? It's like I don't remember the defensive tackles. I remember the linebackers, the safeties, the corners. Is what I remember from what that team was.
Yeah.
So Jeff, you made a really good point in the way of the Michigan cornerback Carter. It's like I think it kind of fits what Pete likes to do. So I mean, I can see him going that direction.
Yeah.
But see, you got good defense. If your cornerbacks, your DBs, and your linebackers can cover those receivers, it's going to take a quarterback longer to throw the ball. That gives the defensive line time to get in there and punish them. So, or vice versa. Defensive line get to the quarterback fast enough, the cornerbacks and DBs can make those picks or pass breakups. So
Jack,
we didn't have that. Conference. We didn't have that.
Salute, brother.
Linebacker, yep.
Salute, Western Conference.
Yeah, Jacorian, hopefully he comes back 100% healthy. First pick should be offense unless it's Carter or Graham, but Carter is crazy. I think they're both going by 6. I mean, I've seen some mock drafts by some of these experts that's got Carter going as early as the number 1.
And I saw that too.
The one I saw, I think it was. I might still have it up. Nope, I don't.
Yeah, Tennessee took on number 1.
Nope, not Bucky Brooks. I think it was Daniel Jeremiah. Yeah, he's got Tennessee. So I don't know if anybody knows who Daniel Jeremiah is. He's on NFL Network.
I like him.
He did his first mock draft. I like his mocks. Him and Peter Schrager are the two that I go by the most. Peter Schrager's usually in the mock too, and Bucky's on here too. But Jeremiah's got Tennessee taking Abdul Carter with the number 1. Cleveland, he's got them taking Travis Hunter. He's got the Giants taking Cam Ward. He's got the Patriots taking Will Campbell, offensive tackle out of LSU. Jaguars, he's got them taking Mason Graham. He's got us at number 6 taking Shedeur Sanders.
No.
I do it.
He's got the Jets taking a tight end from Penn State, Tyler Warren. I'm just going to do like the top 10 or so. Carolina, he's got them taking T-Mac, the Arizona wide receiver. I don't care about the other one. He does have the Cowboys taking Genti at number 12. He's got Will Johnson from Michigan, the cornerback, falling all the way to number 15.
Well, no way.
Went to Falcons.
That ain't going to happen.
Yep. Well, it says Johnson is a polarizing player around the league. He provides size and production, but some questions have emerged about his tackling and top speed in 2024. So I guess his thing's coming out about his inability to tackle and not being as fast as it seems. So Bucky Brooks, let's look at his top 10. He's got Tennessee taking Shedeur, Cleveland taking Carter, the Giants taking Cam Ward, the Patriots taking Travis Hunter, Jacksonville taking Mason Graham. He has us taking McMillan, the wide receiver from Arizona. The Jets taking Will Campbell. And then Will Johnson falling to number 11 to the 49ers. Ashton Genti going to the Cowboys, which is what everybody thinks.
Yeah.
Yep.
So those are the top 10 now. There's another guy that just posted one too. Who is this guy? Ed Holmes.
You don't watch Mel Kiper's draft board?
I haven't looked at it yet. So
he's all over the place.
Hey Jeff, I want to be right back. I got to excuse myself. I got to use the restroom. I can't block myself because I don't have those commands. I'll be right back, guys.
That's fine. Where was I? Yeah, Eric Edholm. He's another one that does a draft with these guys too. So he's got number 1 Tennessee taking Carter, Cleveland taking Hunter. Oh God, I don't like his draft. He's got the Giants taking Ward. This is the first time I've looked at this one. He's got the Patriots taking Mason Graham. He's got the Jaguars taking the tight end from Penn State, Tyler Warren. And then at number 6, he's got us picking Ashton Genti.
No.
And passing on Shedeur Sanders, and the Sanders going to the Jets.
I don't. Why?
I don't like that one,
dude. If you know we need a quarterback, why? If we're going to take one, might as well take it then. Why would we take a running back at number 6? That don't make sense.
His note says Pete Carroll blows up the draft. Why not? When everyone else is having trouble slotting Genti lower, I'll give him to the coach he was meant to play for. Ugh.
Yeah.
And then for Sanders, he goes, I'm not buying the Sanders at number 1 talk, and I thought about sliding him down further to the Steelers. Now the Steelers pick at number 21. Wow, he thinks he's going to go that far.
You go that far
now? But then I remember the Jets don't really have a QB. Maybe it doesn't happen, but this pairing would be interesting. He's got the Saints taking McMillan. Who else hasn't called out yet? Oh, I know. Will Johnson. Where is he? He's got Will Johnson, the cornerback from Michigan, falling all the way to number 21 to the Steelers.
Well, there must be something we don't see in them. So, oh man. These Titans not taking a quarterback number 1. I thought they were tired of Will Levis. Thought they had nothing in him.
I can't see them going into this season again with Will Levis. Oh, Levis. I'm just going through the rest of the drafts to see if anybody takes a quarterback before the end of the first round.
I'm watching one draft right now that says Measurables number 3 to the New York Giants.
Number 3?
Yeah. I just watched some mock draft on CBS. He's saying it will go to the Giants number 3 because Cam Ward said, because he have it, we traded to number 1 and got Shadur Sanders. Just Shadur. Then Cleveland Browns took Cam Ward, and then New York Giants took Milroe.
Yeah, none of these 3 guys, not one of them has picked another quarterback in the first round. It's either Ward or Sanders.
Well, sounds about right.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think Dart's going to end up going to number 2, the round number 2. I think what's going on, with the Senior Bowl. I mean, Jeff, you said this before. It was Dart, and I said Milroe, right? I turned my table. I think Dart is now moved himself up in the first round. So if we want him, we don't get a quarterback at number 6. I think we might have to trade up to get him.
That's what I was saying. We trade back. No, trade back.
Trade back. That's another option.
But you still got to take that chance. Or you could just take him at number 6 at that point.
Okay, so then let me ask you this. So if Graham is there at number 6, are you trading back or are you taking Graham?
You can't pass up Graham.
You can't pass up Graham.
You can't pass up. That's a bona fide, I'm coming in and I'm starting for you today. What number you give me? Where's my locker? I'm ready to roll.
Right.
Here's my size shirt. This is the number I want. Let's do this.
Be right next to Wilkins. Be right next to Wilkins, and then Wilkins will teach him like it.
Well, and that's his comp, Chris. It's like Wilkins is his comp. So to have 2 Christian Wilkins, like a guy we paid $110 million for, absolutely. Yeah. I want him too.
No, I'll take him.
And then we got to then we trade back up, somewhat to get Dart. Is the way I look at it.
And I've said this before too. The combine, all the rankings are going to get changed. Not so much the combine too. It's everything.
It's Senior Bowl.
You had the East-West Shrine Bowl yesterday, so that's going to move some guys up. Like that running back number 31, I guarantee he's bumped up a little bit.
Yeah, probably.
Then you got the Senior Bowl tomorrow. That's going to change some of the standings and who's going to go where. That's why these guys do these mock drafts before these games. And before everything starts rolling, and they'll make adjustments going forward. Then you get the combine, and then certain players are going to do their pro days. So yeah, people are going to move around.
Well, that's why we do like 100 mock drafts. Besides Jeremiah Daniels and Bucky Brooks, a bunch of these guys are going to do 100 mock drafts. And go, oh, take a picture of it. Oh, I called it right. Way later, after 100 mock drafts.
Yeah. Are you all excited to see the Chiefs win another Super Bowl? They ain't winning this one.
No, of course not.
Please not.
Giants look invested in Sanders. They even sent scouts and staff to Colorado early this season.
Everybody did.
Yeah.
I mean, the Giants are the only one.
Graham and Wilkins will dominate down the middle. Yeah. And then you got Max, and then you have Chason or Kuntz. Hopefully Kuntz, if we keep him, he comes cheap.
He ain't going to come cheap. Jeff, I'm telling you now, he's not coming cheap. Everything I've read, he's about $18 million a year, which isn't that really right now that far behind Max's contract. I know we're going to change it up, but it's not that far behind.
That's too much for a guy that didn't play a snap last year.
He didn't play a snap last year at all. When that one snap,
and he only played 8 games the year before. So
yeah, it was 9 games and 8 sacks. So I can't see it. That's why I said I want Chase on.
But that's only a small sample we can do. Some players play well in 7, 8 games, and now Sunday fall off. So we don't know yet. Like I said, if he stays, unless the other team give him a big contract, okay, bye, Coons, sorry. But if he stays, you have to give him a 1-year prove-it deal, not $18 million.
No.
Yeah, no. Raider Nation, look up top free agents in contracts. You can you can find some reads on that. So I think he's ranked number 6.
Well, I wouldn't doubt
and he
you.
didn't play. So I mean that's kind of crazy to me.
I wouldn't doubt you, but you know, they going by what happened in the last part of 2023. That's what they're getting off. Everything else they can't. He didn't do anything. Who to say he had a great year in 2023? They come in 2024 and do nothing. We don't know that.
Chris, you're right. I mean, we look at JJ, right? It's like, you know, he'll have like a good year, a bad year, a good year, a bad year, and like we keep saying that. Oh, he's not doing that much as Raider fans. Yeah. And man, I think Josh Jacobs is like the 3rd best running back in Raider history.
Well, that's a lot of running backs, man.
That is a lot of running backs. But you know what? Look at it. It's like think about it, Chris. When we talking like, you know, in the chat or another show, look it up and give me your opinion. I would love to hear that.
I think if you gave him a few more years with us, then I would probably agree with that.
Yeah.
I don't think he was with us long enough to really say.
Because you got to look at.
I mean, the first year under McDaniels, they ran the living shit out of him. You know, the start of the season.
Jeff, you talking about Josh Jacobs?
Yeah.
So what about Bo Jackson? I mean, come on. He didn't play a lot of games. He got hurt with that hit pointer against the Bengals. But man, that kid was like.
Oh, I'll tell you right now, if he didn't play baseball and played football full time and didn't get hurt, he'd be one of the top.
He would be probably top 2 running backs, maybe top 3 running backs in NFL history.
Yeah, he'd been a Hall of Fame. Easy.
I mean, because first of all, he wasn't even he wasn't a juke or jive type of running back. He was, I'm just going to go right through you type of kid. And then once he gets past that first level, the second level couldn't tackle him. He was too big.
They couldn't catch him even.
They couldn't get near him.
You can't tackle him. You can't catch him. I mean, he was like a 4.30, you know, speed as a huge man. You just couldn't do it.
If you look at him, you wouldn't think he could run that fast, but goddamn, that guy could fucking run.
Way Bo Jackson ran, he didn't stop moving his legs. Like some running backs get hit and they stopped moving. He kept power driving his legs to the ground and kept going. So if you don't got a good grip on him, he's gone.
Since you guys are all older like me, you guys remember that Seattle game?
The Monday night one?
With the Boss, you know, when he ran for like 227 yards and he just smoked the Boss, dude. He just like ran him over, tore him into the end zone.
Yeah, stepped on his chest, like
yeah. That was right bad to the bone.
Yep.
Yeah,
that was the downfall of Bosworth as
that was his career.
You know, the big threat that he was. You know,
they made that stupid movie.
The Kuntz was hot. It looked like 2 missiles going for the QB with Max on the other side. No, you're right, but again, he didn't play at all this past season, so we have no idea what type of shape he's in. You haven't seen him at all, you know. From Bucks,
and also, Jack, you gotta remember when Coach was playing, that was towards the end of the season. A lot of teams are going to the playoffs or had their team pick. A lot of times they didn't put their starters in. A lot of teams did, not all of them, but a lot of them. So they wasn't like playing like, okay, we got to win this game to get in the playoffs. We're in the playoffs. So he had some good moments against some certain teams. That wasn't even.
I would probably put Jacobs after Bo Jackson. I would go Marcus, Bo, Josh. McFadden had injury issues. Kaufman was just on a horrible Raiders team at that time.
Yeah, he was on a bad team.
Even McFadden didn't have some of the best teams, but he still was productive.
Arnie, salute, brother. I will say this. You know what was really cool is I sold Napa bed when I used to work for a company called Sleep Train in San Leandro. So, I mean, that was a pretty cool experience. Him and Grady Jackson, if you guys remember Grady Jackson, defensive tackle.
Yeah.
Sold them both beds, like when I was a young guy.
What are you trying to say, Joe?
Thanks, Joseph.
Yeah, right.
We are old,
but you know what? I don't mind being old, you know. Like, you know, with this Raiders history, you know, with these young cats that are out there, I got to give them a lot of credit. A lot of credit. You know, they didn't get to see the teams that we saw the most winningest team in all professional sports. It doesn't matter. Football, baseball, hockey, basketball. If you grew up in the 70s and you saw the Raiders play, it was dominating. I mean, it was absolutely dominating. So for these young kids that come in, I'm pretty proud of all you kids that do that, because you didn't get to see that. You probably haven't seen the Super Bowl. Probably, maybe some of you haven't even seen more than one playoff game. So I think that's awesome that there's young people coming in and supporting the Raiders, because my generation, it was easy to be a Raiders fan, and I grew up in an all Niners household. Parents, grandparents on both sides. I grew up a Raiders fan, and it was easy to hey, look at my team. They're smoking all you guys.
Yep. Yeah, I grew up in a Rams household, so yeah, I know the feeling. Like, it was all about the Rams. Like, I hate the Rams. But like I said, back in those days, teams used to be scared to come to Oakland and play the Raiders. They used to be terrified. We got to play the Raiders, because the Raiders play tough. Sometimes play dirty. Who cares? But they were feared by most of the league. Al Davis was scared.
Hits that link that LV Raider 10 put in there. That's my Wednesday night partner on the Raider Connection, and my co-host on Thursday nights on Raiders Coast to Coast. Make sure you subscribe to him. And then Chris, throw your link up there too if you want to put your link up.
So Chris, remember this, you go back to the 70s Raiders, you look at Jack Tatum, like that video. Hey, who are we going to get a fight in with this week?
That's not that. That was nice.
Who are we going to fight?
Yeah.
That was the mentality of the Raiders, which I loved.
Yeah.
We got a question from the chat. It says, salute from Mexico. Who would you like for OC? Give you a salute. So who's your Chris? We'll start with you at the top there. Who's your favorite right now for the OC?
I gotta go with Bevel. I don't want Slowick because he didn't do too good his last 2 seasons. So I'll take Bevel, because this is not going to be an offensive team. It's going to be a defensive team. I'll just take Bevel. Just got to keep the ball, control it, run it, get touchdowns. So we ain't got to do anything fancy, because it's going to be a defensive team.
Jack?
Hey, Chris, I think you're right. I think that's who it's going to be. But if I can pick anybody, I want LaFleur.
That's what I was going to say.
LaFleur?
Yep.
If we can get him, I would take him. But I wouldn't be upset if it's Bevel.
I don't know if it's a chance we're going to get anybody like that. So never know.
Yeah. What was that?
Yeah, I can't.
Bo knows baseball. Yep.
Bo knows everything. Bo knows Tecmo Bowl. Like, what Leo said, he'd just run around the field, go up and back and go back and forth and score. That's how good Bo Jackson is. You think about it.
Awesome.
You think about it. It's when Bo came in, I hate to say it, but sucks for Marcus Allen, who's one of my favorites ever, is that, Marcus and Al Davis were having their conflicts, based on contract or whatever, going from at that time, an older school to a newer school type contract. The Raiders didn't have to give up any players. They were on a team for their whole careers almost. Marcus is coming into that contract where he can leave, which he did. He went to Kansas City. And then you bring in Bo Jackson, who is probably, I don't even think there has been, even from him until now, the type of athlete he was. So think about this, Raider Nation. He was a number 1 draft pick in the NFL, and he turned down to go to baseball. The next year, the Raiders spent a 7th round draft pick after going from 12 rounds down to 7 rounds, and we get him with the 7th round draft pick. Best pick the Raiders have ever had in their history.
Yeah.
And you're getting Bo and Marcus on the same running backs. And now they're starting to use Marcus Allen as, a blocking fullback, pass catching fullback. out of the backfield and blocking for Bo. I mean, that's nuts.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Well, then, remember Marcus Allen was a fullback at USC. He was blocking for Charles White, so he knew how to play as a fullback. So that's one of his things.
Man, and that's why I said about JJ. I thought JJ was kind of a cross between. So, like, Marcus was like the one running back in our history. He made everybody miss.
What's up, buddy?
With the first tackle. Hey, salute, brother. Hey, it's good to see you.
Hey,
good to see you, man. Good to see you guys.
Chat before, bro.
Yes, sir.
See you on your show. We're hanging out. So we're talking about the running backs. You're like, best running backs ever. So I was talking about JJ being a cross between Bo and Marcus. So Marcus would always make the first guy miss, right? That's what Josh Jacobs did. He'd make the first guy miss. But Josh Jacobs is a lot bigger than Marcus, more like Bo. But Marcus wasn't super fast, but Bo was super fast. So I kind of put it like a tweener between the two, and that's why I got him as like the third best running back in Raider history.
No, Marcus Allen wasn't fast. He had long strides. He ran like a gazelle. He had those long, big strides.
Mm-hmm.
So he looked fast on the field. He just had long strides. So.
But I will say one other thing that's cool about Marcus that no other running back has been able to duplicate. When Marcus would hop over the offensive line, nobody's been able to duplicate what he's done. That guy's like a high jumper because no one's been able to do that.
It's a gazelle.
You don't see that anymore at all.
Like a gazelle, just don't jump over him.
Everybody now tries to just muscle their way through.
The bush push, huh?
LT was pretty solid at doing that on the goal line with the Chargers for a bit.
Yeah, Marcus Allen, though, man.
He's different for sure.
Hey, Jeff, put up Arnie's Garcia's Arnie. What he said.
I'm getting there.
Oh, he's still at the top. Oh, I guess I see. I thought you were at the bottom.
Which one are you talking about?
It's at the bottom. It just popped up.
All right, yeah, I saw it. I'll get him. That was the only option, but Tom Brady is waiting for something to opening up McCarthy. That's possible.
Hey, Arnie, I like that thought, bro. I do.
Let's checking how might be a shock hire.
$10 back when they were trash. Yeah. So Jay says, Jeff, I'm going to pitch you this scenario. Get Lane Kiffin as the OC. Trade back from 6 to a lower pick and get a second or third, a couple of 4ths and 5ths, get Trey Harris in the second, and have an Ole Miss reunion.
He's saying that, like, if we get Dart as well, we trade back to a lower pick in the first, get Dart, Trey Harris, Lane Kiffin, basically everybody at fucking Ole Miss.
That's a lot of work right there.
Yeah. Hey, Jess, I will say this.
Man,
that would be like, getting Kiffin back would be like, saying that we're going to redraft Jamarcus Russell for me. I don't want to see Kiffin anywhere close to the Raiders team. No, hell's no.
I like Lane Kiffin. I think he's grown a lot since his time with the Raiders.
So did McDaniels, right? When he was at Denver Broncos days and then came to the Raiders. Yeah,
I definitely still don't want him though. I don't think he's not there yet. Let's see him a couple more times at Ole Miss. Let's see if he can handle that. But I don't know.
So would you rather sign Najee Harris or draft 2 running backs? I would do all 3. Bring Najee in and draft 2 running backs. Why not? Clear out that running back room. You won't need to keep anybody. You want to keep McCormick? I'm fine with that. Keep Abdullah? I'm fine with that. Get rid of everybody else.
It's just I don't think that's where we should be looking to spend our money. I think you got to go all in on the guard from Kansas City. Give him the fucking bag. Give him the bag.
I got you, bro. I'm right there with you. He's going to cost about $20 million, but he's perfect.
He's going to be expensive, but that's exactly what Pete Carroll's going to want. And this running back class is so fucking deep. Like, you can get two great running backs in the later rounds. Two great running backs.
Definitely deep.
I like that kid from North Carolina. Again, Pete Carroll, what we talked about earlier, guys. So, LB, you weren't here for this. it's like, he likes that big running back, Marshawn Lynch, right?
Yeah.
So I kind of brought up, Chubb.
Yeah.
So a big running back. But, if we're going to draft a running back, I think the kid from North Carolina, he fits that mold, even though we've all hear about the Scatteroo chat.
Mm-hmm.
I want that big running back. I want that big guy. That's what Pete likes to do.
To me, that guy is, I don't know why. I think he's had a bunch of problems off the field. He's got a DUI. But just last season.
You know what? There's a lot of Raiders have DUI, so he fit right in.
Yeah,
right?
A lot of people forget about Ollie Gordon. Ollie Gordon just led the nation in rushing the past season from Oklahoma State. And I don't know why. He was a first-round grade coming out of last season. He came back, and he was not as good, but he's still a really big, powerful back. Not as great out of the backfield as far as catching lines, but obviously we want to be a downhill football team, and I think that's a guy that a lot of people are really starting to miss as well, because of the Scatterboos coming up and the Omarion Hamptons and Devin Neals and there's a bunch of backs obviously, but I think that's a guy that's could be in the 4th, 5th round, possibly, and we can get. And like I said, he led the nation in rushing just a year ago.
Wow, nice.
Well, we got extra picks. We got extra picks, so we can get 2 running backs. We can give it that big boy, and then we get one of the small ones.
Exactly.
Last night.
Dart. He said Dart isn't making it out of the first round. I have a feeling he's falling into the first round.
All right, Zach, bro, salute, brother. I agree. Yeah. I'm there with you, man.
Says Trey Harris is good, but he's got injury concerns.
Yeah.
Talia,
what's up?
How you doing? Tyler A. Draft 2. Najee hasn't really gotten any better since his rookie season. Again, he this year he didn't have to be the Najee of past because they had a legit quarterback this season. They I shouldn't say legit quarterback. They had Russell Wilson.
A better quarterback.
So it changed the whole way their offense ran. Their offense didn't have to run through Najee Harris like it has in the past.
Well, Jeff, does anyone know, again, the Raiders offensive line is split zone and power. I know that everything I hear about the Steelers offensive line is bad too. So I'm sure they got the mix up too, what Najee does well and what the offensive line does well. But I don't really know because I don't follow the Steelers. So, I mean, is it Najee? Is it the offensive coordinator? Or is it the mismatch on the offensive line? What they do, does it not fit his scheme? So I don't know. I don't know.
The other one they
also used Jaylen Warren a lot more this year too.
Yeah, Warren's been pretty good this year, so now they're still lying.
So which is why I think they're not going to try and probably re-sign Najee. They're probably going to go running back later in the draft. Bring in another rookie on their end too. So I
kind of saw something about Aaron Jones with them.
He is a free agent. I don't want him.
Right? No.
Let's see, True Raider fans. The name Kiffin McDaniel's Tom. I don't want to get cable. Greg Olson. Oh, McDaniel's never should have been hired. He never should have been hired in the first place.
No.
He didn't cut it in Denver. He already showed what he could be. Why we give him another shot is beyond me.
I want to answer this. Arnie, I agree with every single person you put up there except for Tom Cale. He was a good offensive line coach. He got kind of put in the position to become the head coach, and he's not a player that's designed to be a head coach. But as an offensive line coach, he was pretty good.
I will give you that. He was a good offensive line coach.
But everyone else, I agree.
Open, to be honest with you, as our O-line coach. Because I think when he took over after Getsy and the other idiots were canned, I liked what he did with, the change to the offensive line for sure.
Yeah, me too.
Well, you know what? That's a part of what, the problem with AP. We all love AP. He's a Raider. Everyone sitting up on the show, everyone in the chat, he is a Raider. and like, when he played for the Giants and one of his, players, with him, like teammates saying talking shit against the Raiders, don't talk shit.
Yeah,
I love the man. I absolutely love the man.
It was David Carr that wouldn't say something about the Raiders suck, and he said, "Don't talk about my damn team like that."
Right. So I mean, he's an ultimate Raider, and like it's a dream for every Raider fan probably out there to be the head coach, to run it your way. So I salute to him. He played in the NFL, which is super cool, and he's also was a Raiders head coach. But he was slow to make changes on his team.
Oh, it was in over his head.
I mean, Cody Whitehair. Why is Cody Whitehair starting so many games?
I don't think he was slow. I don't think he had full control of the Raiders organization.
So do you think it was Telesco?
He was named head coach, but I don't think he had total control of the path he wanted to take. He wanted to go the direction. I don't know who. I don't know. Let's go, Mark Davis. Well,
it's got to be Telesco. I mean, if it's not him, it's Telesco. Like, again, starting the season off Minshew, I kind of saw it. If you're going to get someone beat up, like with great defense, let Minshew get beat up, right? Yeah. And then put AFC 12, let him, again, develop a little bit more and then bring him in. But I just saw with AP, like slow calls, bad calls, players not coming out. Like with Zeus, right? We just talked about Zeus a little earlier.
Wait. Jack. You can't say that name no more. He's not Zeus. It's Amir White or
Aphrodite.
You can say that. You can't say Zeus. You ain't playing no god, not even a demigod. But anyway, go ahead.
You want to bank through some of these comments. Rita Zach, Scatabo is not going to make it to the 4th round.
No
way.
He definitely already outplayed that draft round.
We have 29 free agents of our own. Who's your top priority free agent to resign? Everybody pick one.
One?
The top
free? Just pick one.
One? Okay, only one.
Spillane.
It's tough. For me, it's Spillane or Merrick.
No, you can't do one or the other. You got to pick one.
I know. I'm
gonna go with Spillane. I think I had somewhere wrong. I thought you said Minshew.
For me, I would have to go Jason.
Jason. That's it.
Yeah. So Jay says, I think you get Trey if he's there in the 2nd, or Jaden Higgins, or get running back Hampton. Higgins is a stud.
I think that's high for both of those guys, though.
It's going to change after this.
I'm not trading for any running back. This running back is deep class and there's good free agents.
Nobody trade for running back. No.
I'm not trading for Dobbins. Hell's no.
What's up? Arnie, Najee Harris is pride of Antioch, California, Bay Area kid.
That's right.
Yeah. Bay Area, NorCal.
So Weezy asks, Abdul Carter or Will Johnson in the 1st round?
I'm taking Abdul Carter.
I'm taking Abdul Carter too.
I'm taking Abdul Carter.
I definitely would. I'd rather have Carter.
I love Will Johnson. He's
wait, Johnson's the quarterback from Michigan, right?
Yeah.
That's one. Yeah.
Either one, but I'll do Carter first.
I mean, I would want Carter, but I would honestly think that unless, we don't know what type of research they've done on these guys already. Yeah. But if something comes out about Will Johnson with what I read earlier about his questions of his tackling and his lack of speed, and if there's any injury history, which I don't know about, that may skirt them away from doing that. And they may take Carter over him. I would take Carter over him right now.
Did you seen somewhere that Will Johnson doesn't tackle and that he's slow?
Yeah. Jeremiah said it in his.
Did he watch Michigan games?
If Jeremiah, I have a lot of respect for Jeremiah. So, like, if you just didn't say that, Jeff, I would have said Johnson.
Yeah, hang on. I'll read exactly word for word.
Dude, read it, please.
Daniel Jeremiah's 1.0 draft mock draft. He's got Will Johnson dropping number 15 down to Atlanta Falcons.
That's fucking far.
That's way crazy.
It says Johnson is a polarizing player around the league. He provides size and production, but some questions have emerged about his tackling and top speed in the 2024.
Bro, I'm on YouTube right now. I'll pull up Will Johnson highlights, and you tell me.
I believe you. But,
no. LB Raider, I agree. That's why I was blown away. I was ready to say Johnson over Carter.
Yeah. That's crazy to me.
I would just have to go by.
But I respect Jeremiah. Jeremiah's like, when Mike Mayock, before he became our GM, he was like my top guy. So Jeremiah and like Bucky Brooks are like my top two guys. Like when you watch drafts.
Yeah, I like Jeremiah and Peter Schrager. Peter Schrager is usually on the money.
Yeah, he's Jeff, good. I think swayed me towards Peter Schrager now, to be honest.
Yeah, if you watch Good Morning Football, he's the numbers guy on that show. He's the real analytical type guy, and he's good. I've been watching him now for years, and he's spot on with a lot of his picks. See, AP just wasn't ready to be a coach. Love him, but he wasn't ready. No, he wasn't.
Zach, thank you for being on the Wild Wild West show. So anyone who shows up there, I agree, dude. He was kind of like he needed like so many head coaches to like help him out.
Yeah,
but it's like, but he was slow to respond on changes, the offensive line, the running back, all of it. And you know what? And it's not his fault because Telesco, we wanted Kingsbury as our offensive coordinator. He wanted a 3-year contract and to trade up for Jaden Daniels. And then the Raider Nation finds out, Tom Telesco, who's only made, again, doing the Wild Wild West show, all AFC West teams, Telesco's only made one trade in 11 years to move up. And we did not, we thought we did, tried to move up to get Jaden Daniels, the quarterback that we all want, versus any of these quarterbacks. We didn't make any attempts to do it.
Supposedly, I mean that's Adam Schefter saying that. I take what he says.
Well,
but it is a fact. It is purely a fact. Telesco's made one trade in 11 years.
I know he doesn't move around in the draft. They know that. He definitely does not do anything like that. That's not his style. You know whose style that is to move around the draft? Pete Carroll's. Pete Carroll makes a lot of moves because I was watching 805 show the other day, and they were looking at Pete Carroll's history and what he did in the draft, what picks and everything while he was the head coach. And while they were doing that, I was looking up what type of draft day trades he made. He made a shit ton of trades through the years that he was the head coach there, but not a lot of moving up in the draft, like moving
back.
Yeah, he did a lot of moving back, like trading that early pick and accumulating like 4 or 5 picks.
Isn't that like that's like Bill Belichick too?
Yeah, or trading a player and getting a boatload of picks. His biggest trade ever was his final year there, or not his final year, the year that he traded Russell Wilson to Denver, because he traded Russell Wilson. He got, I think, like 4 or 5 picks from that. Plus, he got 3 players. He got Drew Lock. He got Noah Fant, and there was one other, I forget it. So he got 3 players, and he got a shit ton of picks that he turned into value players. From those picks, he pulled up. He ended up getting Kenneth Walker, his running back, out of that. Charbonnet came in off of the draft after that one. So I mean, he made a lot of moves.
Both of their corners, they have now.
Yeah, and Spytek, when he was in Tampa, he didn't move around as much as Pete Carroll did, but he moved around too. He was in the time frame that he was working with them and had a hand in some of the draft day stuff. So while he was there, they moved around the draft too, but nowhere near as much as Pete Carroll did. So that makes me feel good that he's willing to take like our number 6 pick, move back in the first round, get maybe another second round, maybe a first next year type of thing. That's the type of shit he does. So I want a coach and I want our team to be active in the draft. The more picks we get, the better he can build this team faster too.
Well, it makes it cheaper too.
Some people just want us. Well, so many people want us to give up our draft and move up and get Cam Ward or Shedeur Sanders. Yeah. We have more pieces than just a quarterback at this point.
No, we need a lot of pieces. We need just a quarterback. We need
offensive linemen. I want us to move around.
Receivers. We need a lot of stuff.
I want us to move around in the draft and accumulate picks, whether it's extra picks this year plus extra picks for next year's draft, so we can fill these holes and really put the best product on the field as possible. Mm-hmm. We move up and take a Shedeur Sanders. he's not going to play next year. So you're giving up a good chunk of your draft this year and possibly picks from next year's draft. Forget it's not even going to touch the field this year. We're not going to have somebody like an Abdul Carter that's going to walk in, or a Graham that's going to walk in, and they're going to stop the second they're drafted. They'll be on the plane that night going out to Vegas to meet with the team, meet with the coach, meet with the owners. And guess what? Let's start working now. And I'll get them under contract and move.
Yeah. And remember, Jeff, Pete Carroll only has 3 years. So if you give his picks this year,
limited.
Option on the 4 too.
Year, option on the 4. Next year, then he's gonna have 2 years and 1 year left to actually keep building a team up. So give it all draft picks. That's nonsense. I would keep all draft picks and probably get more.
Let's see, Rod Gass. What's the cost for Russell Wilson? Is Denver still paying for him? I think that.
No, Denver's done after this year.
That's why Pittsburgh was able to get him so dirt cheap, and we could have gotten him for like $1 million last year, but we did
$1.8 million. That's why I want him. But Telesco didn't want to bring him. He brought in the booger eating Minshew.
Yeah, $25 million.
Yeah,
that was oh God, don't even get me started on that. So they're done paying for that. So anything that he signs now, it's a brand new contract, and it's gonna be some money now.
Don't start that.
So here's the fact for you guys on Denver, is that Denver's going to have like $80 million next year to spend, and they made the playoffs.
Yeah. Will Johnson is a big risk. I think he'll be great, but Carter has a chance to be the generational. Not sure Johnson has that ceiling. Yeah, you're right.
I agree.
Yep.
Let's see. I hope
what's that, huh?
Huh?
I was like, what's that, huh? No, go ahead.
I hope Spy Tech and Tom Brady make that move. I don't know what move you're referring to, but I hope it's not to grab Sanders by trading up. I don't want to do that. So 1 Ward, Carter 2, Sanders 3, Hunter 4, Graham 5, 6. Who we pick? Johnson, Genty, McMillan, or Campbell.
Based on that, then you take the offensive lineman.
No one.
Colton Miller's not getting any younger. He's got no more guaranteed money. If what Arnie just said, you got to do it.
I did. Well, you want
no trades, right? Just no trades. Just like what Arnie just said. It's like you got to do that.
Number 6 pick. Who do we take out of those?
I'm taking McMillan or Johnson. At 6, if those guys go in front, or Carter, Sanders.
Campbell's the offensive lineman. That's what it was.
Yeah.
Although that wouldn't be a bad move either.
Not at 6 though.
No,
I don't think he's worth 6.
No. But I would definitely take Johnson.
Yeah.
Shelby Harris.
That's the other guy you were thinking of in that trade.
Oh, okay.
In Denver.
That's Chris's channel.
I can't click on it, Chris.
Make sure you
Sorry, bro.
Too. That's LV10s.
No, it's just if you go to it, just go Chris Ford Raiders. You'll see it up there. You got to go to YouTube.
Heard Tom Brady got
Good
Paul with any trades, draft pick. I don't know. We'll see. Jeff agreed we need those picks. Yeah, we do. We need all the picks we can fucking get. Any running backs in particular you guys like in the draft? I'm high on Scatterbo. I like Scatterbo and Judkins.
There's a lot of them.
Yeah, there's a ton. Honestly, you really can't go wrong.
Hampton's another good one. I mean, there's so many. Henderson, even from Ohio State, too.
Yep.
There's actually 2 of them from Ohio State.
There's only one running back I really don't want, and that's Genty.
Just for where we're at. That's just for where we're at.
Not at number 6.
But if Genty was like a second-round graded player, like I'm taking Genty all day.
He's not gonna make it there. Dallas will pick him up soon.
No, exactly.
Yeah,
no, exactly.
So if you could draft him 1 pick ahead of the Dallas Cowboys, that'd be kind of nice.
I still wouldn't take him. I'll tell Cowboys, hey, which guy's gonna pick Genty? You want to trade our 6 for your 12?
And
another first next year?
Huh? Yeah.
You want him that much?
Yeah, I'd do that.
The first next year or a player? Because we found out that guy behind us, they're going to pick Genty. Watch Jerry Jones panic. Oh yeah, give it to him. Give him anything.
Yeah,
Right?
we'll switch picks and give us the rights to you're a defensive end. Pair him up with Max. Woo, we got the money to pay him. I don't think the Cowboys have the money anymore to pay him.
I'll take Makai. What's his name? He's one's not happy there.
Micah Parsons.
Boy. Yeah,
Micah Parsons. Like, you think about it, they just got done. On the very first day, literally the day before the season started, they signed their quarterback. They just paid CeeDee Lamb. They're in salary cap hell, kind of like the Saints.
Yeah.
How are you going to pay him?
Well, I don't think he want to play it right now. He's not acting like it.
Can you imagine that?
Can you imagine we get him? We got Wilkins. And get another. What's that guy you talking about? Graham?
No, Graham.
With Coots or Chase on and Max Crosby on that front seven. Oh my God, that'd be crazy.
That'd be disgusting.
Is there any news on us retaining any offensive position coach? I haven't heard anything. I mean, everything's been on the defensive side, which is exactly what I thought Pete Carroll was going to do, and he's doing exactly what I thought he would.
Well, we're just waiting for the OC to find that out, so we don't know yet.
He's putting all the emphasis on getting the defense squared away, and it makes sense because, like I said earlier in the show, it was our major strong point last year.
Yeah,
was our defense. It's the easiest building block to start working with.
Well, we were 15. We were 15 last year.
Well, most of our free agents that we wanted, most of our free agents are coming from the defensive side too. You know, the ones that we need to address right away. So I think by appeasing to those players, by bringing Patrick Graham back, by bringing Leonard back, by bringing this other guy in for the linebackers coaching position, that helps. Having Patrick Graham back here with this defense, with some of these guys that have been here since he's been here, having that familiar face working with them. Yeah, they may run a different system this year. Who knows? Or they may just stick with what's been working. I don't know what we're going to do. We'll have to wait and see until the product gets put on the field. But it still makes me feel better knowing that the defense is being taken care of first, which is, again, that's Pete Carroll's strength. Is he's a defensive-minded coach, And
Jeff, you're 100% right. You look at Patrick Graham coming back and Leonard coming back on the defensive line. We kind of brought this up earlier in the show. But, that just shows guys like Max Crosby. Like, when AP was gone, we kind of heard some rumbling, but we're not hearing any rumbling anymore. It's like, he sees the vision now of what's going on. And, that's going to bring – that was the most exciting, re-sign of the whole offseason with Patrick Graham coming back. Because you know what? Because if not, I can see half of the free agents that we have going to different teams where they are more likely to come back now to play together and going, man, we got something good going here.
Well, this is twofold too. If you think about it, it's going to make these players want to sign with us and come back and play with us. Mm-hmm. And number two, it's going to be easier to bring in free agent players on the defense if we're looking at defensive players, because players want to play for a guy like him. Yeah, they know it's going to probably be rough at the start, having to get everything up and running and, being with a new team, probably new scheme, learning these new players and everything. It's going to be I'm expecting it to be slow at the start. I don't think we're going to come flying out of the gates and go 10-0 for the first 10 games. If anybody's thinking that, you're delusional. Not saying it can't happen.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it won't.
Be nice it would, but no.
If you're going into the season thinking that's how it's going to go, you better lower your expectations. I don't care who your coach is. You gotta lower your expectations. Like I'm figuring no more than I'll take 6 to 7 wins next year, and I want to at least go 500 in our division. So if we can win 3 games in division, that's a huge jump. That's a 50% increase versus what we did last year. We were 0-6. Actually, that's a 100% increase, basically. We went from 0 to winning 3 games, and I don't care if it's 1 each team. as long as we win 3 games in total in the division, now we're showing headway. We're making a change. Because if we can't get out of our own basement, and I know I've said this on our show too, Nate, if we can't dig ourselves out of our own division, we're not going. I don't care what we do in the rest of the NFL against the other teams. We're not going anywhere. Yep. You know, if we finish 4th again next year at 0-6, there's no way in hell you're making the playoffs. Not even. We were 6-0 one year in our division. We still didn't make the playoffs.
Right? I remember that, Jeff.
You know, I mean, but at least showing that we've got an upper hand on these other teams in our division, and also that ends any streaks against us if we beat each of them. So no one's got a game up on us or a leg up on us.
Kind of the funniest thing is, like, you know, who hates us the most with Pete Carroll coming in is Harbaugh.
Harbaugh can't stand him.
Harbaugh,
I know.
He doesn't do well against Pete.
They have wars in the past. USC, Cal. Stanford, 49ers in Seattle. Oh man, they have wars. So he's not like, damn it.
That comment right there. That comment from Mark right there is exactly 100%. Keeping Rob Leonard, most underrated move so far, without a doubt.
Mark.
Nate, let me ask Nate a question.
Yeah.
Okay. With the Pete Carroll hiring, keeping Patrick Graham and Leonard, do you think that Pete Carroll is going to groom Patrick Graham to take over as head coach and make Leonard the DC? What do you think about that?
I don't not like it. I think you know what? I kind of do like it. Patrick Graham has been in head coaching conversations for the past couple of years, like even prior to getting the defensive coordinator job with Las Vegas. So I can definitely see it, and especially like learning from someone who is a defensive-minded coach like Pete Carroll, and obviously is very successful and has been. It can only be good. And then, of course, Rob Leonard was in the conversation to bring back if Patrick Graham didn't come back. So it kind of just lines up and makes sense if they are going to do that. I don't know. I don't know why. I just kind of like offensive guys, though. But I would not be against it. Not at all. I think the most important hire, and the reason why we haven't hired one yet, is the offensive coordinator. Because
that's why we're taking our time.
LB Raider, I agree 100%. And unless McCarthy gets hired off as an offensive coordinator, that's the only reason I wouldn't see it happen.
I like that. I mean, he led the Cowboys in a pretty decently tough division to 2 straight 12-5 records and made the playoffs. And they had good people. I think Dak isn't as overrated or as bad as people say. And then obviously CeeDee's a top 10 receiver probably. I mean, they had good players. So why can't we? You know, and Mike McCarthy is a really good, respected offensive play caller. And I mean, if he's willing to come out of retirement or take his name out, if taking a year off, I would definitely be willing to.
He's taking a sabbatical.
A sabbatical.
Well, I mean, the other thing with McCarthy, I've heard someone else say this too. I forget who. He just got fired as a head coach. I mean, he's almost got to come to the grips that he may have to come back into the league and start basically as an OC somewhere. You know,
take a step back,
build his resume up again a little bit, so he can be considered for some of these head coaching jobs. Now, as far as grooming our future head coach, I would be okay with Patrick Graham, but I think if we can pull somebody like LaFleur over as our OC, that's the type of guy that I could see being groomed for the future more than Patrick Graham.
But then I think does that
young-minded OC offensive type coach,
because that's where the league is trending now, at least. So I can see that, but also does that shake up the dynamic of the team too much? Like if you go from someone like Pete Carroll, who's obviously more interested on the defensive side of the ball, and having all of, because to me, if you bring in LaFleur and he's the head coach, you're going to lose Patrick Graham. He's not going to continue to stay as a defensive coordinator the whole time.
You will lose him, but guess what? If he goes, then now you promote Leonard
to
your DC,
Okay.
so he stays. So now a familiar face is still there on the defense. Okay.
Okay.
And you have Mike LaFleur, right? It's Mike, Mike LaFleur, as the potential future head coach or the head coach. And now all he's going to do is bring in an offensive coach. See, the thing with LaFleur, if he comes in as the OC, who better to learn behind how to be a head coach in this league than Pete Carroll?
Yeah.
He's done it on collegiate level. He's done it in the pros on 3 different teams. Now he's on his 4th team. I don't really count his time with the Jets or the Patriots as that was more because he's even said it himself. He was too inexperienced at that time. He needed to learn more, and that was the experience he went through. And when he left the Jets, he took some time off, changed his philosophy, got hired in USC, used that philosophy, and look what he turned that team into. And then eventually got the job in Seattle, carried that philosophy over to them, and turned them into a powerhouse in the NFC West. Won a Super Bowl. And then finally they asked him to step down and go to, he was still with the team. They didn't kick him out. They didn't really fire him.
Yeah.
He just basically said, I'm stepping down and moving to the front office. So he was never fired,
I would really like for Pete Carroll, if he's interested in staying around football, for him to move into a front office position with the Raiders to continue that continuity. And obviously he's going to still be in the building. A guy like that, you're not going to take him away from fucking football. Like, you see it now. Like, he's going to be the oldest head coach. Like, he obviously wants to continue be around football. So I would love to keep him around in the building. Like, just having that guy around, I think, is a plus in general. Because obviously he's not going to be around for 10, 12 years, like like an Andy Reid or something like that. But
yeah,
I think if we can keep him around just in the building, I that's a huge plus.
Well, I think what helps too is Brady totally respects him too.
Oh yeah,
that could be an option.
To round it all off, like McCarthy, LaFleur, our defensive coordinator, to have any of these guys, like multiple in the building, to take over is like a perfect storm. I mean, I think that was like the biggest concern for a lot of us. Is like, okay, Pete Carroll's 74 years old going next year. Who's going to take over? Patrick Graham is back. Jeff and I, we love LaFleur and we love McCarthy. If you get these guys in the building, which I don't think McCarthy would do that. I think maybe LaFleur would, but I don't think McCarthy would, because he'll take his year off and get another head coaching job. He already turned down the Saints job. Yeah. He already had a chance to be a head coach again, turned down. But to get any of these guys in there, and like when you're ready to turn it over, to have it in place, that was like one of my biggest concerns ever. Because, we're all sick of like every year or every 2 years, we're burning and turning, and then you got to start over again. And I think this is like, a perfect storm for like, the Raiders to actually do that.
Yep. Completely agree.
Yeah, no continuity. It's always something different every other year. And that's what Masters complaining about. That's the main focus he was saying. Every time I come in the building, there's a new coordinator. There's new players. Why can't you keep the same, coordinators, players?
Yeah, no coaches. Continuity.
It's always somebody different, So that's what he complained about the most.
Yeah, it's hard to win that way.
I think he sees now, like, maybe they are turning the page. Maybe they're going to stop all this nonsense and just build a team from what we already had. That's what you want to do. What was that, Nate?
Say it again?
No, I thought you said something.
Oh, no. Yeah, it's just hard to win that way. Like, with the constant, moving and different players and personnel and coaches. I mean, we've proved it. We fucking have been pretty bad for a couple of years. So that's
like 10 to
20. Yeah. I was trying to be modest. I was trying to be a little like.
I'm not modest. At least 20 years.
Hey, Elton Raider, I got a question for you. Are you Nutty Nate?
Yeah. Nutty Nate? No.
Okay, I'm curious.
We had 2 playoff teams in the past 20-some years, so yeah, you've been sucking for a while.
Yeah.
So Arnie asked, can McCartney develop AOC into a Pro Bowl? I mean, he did with Dak. I mean, just Dak couldn't win shit when it got to the playoffs.
Oh, must have smoke break, Jack, huh? Anybody could. Bo Harvey was doing that with AOC, but then what's his name? McDummy kind of stopped that and said, "No, he's a third string quarterback. You need to develop him. We got Garoppolo and old man Hoyer, so we don't need to develop AOC."
I forgot about Hoyer.
Jack, who was your pick for OC? I think pretty much it's either McCarthy or LaFleur. Who Jack and I have both said.
Yeah, Arnie. Yeah, what Jeff just said, I agree, 100.
The EC ever says I'd like them to interview Doug Peterson.
I would like that.
I wouldn't be opposed to it. I mean, again, do all the interviews you can.
Yeah.
You know, do your due diligence. You know, don't jump at the first one.
And that's not bad either, Doug Peterson. Think about it. He's been a head coach.
Yeah.
He's been there. He's done that before.
Yep. So what do the Bengals need to do to make the Super Bowl again?
Be able to, get cheap contracts on both their wide receivers.
Yeah.
Make their quarterback take a pay cut.
They're a good team, and they just can't get the breaks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is. I mean, the defense is good. I mean,
wait a minute. They got the breaks. When we played them, they got that last second touchdown against us.
They just
so they get the breaks.
I mean, they can't get the break down the stretch to get.
Well, they start off slow, couldn't really catch up, so they had a slow start. So they started winning games towards the end, but they couldn't catch up.
That's what's starting to happen with some of these teams that have been there or have gotten to just a certain point. Their windows are going to start to close soon. You know,
you think so?
Yeah, some teams, their windows are going to start to close.
Well, here's their problem with the Bengals. They have two wide receivers. You know, T. Higgins, a franchise last year.
Yeah.
We got Jamar Chase coming out this year. And T. Higgins and their best defensive tackle are all up for contracts, and they're against the cap.
No, they're
pick and choose your point. Like the NFL Network today, they're saying, hey, if you had to pick 2 of the 3, you're letting T walk.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. Oh, he's going to be the most expensive.
And you know what? Yeah. As a Raider fan, man, that's my number 1 free agent.
Not me.
Nah, I don't want to pay that bag to a receiver. No. There's too many receivers out there, man. They pay that big money to one receiver.
There's too many.
Well, there's like Godwin that's out there.
We've been that route before, and I don't want to take that again for a receiver. No.
Although I would talk to Godwin and see what he wants. How much?
I think that's honestly going to be a possibility.
That's a better.
Just with the connection with Spytech. Godwin, I think that's honestly we're probably gonna go get Godwin because we do need another receiver, and obviously
we need that for sure.
Yeah, so I mean, I like a lot of the guys in the draft. There's obviously kind of just one that's like number 1 for sure, and that's McMillan. And we have the opportunity to get him. It's just like, do you want? Like Carter, Johnson, McMillan, like all of those guys.
Graham.
Graham too. So I don't know. It's tough. But yeah.
That wide receiver from Ole Miss is looking pretty good though too. He's probably the number 2 wide receiver.
Yeah, he's good.
Is that Trey kid?
Yeah, Trey Harris.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like White.
We lost the ability to be modest about our dumpster fire. Peterson or Slowick. Slowick's the one from what?
Texas. The Texans.
All right. Yeah, he's the one that just got fired, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Pete Carroll fired him too, so no Slowick.
Who did the Saints hire? Saints haven't hired anyone yet. Got Arnie. They're still
waiting.
They're still the only team right now without a head coach.
That's Kellen Moore's job to lose at this point.
They're hurting. The Saints are hurting. They're like $70 million above the cap.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I mean, they do that every year, but they are hurting now.
Yeah.
Well, they gave too much money to fucking Carr.
I mean, they had to give up Lattimore to Washington.
Yeah.
So the Saints have the number 9 pick, so that's a good thing for them. They can get an impact player right away in the top 10. So I don't know what their plan is. I know Jeremiah's got them taking Mikael Williams, the edge rusher from Georgia.
He's good.
I don't know.
He played hurt all season, they're saying. Let me see what the other guys see. Let's see what Bucky Brooks picks. Number 9. He's got them taking Jalen Walker, edge rusher from Georgia. So it's either one of the two.
Walker,
They're good. Those guys are good, yeah.
I mean, that's what Georgia produces, man. Let's see what Edholm takes. Edholm goes for the Saints at number 9.
I like Nick Nash a lot.
T-Mac.
For who? What pick?
For the Saints, number 9. He's got
number 9 T-Mac.
Yeah.
I don't see them doing that at all.
I don't think they fall that low. He falls that low.
Harris is a good pick. Yeah, I think so too. I agree.
I like White from UNLV. He's fast, super fast.
You've seen him play, didn't you?
UNLV?
Or was that Leo that saw that?
I didn't see. I haven't gone to a UNLV game.
Son Godwin, Kyle Trask, Trey Smith.
Kyle Trask? I don't know what Kyle Trask.
It's like Amy Trask.
Amy Trask's son.
Yeah, right.
Nick Nash. That's who I've been talking about. He's
Who's that? Where's he from? I don't know that name.
San Jose State. He was like, he either won the Triple Crown in receiving in the nation, or he was like just a couple numbers off. But they gave a big thing was that they gave the Biletnikoff to Travis Hunter over Nick Nash, and Nick Nash was like basically the Triple Crown winner in the nation. So that was like a big story over that award. But yeah, Nick Nash is a solid, but he's more of a possession guy. A bigger Renfro, I would say, probably a little bit faster too.
I was going to say Renfro. When you said possession, I'm thinking them.
Yeah,
I'm going to have to ask my son.
Bit better Renfro.
My son goes to San Jose State right now, so I'm going to have to ask him about it.
Yeah, ask him. Nick Nash is a baller.
The only Nash I know is Kevin Nash from WWE.
Steve Nash?
Kevin Nash.
I know, but you don't know Steve Nash? Hall of Fame point guard for the Phoenix Suns?
Dude, do I look like I follow basketball?
I mean, he's a pretty good Nash. I don't know.
What do you guys think of Najee Harris in free agency plus a draft pick? That I've been saying that from like week 12 on when we really started talking about this, and Nate can LV rated 10 can attest to that. Yeah, as a free agent running back, Najee Harris.
Yeah,
and we could still draft 1 or 2 running backs. I have no problem with that.
Yeah, I don't think I would either. Until I see Najee's number, I think I'll be a little bit more sure on it though.
He's not coming. He's not coming out. He's going. Where do you go to Miami?
No, Ewers is coming out.
No, he's coming out.
I thought he transferred.
No, that's Beck. Carson Beck went to Miami.
Oh, that's it. Okay.
10 mil.
Smart move.
Yeah. Yeah.
Matthew
Golden is a fucking baller too.
Well, okay, as a Notre Dame fan, no, he's not. He needs to learn. It's like, they got some great plays, got some big plays.
Yeah.
If Leo was here, he would say the same thing. It's like we need more from him. So, I wouldn't draft him right now. Sorry.
I like Isaiah Bond a little more, but he was hurt for the rest of the year, so we kind of have to see. I don't even know if he's coming out either, but just Texas guy.
He's asking about what do we think about Will Howard, Dylan Gabriel, or Rourke?
I'll take Will Howard on all those guys.
You would take who?
Will Howard before all those guys. I'm not sure about Dylan Gabriel. Not because of his height. I'm just not sure about him. I would take Will Howard.
I'd still take Dart.
Well, he's not on the list.
Well, that's not on
the list. I'm Dart too.
I see. I've influenced you, Jeff. I can see it.
Yeah. That's what I've seen and what you Said about him. You sold me.
Honestly,
we know Dallas wants him.
Yeah, Dallas definitely wants Genty.
I mean, every mock draft I've seen so far, they've got him going to Dallas.
I put the Nick Nash stats up there.
Yeah, can you go over him for us?
You see, he 104 yards receiving, 1,382 yards,
104 catches.
104 catches, 16 touchdowns, average 13.3. The dude is 6'3", 195. So he's a big receiver.
Yeah, he's big. I thought he was shorter. Yeah, that's Nick Nash.
That's Nash.
I thought he was shorter than that, but damn, he's big.
Well, you know, they look a little bigger than they are, so yeah, he's 6'3".
Yeah.
Ooh. There we go. What's up, Jay?
What's up?
Hey, what's up, Jay?
How's it going, folks?
How you doing, brother? Good to see you, man. Good to meet you for the first time on a live versus in your chat.
We've been together on a turf show.
We were on a turf show together.
Yeah, a long time ago, a few months ago.
Nice, bro.
Yeah. How's it going, fellas?
Dart is a must. To me, he's a must.
Yeah.
Well, we can't get Dart, get Milroe because Pete Carroll can't develop him. See what we did with Wilson.
Well, that's why I told Jeff. I'm like, we can't get. I wanted Milroe first because he's so athletic. I mean, man, he's like the Baltimore quarterback. But after I thought honestly, I thought Dart was small, but I didn't know he was big. I thought he was a small guy.
Yeah, I thought he was too.
And it's like, knowing that it's like what 6'2", 6'3", I'm like, yeah. And then and then playing with JPJ in high school.
Yep.
You gotta trust your center, right? My favorite player of all time is Jim Otto, the best center in the NFL, the best Raider that's ever been.
Mm-hmm.
Then you got a center that you can trust. Yeah, that flipped me, dude. So Jeff, thank you on that, bro. It's like that flipped me. I'm now more Dart than I'm more Milroe, but I think that guy is phenomenal with the athletic ability, and you got to give him time because the kid cannot read the field.
No, he definitely
cannot read a defense.
Yeah, we know that, but he can't be developed because, like I said, he's going to sit the first year. He's not going to play game one. He's going to sit.
I want either of those guys to sit.
He's going to sit. He's going to sit and learn. And if we get the right offensive coordinator to develop him, or a quarterback coach to develop him, he could be something the following year. But he's not going to play the first year. We already know that.
So here's the question, fellas. I don't think any of us feel like any of the quarterbacks coming out of the draft are start and play like a JPJ. You know what I mean? They're not ready. None of them are ready. So we have to go out in free agency. Who do you want to either, sign as a free agent or trade for? And then I'll give my answer last. I'll let all you boys talk, and then I'll follow up on that.
As a quarterback, you're saying?
Yeah. Because, Jeff, is any of these quarterbacks you think that are coming out are ready to start day one? I don't feel it.
No.
The closest to me is Cam Ward, but even then.
No.
William.
Yeah, LB Raider, I agree. I think he's probably the best quarterback coming out in draft, but
yeah,
day one ready. And like what Tom Brady says, they need to develop.
Yeah, he said it's a year.
Even Sanders, I'm not talking Sador. I'm talking his dad says, yeah, I want an organization that, will make my kid learn.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like, none of these quarterbacks, this quarterback class is way worse than last year's.
Oh, yeah.
You take a Cam Ward or Sador, you're putting them after Bo Nix. Yeah, we saw what Bo Nix did this year.
Mm-hmm.
They're not cracking that squad. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
yeah, I was watching a podcast today fuck, I can't remember who it was, but they were at the Senior Bowl or the Senior Bowl, and they were talking about like the quarterbacks, the class just in general, and they're saying like this one is like, I think it's so downplayed because of the quarterback class that just happened is so great that this class is kind of being a little bit overshadowed, but still, even then, like you're probably putting the best quarterback, which is most likely Cam Ward, at like the 5th quarterback from last year's draft, arguably like 5th, because obviously it's the top 3 guys, and then your choice of Nix, Penix, or JJ McCarthy would probably right in front of them, and then I would go Sanders or Ward. But like, it sucks to be a quarterback needy franchise in a mediocre quarterback draft class.
Right.
Yeah.
I think the only one is like McCarthy. It's like, as being an Irish guy, like, yeah, I see the top 2 quarterbacks over McCarthy.
Yeah.
So what do you guys think?
So
what do you guys think the Raiders are going to do? I'm like, this is like, honestly, it's like everything we ever read. We all read and watch and listen to shows and read the stuff from Hondo and all the other guys. Like, if you were the GM, who is the quarterback that you would want to bring in as that bridge? Chris, since you're in the upper left corner right next to me, bro, I'm going to start off with you, bro.
Who would I bring as a free agent?
Yeah, dude. Who do you want to do? What do you want to do if you're the GM?
If I was GM, I would not bring in none of these high-priced guys. Kirk Cousins. Sam Darnold's going to want the bag. Stafford, we had to trade for him because he's still in contract. So I looked at the list of these free agent quarterbacks. Don't look too good. I don't know who I would take. I'll probably flip a coin and take the cheapest one for experience. Because there's really nobody there that I would want to lead my team as a GM.
Lamondo.
So I can't say. Everybody talking about getting Kirk Cousins, like, for what? He did nothing. Get Sam Darnold. He gonna want the money if Minnesota allow him to leave. If they allow him to leave, they might franchise tag. So you asked me a question I cannot answer. I will say none of these guys. I'm not, like I said, I'm not breaking the bank. I'm not breaking the bank because we got more important needs than that. We do need a quarterback. We have a quarterback. We have AOC 12 right now. I ain't gonna say he'll be the leader of the team for the next couple of years, but we have a quarterback, so we're not in dire need. We don't have the Garoppolo and Hoyer incident no more.
Yep.
So right now, I'll just wherever I can get cheap. Okay.
Ride die, right?
If you come in cheap, I ain't breaking the bank.
Mm-hmm.
I'm done.
Yeah, see, this is why I don't like Cam Ward. Snowman just said it. Cam Ward's top bowl major turnoff. That did it for me on him.
Mm.
Like when he quit.
Oh shit!
That
ruined it for me.
Yeah, he quit. Oh, I forgot. Somebody did miss. Okay, you know who I would take in a heartbeat? If I can get him, I'll get Justin Fields. I don't know why I feel something about Justin Fields on this team with Pete Carroll running the thing, because he's kind of like a Wilson. I forgot.
Raider Paul Leo was here earlier. He had to go, but he kept going.
Chris, you took my answer, bro.
Well, you picked me first. That's your fault.
Justin, I want Justin Fields to be a bridge.
I forgot about Justin Fields. Yeah, I would take him.
No, you just said it. You just said Justin Fields, so that's why I'm agreeing. So you took my answer. That's why I jumped in. I wanted to hear everyone's take, but you just took it. So let me go down. LV Raider, your pick.
Yep. Yeah. So I mean, I kind of agree with what Chris is saying. As far as like all the free agent quarterbacks, I don't really like. I'm not in love with as being a bridge. The only one that if I had to choose a free agent quarterback to be that bridge, it's honestly, to me, it would probably be Russell Wilson. Only for the fact that he knows what's going to be asked of him. He knows how to run the offense. He's going to be able to teach AOC and third quarterback yet to be named how to run the offense and what makes that offense successful. You give him a 2-year or 1 year with an option, a team option. I think that's a perfect. He's not going to want a ton of money, not as much as a Justin Fields, as a Sam Darnold, as a possibly Kirk Cousins. So just like, yeah, that's if I had to choose one. But right now, I'm not choosing one. I'm sticking with AOC. I think he's completely capable of being that bridge quarterback.
Oh, no, see, I know what you're doing.
I know Jeff loves that.
You give that to Jeff because you're on the same show together. I know that's all
no. Because to be honest, like there's nobody I really want in free agency, like as far as the quarterback position.
So I agree.
But you know, I feel like Russell Wilson, like, you know, we blew it last year. Tom Telesco, man, we could have had him for $1.8 million.
Yeah,
and he signed Minshew for 2 years, 25. And we could have Russell Wilson 1.8. I'm like, last year was like the year to do it.
And Wilson said he wanted to come to the Raiders. He said, he said
he wanted to come to the Raiders, but that was Tom Telesco, so that was a mistake on him.
But would he have had the season that he had in Pittsburgh with our offensive coordinator? Fucking
no, of course not. No one's going to have that. But you know what? But it is 1.8. So instead of spending the money that we spent on Minshew, which Tom Telesco doesn't spend the money, right? We could have rolled it over to this year.
Yeah.
And it would have had even more money.
Yep. It's true. Very true.
So, Jay, I just saw you put your thing on. I want to hear your opinion, bro. What do you want to do?
Oh, sorry. Hold on. Give me a second. So for quarterback, I mean, it's slim.
You need to add to your poll none of the above.
No, I'm not gonna do that. They're gonna have
none of the above.
You gonna pull up, Jay?
I can't vote that one.
Well, don't vote.
You gonna vote?
You should vote. Don't vote. You know, like I'm looking at the list and it's slim pickings, to be honest with you. But I mean, I think Justin Fields is probably the best one that's affordable, that's not gonna break the bank, that has experience, that can bring something to the team. I mean, I don't think that's realistic. I don't think that's gonna happen. I think the Russell Wilson bring him in is probably going to happen just for, you know, the continuity. He already knows Carroll's system, and you know, especially if you're going to draft a pretty high QB, that's going to be important. So I think it's gonna. I would like Fields, but I realistically think it's going to be Russell Wilson. So
yeah.
This is the crazy thing about, you know, Russell Wilson, and I won Russell Wilson last year, and I still want Russell Wilson this year. But the whole thing is, like, you know, the last year of Russell Wilson was one Pete Carroll fired and the general manager fired, and that's why he got traded to Denver.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't know if the bad blood's still there or it's like it's gone. I hear different, you know, stories and rumors and stuff like that. I don't know what to believe.
No,
I do believe that Russell Wilson would probably cost you about $30 million a year on a 3-year contract is what it's going to cost him. But I think, you know, Fields will cost you less. And here's the thing about Fields. So the reason why the Pittsburgh Steelers benched him, because they would have to give up extra draft picks if he played one more game.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys looked into that, but that's the reason why he got benched. And he was starting over Russell Wilson.
He was doing pretty good. Pittsburgh
didn't want to give up those draft picks, so they benched him. They put Russell Wilson in. I mean, shoot, why not? You're only paying a guy $1.8 million.
I'll tell you what, there's a lot of people on here saying Justin Fields.
Yeah.
So
Pittsburgh.
I know who I would take.
Go, Jeff. Say it, bro.
Hey, don't call him.
Don't laugh at me when I say this.
I know you want AOC 12.
I'm here.
No. And I only want this person for one reason and one reason only. He doesn't even have to be the bridge quarterback. He can just come in. Carson Wentz.
Carson Wentz.
Ooh.
Who's he play for right
that's interesting.
It's for
Kansas
now? He play
KC.
for
Kansas City, yeah.
Kansas City. Yeah.
soak as much information out of him as you can. That's all you want him for. You want to pick his brain.
Well, you can say the same thing if you let's just go get Trey Smith. Instead of
Trey
using
Smith, the right guard of Kansas City.
Yeah,
definitely.
I want the backup quarterback that knows the plays, knows that shit. Granted, if Andy Reid is smart, he would change stuff up, but still, you can get the inner workings on what KC does to help you try and beat them. It's time to play dirty. This is the new. This is
I like it, Jeff.
The Ravens need to be. We need to get back into that. We need to be dirty. We need to pull all the punches, or hold no punches, and come out fisticuffs, and let's get this shit rolling.
To your
and
point,
if it means we have to bring in free agents that we know we're not even going to want or use, to retract or pull out information from somebody, fuck yeah, you're going to do it.
To your point,
all for that, because you want to talk about dirt cheap? He'd be dirt cheap.
To your point, we have a minor owner who did have Deflategate, Spygate, so he knows how to cheat. Okay? He's partial owner, and we have Pete Carroll who play a mean, nasty, dirty style football. So we getting that stuff in place. You know what I mean? So your point, yeah, you're right.
I like that, Jeff, dude. Sneaky, bro.
That was kind of sneaky, Jeff.
That's the way we got to be.
You threw a curveball, man.
It's time to bring back some of the old tricks that this team used to do. Trade for a player that or sign a player that we're not going to use, but we want him for what he knows.
I was looking for a fastball, and you threw a curveball, man. Jesus Christ. How did Carson win?
Chris knows this, and, Jeff knows this. Matt Millen, rule number 1, cheat. Rule number 2, see rule number 1.
Yep.
That was Matt Millen. He is a wash. I don't know what you're talking about.
Hey, Randy N. Broncos Nation, come over to my show on the Wild Wild West show. You can have your say.
I like Randy N. I like Randy. He's okay Bronco fan. He's not an idiot like those Charger fans were.
Like the two Charger fans?
It's funny that
Charger fans are crazy.
Once they lost, they fucking disappeared.
You didn't hear anything from them. Like, what happened?
Where the fuck did you guys go?
They did, just disappeared. They're talking all kind of shit while we was on live. I think he was with you, LBL. Then all of a sudden they lost. Like, you can hear a feather drop.
Yep, exactly.
You know what's funny, guys? Is what an idiot. Repping Captain Jack's channel on the Wild Wild West.
Yeah,
it's all for you. If you don't know it, it's for the Raider Nation. It's an all AFC West show. So I have to defend our last place Raiders, but there is more Raider fans than all the fans from the Broncos, the Chiefs, the Chargers on that show. So thank you and salute to all of you for that. I absolutely love the support. It's crazy. And it's hosted by a Denver Broncos fan.
Wow.
No, we are a nation. We are like the strongest, biggest fan base. So
we didn't make the playoffs. Yeah, the Chargers did, but how's your trophy case? Still empty and full of dust, right?
Right.
Exactly.
No, it's not the same, but at least it gives you some insight. And like I said, he's going to come dirt cheap anyway. I mean, right now, his contract is $3.3 million. He's 32 years old, so he's not like a super old quarterback. He's not like 38 like Stafford. That's the problem with Stafford. He's up there. Do you want Joe Flacco? He's 40 years old.
No Flacco. I'd rather have Stafford. I'd trade for him.
Yeah.
Stafford we'd have to trade. You're right. I mean, shit, we can get Andy Dalton. He's a free agent, 37. He's 37, $5 million.
Yeah.
Nope. Yeah, right, Chris.
Yeah, pass.
And no, I don't want Donald either.
I don't want Donald either. I
don't want any of these free agent quarterbacks, to be honest with you. None of them.
No.
The list is lousy.
This is a weak free agency with quarterbacks.
It's a bad year. It's an unlucky year for us.
I'm not sold on Fields either. I'm sorry.
I mean, Fields would be like the top one I'd bring in to compete with AFC 12. And then after that, it's Russell Wilson. But I'm not trading any picks, and I'm not spending no $40 million a year on a chance of like, oh, Sam Darnold had one good year. After they were so good, all the players around them, and they're coming to our team. And trust that I didn't like him when I saw him play against Notre Dame live. I'm like, this dude throws a lot of turnovers. No, not doing that.
You know, I heard another country creator say we give bringing Kirk Cousins because he didn't do that well last year. No, he's still in the contract for one thing, and we're not paying him all that money. No,
dude, Kirk Cousins robbed the NFL, robbed every team he's ever been for. He's gotten overpaid on every team. He don't give a fuck about loyalty. He's about his wallet, which I can't argue with that. Nope. But he's gotten overpaid everywhere he's gone.
Most guaranteed.
I want him as an NFL agent if I was an NFL player because he knows how to work it.
Yeah, he did. He went to team, got paid. Didn't do anything. Team got paid.
See, this is the shit right here. Comments like this piss me off because it backs me into a corner, and I don't fucking like that because that is not the fucking reason.
Don't even put it up. Take it off.
Look it all. Block it.
That aggravates the shit out of me.
Block him out. That's some stupid crap right there.
Yep.
Right there, true. Brady said Herbert, we'd have a 3-peat. Dead ass, though.
Yeah. The Chargers don't know how to win with their quarterback, who's supposed to be a great quarterback, one of the best out there, and he's horrible.
Every year
the Chargers know how to win anyways because they've never won a Super Bowl.
No.
And they had Dan Fouts, Eric Coryell.
They only been to one. So they got blown out by the 49ers.
Yep.
Man, actually, Chris, I would say if I had to choose between the 49ers and the Chargers, I'd root for the Chargers. Like last year, I rooted for Kansas City versus the 49ers. As a Northern California guy, my whole family's Niner fans. I can't stand the Niners. The Bay rivalry.
Oh, I know.
See, here, check this out. I live in a nice house. My wife haven't built this room I got now. We got to finish building a pool. We got a nice house. Everything set up. She's a 49er fan, so I'm not gonna fuck that up.
Did they bury a flag underneath your house like KC did with our stadium?
Well, she only built this room. She said, "Hell, I'll build your room back there, your ready room to get the hell out of the house." I said, "Okay, I'm good with that." So I'm not gonna mess it up.
That's why he's broadcasting from his he shed.
His he shed instead of a she shed?
Yeah, it says man cave in the background right there.
So what about this question from Sholo Man? If Bryce Young was available via trade, would you take Bryce over Fields hypothetically? I would.
I
think he's got more upside.
I think I would.
He just has an stability at head coach or OC since he's been there.
Bad offensive line play too.
He's on a bad team. He's on a
really bad team. Offensive line is great, but we're working on it.
What do you think, Jay?
About what? About?
Oh, and that last question.
Which one?
Bryce Young was available for you.
I said Bryce. Yeah, we'll take Bryce because he's young. You can go ahead and mold him. You just need to pair him with.
He's got a hell of a lot more upside.
Yeah. He's on a bad situation. That's all.
Even though I'm a Steelers fan, I'd still like to see the Raiders succeed. Well, thank you.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, give him some props.
Hey, Sid, the 70s Raiders and Steelers, rivalry.
Oh, that was
it's unforgettable, man. Unforgettable.
It was brutal. You want to see men beat each other up? Watch those games. Watch them. You highlights those games.
And that still ain't a catch either.
So Melissa asked, would you pick both Sander brothers or just Travis Hunter if you had the choice? If I had the
Just
choice,
Travis Hunter.
I'd take Travis Hunter.
Yeah, me too.
So that is a great question. You know, I got to ask you guys this: the Michigan cornerback or Hunter, who can do both, who do you really like better? I mean, honestly, because you really in the NFL, you got to end up having to pick one or the other. You really can't play both ways. This ain't college no more. Who do you like better? You think Hunter's like a great receiver? I think McMillan's a better receiver.
Yeah.
I think the cornerback from Michigan's a better cornerback, but you know, he's got the opportunity to play both. I mean, what do you guys really think about Travis Hunter?
I think what he's gonna do, my bad. What I think he's gonna do is honestly play receiver, be just off of the fact that receivers make more money in the league. That's really it.
I think it's a luxury that he can be a dual threat, but I think he should stick to. I would put him out there at cornerback.
I think he's a better corner. Yeah,
he's a better corner than wide receiver. I agree.
I would put him at that position and use him occasionally, like we did with Woodson.
Yeah,
In certain situations, have a set number of plays where you would run him out as a wide receiver, you know, or even put him in the backfield as a distraction. You know, if he's that multi-talented, you know, I mean, it'll make defenses go, "Whoa, what the hell's going on here?"
Right.
You know,
I agree.
Oh yeah. I think you'll see that.
Plus Travis is he's a little bit faster than Will from Michigan. He can cover. He can cover. He can close better than Will can. So he's a better cornerback.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's a better corner than receiver. I agree with that.
I'd be open to Wentz. Hell, I'd be open to Daniel Jones. Oh God,
Daniel Jones.
I don't want Davis Mills. Stroud's back up in Houston.
It's Danny Pennies, not dimes.
Danny Pennies.
You know, there's one thing you guys didn't mention.
Played pretty well.
Who?
Zach Wilson.
I was on a Zach Wilson train for a little bit when he was coming in. He had me sold after his pro day, but he's been so bad. It's hard to defend.
Well, where did he play at? Where did he start his career at?
New York with the Jets.
New York. He was a starting quarterback in New York. Like what, third pick overall in the draft, I think, or second.
And look how many quarterbacks the Jets drafted that turned out to be trash, but actually can be better. Okay.
Yeah.
It's a Jets organization that made the quarterbacks look bad.
I doubt Russell or Fields will be getting a starting job next year. I as long as they're not with us, I don't care.
I just say bring him in. It's like competition.
If I was to choose between the two, I would take Russell Wilson over Fields just because of who the head coach is now and the familiarity. If they run that same type of offense, you know.
Well, Pete's not running the offense. It's going to be the offensive coordinator that comes in.
If it's his scheme, you know, if it's something along that line. Nate.
So would you want, you know, like, let me ask you this, Jeff. So Russell Wilson is probably going to command like $30 million a year. Fields is probably 12 to 15. Then who do you want?
How much a year for Wilson?
That's probably about 30.
No, I ain't paying that kind of money.
I ain't paying that.
Right?
You've already got a guy on the team that you could keep as a bridge and bring in a rookie. I'm sorry. If we're talking money
for Russell.
If we're talking money, I don't see why we would spend that kind of money to bring a guy in when there's no reason why you can't just go AOC as a bridge. I just don't get it.
Well, like I said, we need a quarterback. We're not in dire need of a quarterback. Like I said, we don't have that Garoppolo Florida situation. We have a quarterback, and we do have another guy named Carter Bradley that's on the practice squad. We've never seen what he can do. We don't know what he can do. He did all right in preseason, but he was never in a regular season game. So he might be a superstar and sitting in the backfield. We don't know. So we're not in dire need to pay $40 million for or $30 million for a quarterback. I think that's outrageously stupid. But we got to pay other players right now. Just my opinion, Jack.
That's all right. Team Avocado Gang. Avocado game. Fields can't even read the field for crying out loud. Randy says he could be a backup running back for the Raiders. Paul, I just got to ask, why do you think he can't be a bridge? We're not expecting him to go out there and win the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I think he's a great bridge quarterback.
I think he's fine at that. I don't see why we would need to spend that kind of money.
Or we can bring Garoppolo back. He'd be cheap.
No.
It's only $3 million.
Chris, you hurt my feelings on that, bro. I don't want him back at all.
I was looking at the free agents and quarterbacks.
I'd rather keep Minshew over Garoppolo.
No thanks.
That's how bad it is.
I don't want either one of them.
I'd rather just pay Jimmy G with his condoms, being in Vegas versus, Garoppolo with all his strippers and hookers and stuff like that. It's like, no, I don't want to ever want to see that guy again.
How about Cooper Rush from Dallas?
I'm good. I'm good off Cooper Rush too.
Well, here's something that's kind of interesting. It's like, thought about Ben Johnson, right? There was the talk like if Ben Johnson came, then the hooker would have came.
Hendon Hooker?
Yeah.
That
was a big talk for a little bit there.
Yeah, they're not gonna let Hendon Hooker go anywhere. But he's still on a contract, a working contract.
I honestly like the guy from New England more than Hendon Hooker. What's his name? Jeff,
Drake
I know
May?
you know. No, obviously Drake May, but the backup. Joe Milton?
I've heard that name come out too about someone said we should trade for him.
I don't know about trade. I bet like if we're gonna go after a backup quarterback that has potential, I like Milton way more than Hendon Hooker.
All right, Raider Paul, you gotta just hear me out. Okay, he was a fourth rounder. It wasn't a heavy needed quarterback draft. I'll tell you right now, if he would have come out, if he could have stayed one, let's say he came out in this past draft in 2024, he would have been a first rounder or even a second rounder. Just look at his, don't base it on what he did with us for 2 years. If he would have come out a year later, he would have been in those top group of quarterbacks. There's no two ways about it based on what he did in Purdue. It's not that he was a fourth rounder for a reason. Well, Tom Brady was a sixth rounder, and look how that turned out. He wasn't a superstar right away. I don't know. I don't understand why people are so sour on quarterbacks right away. I mean, the kid shows that he can do stuff.
Let me tell you this. I'm an advocate for you, Jeff. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna pitch sticks. Like think about this, guys. All right. So it looks like Darrell Bell was going to be the OC, most likely. Imagine him working with the OC. Top of that, you have Pete on his presser come out and says, "Hey, we're going to go ahead and protect the quarterback." So meaning they're gonna really focus on this offensive line for once in the last 5 years. Okay, so they're going to build up that O line, and so expect that coming. So now he's going to have protection. He's going to have time in the pocket, which, if that's really where AOC shines. So if having him as a bridge is an option, the way that this team is going to be built and what it's looked like is heading, it's not a bad option. I'm not mad at AOC if he's the guy going into this next season, because depending how they're going to build that line, who are they going to put in there, we know he's going to have protection. The whole thing is about, for one, establishing the run game, two, protecting your quarterback. Those are the two important things that you need in order for you to go ahead and really bump up that offense. And that's something that we extremely struggled this past season. So food for thought, guys. Just food for thought. If Bevel comes in, obviously he's going to work with AOC. They're going to build up the line and to establish the run game and also protect the quarterback. So things might change. It might not be the same thing. He might look better. He's getting better. There's not as much as what, but is he a long-term solution? I still think no. He's not the one. But it'll be cool to have like Dart behind him, and he's showing him how to be an NFL player. That's what you want.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Hey Jay, I got a question for you. You came in late.
AOC never got a chance really to play. You know what? He first year McDermott threw him in against the Chargers. I'll keep calling San Diego. The Chargers.
Oh, you're right.
Then he only played like half the season, so he really get a chance to play and to get into a groove. So they look down and say, "Well, he didn't do that well." Well, he didn't start, and I blame AP for that.
Yeah,
he should have started the first game of the season.
Yeah, but I mean, if you look at it like this, I mean, Minshew is Telesco's guy. He brought him in. He overpaid for him. And you got this guy who's a backup quarterback that you paid $25 million for too. Now, why the fuck are you not going to play him, right? You want to see some return on investment. So that's the whole reason why Minshew agenda was pushed, and then he was pushed pretty heavily until he broke. Now he got the end result. But at least in Telesco's eyes, in the Raiders' eyes, like, hey, we paid for this guy to come and play. He played. He got fucked up. Now we went with AOC, and they were going back and forth a lot for the reason being because we, the fans, kept talking shit and didn't like the result that we were getting from Minshew. Obviously, it was a terrible experiment, but it just got awful. We shouldn't have had gone Minshew in the first place. We should have went for somebody else.
No,
or stuck with somebody, or we stuck with AOC.
So that's I was going to ask you, Jade, which is cool to be on a live show with you, bro. Being in your chat on your show. It's like, do you think that was like, our Antonio Pierce said, like, hey, I didn't go with my gut.
Mm-hmm.
And we started mentioning, which in the beginning of the season, I kind of saw it made sense, like a running quarterback versus a guy like, that can't run. And then it's like, we saw what happened. So do you feel like that was a Tom Telesco power move over AP, or do you see that as like AP didn't have total control of the team, or was it AP's call?
I think it was both. It was AP. Telesco pushing the agenda, and then kind of getting overridden. Because again, they paid a lot for Minshew. Minshew got a 2-year contract for $25 million. So I don't know what the dead cap is going to be after we cut him. But it's still a lot of money, right? If we keep him, I think it's like 10, 15 that we have to pay him. So they just wanted to see.
I think it's 15. I think 10 year this year, 15. This next year.
Yeah.
What I think.
Yeah, he got paid something like that. I think he got paid 15 this year, and we owe him 10 if we keep him or something like that. That cap is like 8 or 7 or something like that. So they wanted to see that return on investment. It only makes sense, but I mean, we should never have gone out and got him, and especially Paramount with like Luke Getsy. It was just a failure. It was just a failure from the get-go. It is what I mean. This time around, that's why I was advocating for Jeff's idea on why I would see why he would think like, okay, on the second go around, you got a guy like Bevel, and you see his history with Tua. And then the way that they're really going to go ahead and beef up that offensive line, which we desperately need. I've been saying that for the last like 4 fucking years to the Raiders. I literally tag them on every IG post every offseason. Beef up your O-line, get some free agents, get somebody in there. Like we kept the same dudes, and it was never working. So now it looks like they're really, especially under Pete, he's really looking at that like, hey, we got to establish a run game with the personnel that we got. It ain't gonna work. So we need to go out and get some other guys that can come in and block and block effectively, and be the future for the next like 3-4 years here. The long-term solution. So having that protection for AOC, you're gonna give him time in the pocket, and run that play. His play action is not bad. He's not, and he's improving on his rollout. I like his rollout. It's better. It's better than previous years. So I'm gonna just say that I'm not an AOC fan, so don't get it twisted. I'm still like, no. I
Jay
feel
likes
like
AOC. Jay likes AOC.
I don't like AOC. So
their cap hit is $7 million.
$7 million. See, there you go.
$7.6
million. They cut him post June 1st.
North Spears, just to answer your question, I think he needs another. I think he's good enough to be the bridge quarterback that we need until the rookie's ready. I don't see a need for us to spend money on a free agent. I'm not saying we shouldn't draft a quarterback. I am all for us drafting a quarterback. I have no problem with that.
Hey, you
But
know what?
I don't want to spend the money in free agency for a quarterback. I don't see that need. I'm sorry. But again, I don't make the decisions. That's up to the higher ups at the team, at the headquarters there. They come up with what they want to do, but that's my take on it. It's been my take for the longest time. Most of these guys in this channel with us and in the chat know my take on AOC being given another shot.
Come on, teacher, let me
money.
Chris wants to talk.
Yeah, Chris. Sorry.
Oh, no, I was looking at the dead cap space. You know how much James dead cap is? Andre James?
How much?
$7 million.
Damn.
So we can say $7 million.
For, who's cap space?
Andre James. His dead cap is $7 million.
But what's his contract? Isn't it like 3 years, $24 million?
He's base pay is 11. Shoot, I'm the wrong guy. His base pay is $6 million, so it's 3 years, $18 million.
So if we cut him, we have a dead cap space of $7 million, but if we keep him, we only pay him $6.
That's what it says.
Then I want to keep him. I don't want to spend an extra $1 million. I'd rather have him on the roster as the backup.
That's his base salary I'm looking at. Sorry. No, we can say $7 million because he had a 3-year contract.
Yeah, it's year 2.
Mm-hmm. So we can keep him as a backup. Put JBJ as center. Keep him as a backup. Get JP a rest now and then.
So here's kind of an odd. We're diving deeper now. So we all talked about Parham earlier tonight. So Parham did play, center in college. Would you rather have Andre James or Parham as your backup center? Not that we all want either one of them overall, but just kind of curious.
Well, they're paying Parham.
He's a rookie contract.
No, he's not. He's getting $3 million. Oh, he is on a rookie contract. Yeah, you're right. He's getting paid $3 million. Parham is.
Man, nobody wants to answer that question. That means we don't either one of them.
I like Andre James better as a backup.
I guess for tomorrow.
I think Andre James is better as a backup. I like Parham as a guard. He had a really bad year this past year, but the year prior, he was pretty good, at least in pass blocking. Not in run blocking, but in pass blocking, he was one of the best rookie guards. And I know Jeff is super against Dylan Parham. And he had a really bad year.
No.
I'm not going to give any excuses. He had a really bad year.
He had a terrible fucking year. It was awful.
It was really bad.
Definitely move on from him. I mean, why would you keep him? And what was the cap hit on Parham again?
Oh, Parham cap hit was Parham cap is only $227,000.
Oh,
yeah. Well, he's still on a rookie contract, so there's no way that they're gonna
still
let
too
him
much
go
money for him.
Prior.
Jeff would pay that guy $10. Like, yeah, get out of here.
$10. I wouldn't even give him a penny. I wouldn't even give him the dime that Daniel Jones can't throw anymore.
You wouldn't even let him mow your lawn for free?
No.
Jeff,
screw that up too.
That's pretty bad.
Jeff, when I go to New England, I'm gonna cut out the piece of jersey that he signed for me, and I'm gonna give that to you as a present.
I'm like, how birthday. Hey, I want to share this really quick. So I put up a poll on my channel. What QB would you sign in free agency? So choice of Sam Darnold, Russell Wilson, Justin Fields, Marcus Mariota. Currently, Russell Wilson is winning 35%.
I voted 3 times.
40 votes casted. So make sure you guys go put in your vote. Justin Fields and Sam Darnold are close second. They're tied for 25%. So people like Russell Wilson.
Jay, the poll I put up earlier, Jackson Dart won it.
Jackson Dart won it.
Yep.
He's gaining steam. I heard he had a really, really good Shrine Bowl. Like really, really good. So that's good. I don't know if he goes into the first, maybe. I mean, it's possible, but
Leave him alone. He's a Raider.
I don't know. Oh, let me. I'm gonna ask you and Jeff. I'll ask you too. I'll ask all you guys. All right. So, JT the Brick has been really pushing this fucking thing about drafting Dart at 6. Would you get him at 6? He's like, get your guy at 6 because that's the guy you want, and just like call it a day and get move
that's
on.
A little, I don't know. I think that's a little too early.
That's way too high to me. Yeah,
I agree.
I mean, if that's who they really want to target for the quarterback, then I would suggest trading out of that number 6 and fall to the later part of the first round.
Yeah.
You know, I'd even be fine with going up to like 15 to 17 and grab them then. I just think with the talent that's going to be there at number 6 is too much to pass up.
Yep.
To take him.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it wouldn't be justified. You'd get called out for reaching.
Oh, for sure.
Big time. Time.
Yeah, I'm a huge Jackson Dart fan. That's not a secret. And I even think that's way too high for him still. Like, that would be like the best possible scenario, in my opinion, at the quarterback position. But even then, at 6 is super high.
Super high. Mm-hmm. What do you think, Chris?
Oh, so I was reading this. Yeah, I'll agree with you guys. That's pretty high. I'll take. I will give my guy the guy we want. Well, not we want, but a defensive player or something like that. Number 6. Go back because we got two number 3 picks. I would trade back up into the first or second round and then get Jackson Dart.
Yeah,
if he's still there. I wouldn't take him at 6.
Yeah, avocado guy. I had to put somebody in there, bro. There was like the slim jacket, bro.
Because I didn't look at the elements either.
The only one, bro, and he was an ex-Raider, and he's not half bad at half of the time. So, he's over there in Washington doing his thing. But I had to put in somebody for the 4th option, bro. If you would have put somebody better, cool. Let me know.
I'll just read some of these dead cat spaces and see how much we spend for these players that shouldn't be there.
Oh, let me ask Jack. So I don't know if you heard the question.
No, I didn't hear it. What's the question?
So JT the Brick pushes this thing about if you like Jackson Dart so much, just get him at 6 and just call it a day because the potential of somebody getting him like later in the rounds could be there. What do you think? Would you get him at 6 or would you still wait until the 2nd?
Well, the cool thing about JT the Brick, I watched him as a young man, like when he came up in radio stuff in the Bay Area. But I am not going to agree with what he just said. I am not taking Jackson Dart at number 6.
Mm-hmm.
But what I would do if he's available, I'm going Graham. Defensive tackle, Michigan. I want to rebuild that defensive line to make it stout like the 83 Raiders, the best defensive line ever. And then I came in on this. So, wrong way. Sorry. Right there. Chris said it. You got an extra 3rd round draft pick. If you need to go back in the 1st round, then you go up and get a Jackson Dart.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not taking number 6 pick on Jackson Dart. That's way too big of a risk. I'd rather have someone solid who's like the comp is Christian Wilkerson. If you could have 2 Christian Wilkersons on the same defensive line, oh my God, with the Max Crosby and whoever we bring back at the other defensive end, that's a great starting point. I'm not doing Dart number 6. I'm not doing any quarterback except for the top 2 ones at number 6 if they follow us.
Yeah.
So what do you think, Jay? What do you think of my take?
No, it's good. It's good. Yeah, he can push it. Like I watch him. I try to watch him like every show. He pushes that when he's off the radio. He pushes that like when he talks to us on the chat, and I'm like, what the fuck? Like, no, bro. Like, I mean, everybody's projecting him to go in the 2nd, so why are you gonna go up in the 1st and like, And then now the whole thing that he might go into the 1st. I don't. If he does go into the 1st, it's gonna be a low pick first. I don't think he's gonna make it up into the top 10.
And it just changed recently. Jeff and I had this conversation last Friday. I had Milrow above Dart, but now it's like, based on, the Senior Bowl and stuff like that, the shit's changing. He's evolving. He's like growing. A lot of Raider fans like Dart. Some like Milrow, but now I see Dart as a clear number 3.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah,
But
I mean, I know.
But I am not taking him at number 6.
No.
Nah, I won't take that chance.
This guy, I'm a Vikings fan, and JT is a brick. Got James post June 1st and save 3.1 mil. Yes. Desiree, not overreach for a pick.
Yeah, Andre James.
That's the thing too. You know, past regimes in charge of our drafts would have taken, you know, dumbass, you know, plays like, you know, picks like that where we would grab them at like number 4. You know.
Oh, you talking about like Alex Leatherwood, the greatest O-line man of all time?
Oh God,
it was.
That's Jamarcus Russell right there, right? You know, same category.
I know.
You don't even play football anymore.
Really?
I called him Leatherface back in the day on all the shows. Leatherface.
Leatherface.
Nora is a 5th at best. Wait a minute. No, are you saying 5th round or 5th ranked quarterback?
5th round, I think he means.
5th round?
Really?
No, I think he's saying 5th best. Like 5th best quarterback overall.
See, Armando Guzman.
So I wonder, like, you know, who's number 4? So we got the top 3. Dart be number 3. Who's number 4? And then Milrow be number 5. Who's number 4?
I think Gabriel, because his stock is rising.
Oh, Gabriel.
Too.
That's
Gabriel.
right.
Yeah,
He's had a
rising.
really good Senior Bowl practices.
Yeah, like super accurate. So he might.
We're talking practice?
No, he played. I think I think the game. The
game's tomorrow.
Yeah.
Is it tomorrow?
Jack, Armando Guzman agreed with you. He goes, I agree with you, Jack.
The East-West Shrine Bowl was yesterday.
Get defensive first because Peter Carroll's a defensive-minded coach.
And normally I would say yes, it would probably be defensive, but I think because of Brady and Mark, they might get Shador. I think they might get an offensive player.
If he drops at 6,
but if he's gone, if they don't do it,
if Shador drops at 6, they're gonna get him.
Oh yeah,
get him.
sure.
Absolutely.
I completely agree with that.
They will pick him up.
But
I don't think they're gonna trade up and lose their capital to get him.
Yeah.
Well, they might. I don't know. Pete Carroll, man.
Interesting how they play it.
Yeah, it's gonna be.
Comment here. That's a big no. Genty and
Mike, go back to Sid's. I want to hear everybody's favorite Raider of all time.
Who's your favorite Raider of all time?
Jack.
I'm gonna answer it quick because then I'm going for a smoke. I gotta go Jim Otto.
Well, yeah, Jeff, you got him on your board. That's my boy right there. Jim Otto.
I'm a big lineman at heart. I'll be right back.
No, it's like, well, I just, I don't know. Shit, I'm gonna have to put this. I was gonna wear this jersey over my jacket, but this jacket's super thick, and I'm a Californian with cold-blooded. Right here, number
Otto.
00.
I got my Jim Otto jersey too. I mean, it's in my closet right now, but. What about you, Chris?
What's that?
Who's your favorite Raider of all time?
Oh, this is a Raider show? Oh, I thought I was on a cheat show. Oh my god.
Oh, that's right.
Chris.
You know what? I have so many of them, man. I can't really pick one because it's like about 5 of them, man. You know, Charles Woods is one. Marcus Allen's another one.
Mm-hmm.
Rod Martin is another guy because I met him in person.
Number 53.
Yeah, Rod Martin's a favorite.
Nice.
I got a few of them, so it's hard to pick that.
83 Super Bowl MVP.
Yeah, I met him in person, and he was a nice guy.
Oh, nice.
So I really can't pick. I can't really pick one. There's so many I like. My history's so long. It's hard.
Yeah, completely agree. What about you, Jay?
It's a hard one, a little bit. So my guys are Bo Jackson. I'm a Rich Cannon guy, and then Jerry Rice, bro. I love Jerry Rice.
Ooh, Jerry Rice is a good one.
Yeah,
You got Jerry Rice over Tim Brown?
Yeah, but Tim Brown's like 1B.
Yeah,
like,
but
between those two guys.
Rice don't count. He's a 49er first, so he don't count.
I'm fair.
He still had a great
Hey,
career.
when he came on the Raiders, he was number 2. He was not number 1.
That's all that matters. That's all that matters. And he balled here for 2 years.
Right? If you're a Raider, once you're a Raider, you're always a Raider. Okay, I'll give you that, Jay.
That's really true. That's not true.
He could have gone back to San
Well, Lester
Francisco.
McDaniels or Jamarcus Russell.
He could have gone back to San Francisco, retired as a Niner. He didn't do that. He came to the Raiders and retired a fucking Raider. He helped us take us to a Super Bowl.
Okay.
Well, Marcus Allen retired as a Raider, which is sweet.
Hey, I got you. I'll give you that.
There you go. See, I'm gonna say Bo Jackson. I love Bo.
Favorite Raider all time?
That's my next one, bro.
Don't mention Antonio Brown. Why not?
Oh God.
Well, he said once a Raider, always a Raider, right?
Well, was he really ever a Raider? Like in the way of did he ever play a game for the Raiders? No, he never did.
He was on the team.
He was on the team, but he never played a game. So that's like I'll say this. It's like Warren Sapp and Randy Moss.
Oh my God. I was just gonna say that, Randy
I mean, okay, so going back to old school YouTube, okay, way before I've seen and met any of you guys. I remember going on to after oh God, what's his name? Purdue. He played for the Raiders back in the 90s. I'm trying to mental blank, and I brought up his name. It's when he was on, when Randy Moss was on the show, or you talk about Randy Moss. I'm like, dude, Randy Moss didn't care. It's like Warren Sapp didn't care. If you Jamarcus Russell didn't care. If you don't care, if you don't have the mentality like a Bill Piano, then I don't care. And I remember getting kicked off the show, not once, but twice on his show. Being on a live show, it's with him. It's Stu Swagger. You guys remember Stu?
Yeah, he got his own show. Yeah, Stu Swagger, yeah.
Yeah, I used to go on his shows with him live. It's but man, you bring up Randy Moss. And if I feel like you're a player that doesn't try and you got no heart, you're just in there for the contract, which Warren Sapp pretty much said that he was in there for the contract.
Mm-hmm.
Then it's and if you don't show up and perform and you got no heart, then I don't believe you're a Raider. So those are some of the guys, man. And I still talk to Stu once in a blue moon, but yeah, I got kicked off a show twice.
Hey, salute Chris from Protect Your Shield. He just popped in. Salute, Chris.
Hey, Chris. What's up, brother?
Chris, how you doing, brother?
You need to hop in here too, dude. I need to meet you live again. Come on. I need to meet you live.
Too. Do the damn thing, bro.
See, that's what I love about the Raider Nation. It's I don't have my own show. I don't want my own show. I like going on all your guys' shows to talk Raider stuff.
Well, then jump on my show and do one next week. Jump on my show.
Go.
What day? Say, Chris.
I try to do it on Wednesdays. That's the best day for me.
All right. If you see me in a live, dude, have someone pop your channel, pop your link in the chat, because you know what? I get, I do get talked, in the shows hey, Jack, why are you showing up my show? If your show don't show up on my YouTube stuff,
right.
Raider Rebel, we watched the whole draft together and talked the whole time. 100% just draft picks. What do we want to do now? What do we want to do now? But if your show don't pop up, and being a mod on most Raider channels, if I don't see it, I ain't clicking on it, because you know what? If I don't see it, I don't. I'm not.
You still don't see the chat? So I put it a couple times.
I see you guys in chats on shows, but it in the way of watching your shows, Jay does on Saturday. I see him, and I see LB Raider going on with Leo and stuff. But whatever the YouTube algorithm is, it's I see what's on, who's out there, and then when I see a live show, whatever live show is on, I see first. Boom, I click that button. And then when if there's multiple guys on, I'm hopping, dude. I'm hopping to hit the likes in all channels.
I hear you.
So that's what it's all about. It's like, but I never see Raider Rebel like ever. Like, you know, and he's like, dude, why are you not coming on my show, dude? I want to bring you on live. I'm like, because I don't see your shit, dude. I need to see it.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I say you can't see the chat right now, right?
No, I can't see the chat, which is weird because when I go on the Wild Wild West show, I can read all the chat. And like I'm going through my email with Jeff, which is normally I can see the chat. But I can't see the chat on this channel right now. So again, Raider Nation, I do apologize that I can't see your chat. So throw your questions or whatever out there, and I'll salute you like I do on the Wild West show. That show is not my show. It's a run by a Denver Broncos fan. But you know, I will say this, which is cool. In the AFC West show, there was more Raider fans in that show than the Broncos, the Chargers, or the Queefs all combined.
Let me do this really quick, Jeff, before we go to the next thing, because Chris did put up his channel. Let me plug everybody really quick. So everybody, appreciate you guys watching tonight, Friday Night Raider Talk. Make sure you guys go onto every channel and give these guys a follow, subscribe. My guy Chris for Raiders, make sure you go on his channel, give him a subscribe. My guy LB Raider 10, make sure you go on his channel. Also Jeff at ME_Raiders Booster. Make sure you go and give him a subscribe. They do a show every damn Thursday. My guy Jack, he like you said, he likes to go ahead and pop in the shows. So if you like what you're feeling, just make sure you just keep tabs on our shows. Usually he pops into a show here and there. And then myself, of course, Just Raiders Baby Podcast. I got a show tomorrow morning, so make sure you guys tap into that 10 a.m. Pacific. Just want to go ahead and shoot the plug real quick. But make sure you guys keep those questions coming. You know, make sure it's a good question. It's you know, you're not spamming or anything like that. And we like to chop it up with you, with all the Raider fans in here, and football fans in general as well. Just as long as you come respectful, make sure it's something you know, cohesive and something you know, good that you can contribute to the chat, of course.
Thank you, Jay.
Good show tonight so far.
Appreciate that, Jay.
Yeah.
We are at hour number 4.
Yeah.
Damn, Jeff, this is just like last Friday, right?
This is a 24-hour show, right?
Wow. Going that long, huh?
Yeah.
This is the 24-hour show, right? The marathon show?
Yeah, we're gonna stay on all night. Yeah.
We should do it for the draft.
The draft.
Yeah. That'd be really
That'd
good.
be a good one, bro. Like the night leading up to the draft, and just like,
oh, definitely.
Yeah.
That sounds
early.
It's going to be a Wednesday night because the draft starts on Thursday. Thursday's round 1.
Yeah.
So that would be Wednesday night, which is our show.
But Leo's going to be in Green Bay.
Yeah. So
hopefully we can get him at nighttime.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we could plan something, the 3 of us.
Jeff, I got a suggestion for all you guys.
Yeah.
I mean, it's something that's never been done in Raider YouTube's history. All you content creators, do a mega show. Literally a mega show. Like you got 20 windows open of content creators. Everyone's coming on the different channels and in one voice. We are Raider Nation, right?
Yeah.
As a Raiders fan with no show, that would be unbelievable.
That'd be awesome.
Something that's never been done. Never been done. I've been on shows since like 8-9 years ago, before all you boys even were here. And that would be something that would be unbelievable if you as Raider content creators, you guys all talk to each other behind the scenes. If you guys put something like that up, that would be the one nation, right? Unbelievable.
I would love to do that live. I would love to do that live.
I think they have that,
I think Jay just was starting to say it too. That would be with that many people. Say we got it up to 20 20 guys on here, nobody would get a word in edgewise.
You're not going to be able to read the chat, that's for sure.
That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why I think it would work probably better live, because I feel like you can bounce off better live rather than you kind of get a different vibe on online. It would be a little bit harder to get all of your stuff out, you know?
Oh yeah.
Well, just coming from a fan that's just, a Raiders fan, like not having a channel.
Yeah.
I would, you guys all see me like do the stuff. Like I pop in one channel, salute, give my like, pop in another channel, like, hit another channel, like, I keep doing that. But if there was like all you guys in one channel, then you guys can all promote each other. And I will say this would be the best thing for everyone, because it's all about getting your face out there, right?
Yep.
Get your faces out there. And hey, hit the like for every channel. Every Raider YouTuber, hit the like for everyone else that's in the the panel.
Hey Jeff.
And you know what? If you got your mods out there, which I will say I'm really bad because I'm old school, and it's probably being the biggest mod in this whole nation. I don't know how to post your shit. So I apologize to everyone out there and every channel I go on. I don't know how to post your shit. But if you got mods that know how to do that, then it's easy to jump. Go back and forth. Go back and forth. Go back and forth.
Hey Jeff,
get your likes up. Get your algorithms up. Start modernizing. Start making your money if people want to spend money on that shit.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm about to hit 50. You believe that?
Really?
Yeah, that's like really, really fast. That
you look older than 50, but okay.
God damn it!
Chris, how old are you, dude? Wait a minute. You're younger. You're younger than 50?
No.
Yeah, I'm 20 years old with about 40 years experience.
Dude, I am so old that I saw Jim Otto play in 1974 on the black and white TV.
Look, I got you beat. I'm 60. I'm gonna be 61 in March.
So there's a question for the panel here from Robert Davis. He goes, Patriots fan here. Just saw this scrolling. Are you guys excited or concerned with Tom Brady seeming to have a larger voice in roster control going forward? Start with you, Chris.
No, I don't. Because he knows talent. He sees talent. The understand is that he won for the Patriots, but he also won from Tampa Bay. And what he do when he went down to the Buccaneers, he told the guys, I want this player, I want that player, I want this player. Bring him down, we'll win Super Bowl. That's exactly what he did. He knows talent. He knows how to play. He knows talent. Before we didn't have that. We had an owner who don't know football. He even said it. He knows money, but not football. So we got somebody in the house that knows football.
Yep.
So
Jack,
I still don't like Tom Brady because of the tuck rule, but that wasn't his fault. That was the ref's fault. But you know what? The man's a winner, proven winner. He's a champion. So I'm happy to have a champion in the building.
I'm gonna piggyback off Chris. So Robert, it's like I didn't like him coming in here as a Patriot, coming into my home turf, my Raiders. But now that he's invested into this team, and now I look at it in a different way. It's like Mark Davis has no children. So who's at some point is going to turn this team over to? But no one better than your New England Patriots quarterback in Tom Brady. The one who's got the most Super Bowl rings ever, the best quarterback ever, the GOAT, right? So I like the idea, and he's like bringing minds together, which with this offseason for the Raiders, I thought, and we were going to a rebuild, I thought we were going to be destroyed and starting from scratch. And what I'm coming back to is that we're not doing that. We're not blowing this shit up and having to do it all over again. I see it. It's like reconnections in the way of like bringing certain players, certain people in. And then him getting spy check, which again, got to make sure I got the right finger for Chris. It's like, he's bringing the right minds over here. And the connections, like, what's coming out there, it's like a one-minded society. So, yes, it's going to be super hard because you got the Kansas City Chiefs, going for the three-peat. You got the Denver Broncos went to the playoffs, which I thought they were going to suck ass. I thought the Kansas City Chiefs were going to stink too. And did I ever think that we're going to be swept by them when we're kicking their butts? We beat the Broncos 8 times in a row until this year. So I see the right minds coming into place, and I see the direction they're going. It's like it's going to bring like the best player we have back, and like getting his mindset back, continuity, stability, in the way of Max Crosby. And so I see with Patrick Graham coming back, he's going to bring a lot of the Raider free agents on defense coming back, which we have a great defense. We had a really good defense. So yes, with Mark at some point with no children, turning the reins over at some point, I'm sure Tom's going to buy even more of the franchise, to a guy like Tom Brady, who grew up a Niners fan, with all those Super Bowl rings in New England, and now he's a Raider. I'm liking it. I think the pieces of the puzzle are coming together. So, great question, Robert Davis. I'm glad you asked it.
Yep.
Jay, what do you think?
I'm gonna agree with the same thing that you guys said. I mean, having Brady here, somebody who can, who knows football, who won it at the highest level multiple times, to have him as an owner and somebody who's going to be steering the team in the right direction, I'm all for it. I know the history with Tom, but putting that to the side because he's here and can't do nothing about it. But he's invested in the team. He wants to see a return on investment. What the tribe said on from my chat, he said Tom Brady's from San Mateo. He's a Bay Area native. It probably makes sense why he chose the Raiders to come in, right? Because he is from the Bay Area. We're a Bay Area team origin. That's where we were created. That's where we come from. That's our roots, and so it makes sense. But this is the best guy that you can have in the building, that can have in Mark's ear, because obviously Mark doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. Multiple people, even himself, has said, I don't know what I'm doing. Who better than Tom Brady? And we're starting to see that Brady effect take place. We got Pete in here. We got PG. We got Spy Tech. Spy Tech is a smart guy. He's drafted really, really good. So I think this is a great thing, and hopefully, we get to see this for many years to come. Like to what Jack's point, eventually Mark is going to come out. The Davises are going to leave Vegas, so and the new group is going to come in, and that's what's starting to happen. They're starting to sell off bits and pieces of the team. So I say in the next 10, 15 years, the Davises are probably going to be out, and we're going to see like a group like in LA, like the Dodgers, where it's controlled by an interest similar to UFC, like same, where they're running the Raiders, and it's just about winning and making sure that money keeps rolling in. Because when we win, they win. They put assets in those seats, and that's what they want.
Nate.
Yep. When he was first announced that he was going to be a part owner and come and be a part of this team and this organization, I was a little skeptical because we had just gone over the whole Josh McDaniels and that whole fiasco, and coming over from the Patriots, was it going to be another Patriot way kind of thing? And then of course a lot of Raider fans don't have a ton of fond memories of Tom Brady because, of course, the Tuck rule, and then he was just so successful in our own conference and things like that. But now, this is really his first offseason where he's had some kind of control, some kind of say, some kind of power so far, and everything has looked extremely good. He single-handedly gave us a shot at getting the possible best coach in this hiring process. And so, that just shows how much respect he has around the league, how much, how much his say weight his words pull with people around the league. And honestly, it's looking really good. He's pulled in Pete Carroll, who is arguably the second best option at head coach. John Spytek, who is an extremely successful player personnel person in Tampa Bay, who of course has connections with Tom Brady going back to Michigan, and then of course in Tampa when Tom Brady was there. So he knows how to operate, how to evaluate talent, and then everything that just looks so far has looked really good. And I'm hoping that trend continues to go. And I'm really excited to see what else his input is going to have an effect on in this organization.
I wasn't happy with it at first, but it's grown on me. Pretty much what everybody else said up top. The only thing I would add to it is even if he walked into my house now, I'd still punch him in the face. So, we'll move on.
Come on, Jeff. Really? Like, come on. He's like around your neighborhood.
Nope. Robert Davis, that means you must live in the New England area. So that's where I'm at. I'm in Rhode Island. I don't know where you are in the state or in the New England region. So Anthony Estrada says, I guess I would be all right. I would be all right getting another free agent quarterback, but for the right one, Justin Fields. But how about Pete Carroll keeping Aiden and teaching him? Look what he did for young Russell, and that's what I've been saying.
That's what we're saying.
So,
yep. Oh, hey, you are Jeff's hunting list right now, bro.
Yep. My new friend now, Anthony Estrada.
Hey, I've been talking to AE for years, man. Good boy.
Did you hear Aaron Donald called Jalen Carter his replacement? Do you think we should have drafted Jalen Carter? Hell yeah, we should have.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Please.
And not even second guessing the pick that we made. We should have drafted him at that moment then. There was no reason for us to pass on him.
That set us back so far, man. Like, we're talking about tonight's show. Oh, what should we get? Oh, the defensive tackle from Michigan. If we had Carter, we're not even thinking about that right now.
No.
See, the tribe says none of the above on QB free agents for me. I agree.
Yeah. He's replying to my poll.
He goes, I wish Gruden was still around, but he seems happy at Barstool.
I love his content in Barstool. It's really hard to not like. It's so good.
Yeah. Do you think the Raiders will have a chance at a playoff? No, not at all.
No.
I'm not even thinking playoffs yet.
No.
That's a couple of years away.
We just want to.
Hey, Sid, come watch the Wild West show. We're the only team that didn't make the playoffs, and if you want to talk your stuff there, man, talk it.
Poor Jack, when he's on that show, he looks like the one kid that doesn't get picked to play in a game. Because the other three are all talking about, the playoffs, this, our team that.
Hey, it's a hard life, when we're out of the playoffs so early, and then I'm gonna have to rep the Raiders and talk smack.
Yep.
At the same time, it's respectful. It's very respectful, but at the same time, it's like you're trying to represent, but you ain't winning any games in the AFC. We got swept, right?
Yeah.
And you have to try to bring out points oh, this is why my team is better than your team. It ain't easy. I'll say that.
Anthony, I'm on the same one that he's on. So that was the question I think you were referring to. We just took a while to answer that other question. I'm trying to get through the chat as much as possible here. So picking and choosing at this point because I'm way behind. Let's see. Where are we? I just want to see a Bears Raiders Super Bowl before I go. Bears and Raiders fan here. I want to see another Super Bowl. It's been 40-something years for me, Jack, and Chris. So,
that'd be pretty cool. Bears, versus Raiders. Damn,
I don't care
two old school franchises playing against each other. That's cool.
I just want to see us play in one.
I don't care who I don't be in one. I don't care who it is.
Yeah, Anthony, I've been a huge AOC 12 supporter this whole season. So that's the whole reason why I also don't want to draft a quarterback in the first round.
I want to see a Raiders and Rams Super Bowl and Raiders just smash the shit out the Rams. I hate
That'd
the Rams.
be fucking beautiful.
I hate the Rams. So
yes, dude.
I want to see a Raiders-Niners Super Bowl, and the Raiders kill them, dude. I will take any AFC West team or any AFC conference team over the Niners. Being a Northern California guy, I can't stand the Niners.
As a Ravens fan, I wouldn't mind trading Harbaugh to the Raiders for anything. We got a coach. We're good.
There we are.
I hope not, Javier. Let's see. They say Raider fans make the best boyfriends. Y'all stay loyal no matter what.
There he is. There it is. The quote of the day.
I don't think Jalen Carter is worth the first round pick. Look at that. What?
What do you mean? Didn't he have like 5 or 6 sacks this year as a defensive tackle? And I think he had that last year.
He's not defensive.
He's been a dominating force on their front. I don't know.
Tackles don't get that many sacks. So
no, that's what I mean. It's like
that's kind of what we're hoping for, Mark. That we do interview LaFleur.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and I don't know if anybody's aware of the new rule. If they can do lateral moves. I guess before they could only go up.
This is a good question.
Lateral moves. So if he gets a good offer from us, you never know.
Yeah.
So don't.
Why not sign Aaron Rodgers?
That's a good question. If they let him go,
it's a good question.
No.
I mean, it is a good question. I mean, think about it. The Jets are horrible. It's run horrible. They're the first ones that cut their head coach. If you could bring an AR like as a bridge, I mean, as long as it doesn't cost too much.
Oh, I don't think that's
develop a quarterback you can draft or whatever. That's a good question.
Aaron Rodgers will come in, want to take over, want to do things his way. He wants.
No, if that's the way he wants to do it, like Russell Wilson, like was in Denver, his entourage had his own office in the building. Then no, then you can't, bro.
And then you know what? You're gonna want so much money. No.
That's funny, bro. Oh, my guy Desert, he's like, because Aaron Rodgers was a weirdo. Facts, bro.
Well, you know what? The other reason I don't want him, he's going to automatically raise our average age on the team, too.
I don't care about that.
I do.
I don't care about the average age. We're like the 3rd youngest team in the NFL now.
But
it's like,
and then you bring in a 50-year-old quarterback, and it goes through the roof.
The 3rd oldest. We already got the oldest coach, so we don't need the oldest team.
So who's our MVP for this year? Now, you talking NFL or for the team?
I think he means NFL.
If you're talking NFL, I'm really starting to lean Saquon, to be honest with you.
Really?
Jeff, right? Cheers, bro, on that.
Doing it, bro. That dude's fucking.
I mean, I know the votes are already in and everything. I mean, we'll find out on Thursday next week.
What about Rookie of the Year?
Oh, that's Jalen.
That's Jalen Carter. I mean, Jalen.
I hate that. I hate that all you guys said that because you know what? Bauer set all those records, and I get it.
To me, it's Bauer.
I get it. They went to the playoffs. He's done something that quarterback hasn't done. But when you're setting all-time record, I mean, we're talking all-time records at tight end. Then that kind of makes me mad because it always goes to the quarterback. The quarterback can kiss my ass if you're setting all-time records. I'm sorry. That's like, for me, it's something that's never been done. It's never been done. So you think about when the league started, it's never been done, and this kid's done it.
I agree with you. I totally agree with you. He's my MVP, but you know how the league is. There's always a quarterback that usually wins MVP. Plus, the Raiders won 4 games. McDaniels took their teams to Jaden Daniels took their team to the playoffs.
Man, I love me some Jaden Daniels, and I wish Tom Telesco would have reached out and tried to make a trade, and we would have given up those draft picks for him, and then we wouldn't have Brock Bowers. But at the same time, it's an individual award, right? So there's 3 players that are in it for this award. It's Jaden Daniels, Brock Bowers, and Bo Nix. Well, Bo Nix is already eliminated. But you're doing something. Has Jaden Daniels, overall, is he set of the all-time quarterback records? Is he set all the all-time quarterback records? No. But Brock Bowers has set the all-time tight end records. So if you do something that's never been done since the start of the NFL, then that's totally disrespect on that position and total disrespect on that player. That's my thought.
I'm not disagreeing with you at all. I say how the NFL works. I totally disagree with that. He should
be. No, I get what the NFL is doing. I get it. And I see, the AFC West show, they're all bagging on me too. But when there's something that's never, ever been done,
that's my
and
boy right
he
there.
does it, then he deserves it.
That's my boy right there.
How did the Raiders scare Devontae Adams away?
He's a Bronco fan.
Gardner Minshew.
All right, guys. I'm gonna hop off of here. I appreciate everyone, everyone on the chat and all of you guys, of course. Always a good time with everyone here. Nice to meet you, Jack. I'm glad we were able to get on.
Hey, nice to meet you, LB Raider.
Yep. So go ahead and make sure to like and subscribe everybody's channels here. It only helps everyone and it's free. What's better than free, So appreciate you guys again. I'll probably be in the chat a little bit, but I'm just gonna hop off here. Appreciate you guys.
See you.
Good night, bro.
See you, thank you, man. Appreciate you.
Later, buddy. Let's see. Minshew passed the ball to Bowers. Yeah. SoCal foul. Yeah, we're still up. We're at 4.5 hours.
Yeah, I'll probably get it off too.
I wish we drafted him. Yeah, I do. I wish we did. We screwed that one up. Bo Nix is not getting. You ever a Broncos fan? Get out of here.
That's Randy, man. He's cool.
I know.
I like Randy.
What's the poll you got up now, Jay?
Who would the Raiders want? What QB would you draft in free, or what QB would you sign in free agency? Yeah. So Darnold right now is actually in the lead with 32%. Russell's at 29. Fields is at 28. Marcus Mariota at 12.
Thanks, Mark. Appreciate
69%. 69 votes casted. So make sure you guys put in your vote. I'm gonna close it. I'm gonna do another one right now. I gotta
Marcus Mariota, huh? He's still in the league?
He plays for the Commanders. He's
Chris. I don't know if you saw it earlier, Chris, but Mark Carbone subscribed.
Yeah, Mark subscribed.
Yeah, I was looking at thumbs up. Appreciate it, Mark. Thank you.
Appreciate you, Mark.
Now I'm at 51.
What's up, Tactical Raider 408? What's up, brother?
Moving up. Huh.
Hey, subscribe to all these boys.
Marcus Mariota, I didn't think about him, but I would bring him back. He's experienced. He's been around. He can't move.
Experienced. He does fairly well.
Yeah.
They tried him as
No. Why, Jack?
I mean, do you want him back? It's like, we go back in time, right? He was only okay, and now you add all the years on.
Well, compared to what's
AOC 12, I'd rather just keep Minshew at that point over him, because you know what? After another year, less dead cap money. I ain't spending money on him to bring him over there to cut another quarterback to earn more dead cap money. I want more money to go into the next year. Sorry, ain't happening in my mind.
He won't cost that much. Let me see how much he'll cost. He's a backup.
He'll be cheaper than Russell for sure. He would.
Probably
would. What's up, man? In the Bay Area, San Jose. That's up by you, isn't it, Jack and Chris?
Hey, Tactical Raider, Sacramento here, bro. My son goes to San Jose State.
I'm south.
There you go.
That's right. Yeah, Chris, you're down by LA, right?
Yeah.
Seahawks VP of coach at operations, Matt Caporo, is leaving the team we saw that today.
Yeah, I'm gonna talk about it tomorrow on the show for a little bit.
Yeah, he's $6 million last year, so man.
He worked out.
Yeah, he'd be relatively not expensive.
It's $6 million last year.
Yeah. Actually, I think when we got him the first time around, I think it was only like $4 million.
I think it was
the first year.
I think it was 8.
Was it 8?
Like 8.
I thought it was cheaper. I thought it was 4.
Oh, he was a little pricey.
Yeah, he was a back at the car. It cost a little money.
Yeah. I mean,
if anyone in chat wants to look it up, look it up.
Well, we went out and got Gardner Minshew, so
where's JT the Brick?
I don't know. Probably at home sleeping.
I like that name, Fat Sal.
School 619. Salute.
So do you guys know how, like, okay, JT the Brick? Do you know how, like, JT the Brick actually became JT the Brick?
No clue, but I'm sure you're gonna tell us.
Yes.
So the Rome show, right? You guys remember Jim Rome?
Oh yeah.
So have that playoffs or face off or what do they call it? Like, the best takes or whatever. And like they'd have a championship, and he won it. And then he went on and like started doing Raider stuff. And the Raiders, that's when the Raiders hired him.
Yeah.
In the Bay Area.
Oh, there's a lot of quarterbacks on this list. Hey, how about Zappy?
Tactical Raider, real quick. You're watching this from my channel. So you can do that way on mine, but then you can go over to, let me get his link.
Hit them all up. Hit those likes on all these boys.
Yeah, I'm
posting. LB rated 10s.
So Jay, you still on at 10 a.m. tomorrow?
Nope,
yeah. I have a little bit of dinner and then get ready for tomorrow. Do that show. I got a special guest tomorrow. So you guys know, everybody watching on the live right now, I got a special guest for tomorrow morning on the show. I have Real Talk. My guy 805 is gonna be on the show tomorrow. So
805.
My guy 805. I got him out for tomorrow. So that's gonna be a really good show. We might most likely probably do some mock drafts. So for sure.
Are you doing straight?
Raiders full Chris. 10 a.m. 10 a.m. Mañana.
Yep, 10 a.m. California time. You doing trades or like straight up?
We'll play with it.
And are you what website you using?
Shit, hold on. I was on.
I gotta ask this now because like when I get in a chat and it gets all busy, and like, I may not be able to ask you or like get a response.
Fuck, I knew what it was called. I was on it. Pro Football.
Pro Football Focus.
Pro Football Network. Yeah.
Okay.
That's a really good one. I don't know. I like the simulator that it does. So we'll see. I might do a couple rounds with 805.
So Wyatt Duart says, guys, what are we doing for our QB? I'm 15, only seen one playoff season. Well, first of all, I feel for you.
That's your salute. Wyatt Duarte, like 15 years old.
Yeah.
Man, I salute you, kiddo.
Yeah.
And I hope you keep watching all these content creators. This is what the lifeblood is, like kids like you. So thank you for being a Raiders fan. I hope you don't ever stop. And keep asking questions.
Well, there we go. There it is.
Well, let's just hope that when we do finally win a game, Super Bowl, that you don't have to wait 40 years to see the next win.
All right.
But I will tell you this, as a new fan yourself, not me, for you, you gotta keep hoping at this point. What we've done so far this year in the off season. It's a change for the good going forward. I think at this point, I think a lot of people would tend to agree with that. I can't see too many that would say no, that's not a good move. It's kind of bringing back a little bit more respect to the Shield and to this organization with the hiring of Pete Carroll. So keep doing your homework on the team. Know your history of the team. You know, even though you weren't alive during it, look it up. Know who certain players were back in the day. You know, so when people start talking about past players and everything, to be like, oh, I know who that guy is. Or, oh, I heard about that day, that play, or that Super Bowl. You know, it'll make it a lot easier for you when you follow some of us, because some of us, as some call us, old heads, guys that have been around for a long time, Raiders fans since we were children, younger than you. You know, knowing your history is big. You know, and I talk about the history a lot. So does Chris above me, and so does Jack up there too. You know, and Jay too. I mean, Jay's lived through a lot of it too. You know, but the three of us that I just named up top and myself, I mean, we all go back to, you know, mid 70s as Raider fans, early 70s as Raider fans. So just keep doing what you're doing. You know, stay positive, and tune in whenever you can, whenever you see us on.
You know, well, at that point, I was 12 years old, became a Raider fan. At 12 years old, I was a Raider fan, and I've been a Raider fan ever since then. So I'm 60 now.
I was 5.
I was 4.
Well, my family, I was a Rams fan. I couldn't wear anything but a fan Rams, so that's why I hate the Rams. So I can't stand the Rams.
Hey, Wyatt, who's your favorite Raider? And what made you become a Raiders fan? And are your family Raiders fans? I'm just kind of curious. Growing up as a kid, my whole family's been 49er fans. And I love the fact that you're 15 years old. I have 2 sons. I have a 20-year-old and a 21-year-old that are not far off from your age. I love the fact that you're coming on Jeff's show and saying that. So thank you and salute to you, kiddo.
Yep. Salute, kid. Salute, Wyatt.
Yeah, that's awesome. I like it when you know, especially young kids come in, you know, and they're interested in this team. Yeah. You know, it just still shows you that, you know, it's the mystique of what this team used to be. You know, the attraction that the shield and the uniform colors and the Raider gear have to, you know, still a young generation. I mean, I understand in the 80s how the Raider fans grew across the country. You know, I posted something in the chat that I'm in with Jay and Leo and Nate. You know, they talked about how the Raiders' image changed when NWA came on the scene in the 80s. You know, how that spread across the country, because out on this side of the country where I am on the East Coast, unless you followed football, you never knew who the Raiders were. You were a kid in the 80s around that time frame. You listened to rap because that was the thing that was out. And when NWA came out, it was hyped even more because it was so like, you know, so many people said that, you know, so it just added more hype to the whole NWA scene. And then when you buy their stuff and you see that they're wearing Raider gear, you wanted to be like them, you know. So that explains why the Raiders exploded, even though we were kind of crappy at the time. Why the Raiders expanded as, you know, the fan base, because of NWA was a huge part of that. You take NWA out of the equation, I don't think the Raider Nation is as big as what it is.
Yeah, that was the LA Raiders. I lived that area. Yeah. I was down there. I lived down the street from the Coliseum. And that's all you saw when the Raiders came there.
In the chat today, I said NWA was for the Raiders what Taylor Swift and the NFL are making Taylor Swift for the Chiefs. Before Taylor Swift, you know, they were influential in that aspect by what they wore. The Swifties all buy the Kansas City gear because she goes to the games, and the TV shows post her face everywhere. So they all get excited and they'll go buy their shit.
See, when LA Raiders came to LA, at that time the town was Rams. That's all you heard, Rams, everything. But then when they came to play Coliseum, and they were good that time. Then LA started wearing their gear. The whole city changed from Rams to Raiders, like almost overnight. It went from that powder blue yellow to silver and black overnight. Yep. That's what started.
Yeah,
and that also started teams wanting to come out with black uniforms too.
Yeah,
you know.
Yeah.
Plus,
And they don't look as good.
The LA Kings turned it. They were purple and gold. They turned it black. They started wearing silver and black.
Yeah, and
LA
they
Kings.
Remember, Chris? The Rams were playing in Anaheim at that stadium
They were.
stadium. You know, remember that? Yeah, man.
That's their,
No, because the Raiders come to the Coliseum. The Rams, that lady on them, refused to play with the Raiders. So we'll play in Anaheim. All right,
wait, pause. Wyatt, don't listen to Desert. You don't have to have a tattoo to be a Raiders fan. You're 15. Don't do it. Do it when you're an adult.
But I'm gonna get one pretty soon. I gotta get one. I'm gonna get one on my calf.
No, I'm not gonna say I want a kid that's 15 years old to get a tattoo. Like, you know, I'm sorry.
Says when you turn 18. He says when you turn 18.
Turn 18. Yeah. When you turn 18, you get a tattoo.
Tattoo doesn't make you a Raiders fan or not a Raiders fan.
No. What makes you a Raiders fan?
For life? You can never.
It's the love in your heart, man.
Yeah, you love them in your heart. You love them good times, bad times. You defend your team even if they're 0-17. That's being.
That's what I'm saying. AFC West show. I got to defend our Raiders against 3 playoff teams. I do it every week. I'm the only one that does it. And I go on all your guys' channels and I watch your stuff, and I love watching it. And I don't even want my own channel.
There you go. Oh man.
Well, I don't have a tattoo anyway, so yeah.
There you go.
It wouldn't show up that well, so I left alone.
All right. Go ahead and call it a night.
Silver and black on me.
In the morning. I do have a show in the morning, so I got
we're at
some sleep.
4 hours and 45 minutes. I'm ready to call it.
I'm ready. I'm ready to call it to you guys.
There you go.
It's been a great show. Almost 5 hours.
Right.
Good, Jay.
All right, Jay. I'll see you tomorrow, bro.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys. Make sure you guys, everybody taps in for Good Morning Raiders tomorrow, 10 a.m. Pacific, 1 p.m. Eastern. I got my guy, 805 Raider from Real Talk Raider Nation. Go ahead, Chris.
No, hold on.
Oh, okay.
I want to get Jay on the stage. Sorry.
All right. So, all right, guys, make sure everybody taps in tomorrow. Good Morning Raiders going on at 10 a.m. Pacific, 1 p.m. Eastern. I got my guy, 805 Raider from Real Talk Raider Nation on tomorrow. We're going to recap this week's hires and just talk about more potential free agents. We still got the OC that we have to go ahead and figure out. And then we're probably going to do some mock drafts. So make sure you guys tap in tomorrow again, 10 a.m. Pacific on my channel at Just Raiders Baby Podcast. Make sure you guys hit that subscribe button, and I will see you guys tomorrow.
Hey, thanks for coming on, Jay. Appreciate it.
Appreciate you, Jeff, as always.
No problem. Where'd Jack go? Why is he not showing up?
So he was leaving. Anyway, I'm going to sign off too. But anyway, I want to say this right quick before I leave. I want to thank all the new subscribers who subscribe to my channel. I'm going to start doing more lives. I'm trying to do a live on Wednesdays. I haven't picked a time yet because I do not want to compete with my guys. I don't want to do a live while they're doing their lives. So I'm going to try to pick a certain time Wednesday so I can do more lives. I'll probably post more videos. But like I said, thank you for subscribing. I appreciate all the subscribers. And we'll see you soon. All right. Good night, Jeff. Good night, Raider Nation. We'll see you guys real quick.
Later, bro.
All right.
All right. So I appreciate everybody that's been in here watching for the entire 4 hours and almost 50 minutes now. So we're almost at the 5 hour mark. It's by far the longest show that I've done. My voice is kind of shot. So I am going to sign off. Thanks for coming in, everybody that watched. We appreciate it. We should appreciate the support. Make sure you go to everybody's channel that was in here and hit that subscribe, like the content, follow us. hit that notification when you hit the subscribe, so you'll know anytime one of us go on live or we release new content on our channels. It's you that we count on to support us by being in the chats, asking questions, posting comments. We appreciate it. So it is 1:52 a.m. my time. I started this at 9 o'clock my time, so I am no, Jack, dude, I'm done. My voice is shot. I can't. I don't even think I can talk anymore after this. I just gotta go have a cigarette, make another thing of coffee, and probably play some video games and unwind. But we'll I may pop on tomorrow afternoon if I get a chance, maybe during the Reese Senior Bowl game. I'm not sure yet. So until next time, everybody, have a wonderful night. Everybody stay safe, be careful, and go Raiders.